I live in a world where, after the wars, there are barely any men left. Now, for every man, there are 5 women, and the government gives out wives for money. I'm a blind beggar, barely able to feed myself. But when the last girl fell to her knees in front of me and whispered,
"Please, take me. If you walk away, my father will kill me."
I couldn't take it anymore. I simply took her hand and walked away. That's how I got my first wife. And that was only the beginning. Guys, if you haven't seen the previous parts, you'll find the links in the description and the pinned comment. Now, let's get to the story. In the previous part, Chingsho coldly executed Kim Gwangsu, reminding him that he had only promised an interrogation, not mercy. Leaving the dungeon, he clearly understood that his score with Goguryeo was not settled and that war was inevitable. On his way home, he encountered the midwives whom the second madam had arranged to stay in the residence in advance for his wife. In the garden, he saw Su Xiaochun surrounded by servants, gently caressing her belly and humming a tune. She greeted him happily, and he realized that, at this moment, nothing was more important than his family and the imminent birth of their child. Did the midwife mention when you'll give birth? Maybe this month, before winter sets in? I feel like the baby's been getting more and more restless lately. Su Xiaochun gently stroked her belly, her eyes full of affection. In that case, a few days before you're due, I'll inform His Majesty that I won't be attending court. We can talk about state affairs again once you and our child are safe and well. Su Xiaochun was slightly startled, looking at Chingsho in surprise. Husband, that's not really necessary. Chingsho shook his head slightly. No need to say more. My mind is made up. Besides, I've worried enough for His Majesty lately. This is just a small request. Su Xiaochun didn't say anything more, only nodded gently. Then she leaned softly into Chingsho's arms. Husband, why don't we think about what name to give the baby once it's born? This question truly stumped Chingsho. It was his first time being a father, and naming a child was an even newer challenge. It would really take some careful thought. Lately, the salt merchants and the envoys from Goguryeo had taken up much of his energy, so he hadn't had the time to think about this matter in detail. In the next few days, I'll stay in the prince's mansion and keep you company. We can think about it together. Chingsho had already decided to neglect the other wives for now. After all, the baby came first. All right. But by then, the other sisters will secretly start complaining about me again, Su Xiaochun said with a light laugh, covering her mouth. 3 days later. A convoy from Chang'an City, loaded with a large amount of refined salt, entered Shandong's borders. Recently, Chang'an had finally produced a surplus of refined salt, enough to be sold to Shandong. The court had even widely advertised this in advance, so word had already spread before the convoy entered Shandong. The common people, who had been clinging to their money pouches for so long, finally breathed a sigh of relief. They could finally buy refined salt. The merchants leading the convoy were already making joyful calculations in their minds as they approached Shandong. We'll sell out all this refined salt within 3 days. 3 days? That's too long. I say 1 day at most. After this run, I'm going to rest for half a year in comfort. You fool, such a good chance to get rich and you're thinking about resting instead of making more money. Laughing and talking, they urged their horses forward. But as they wound around a rugged path at the foot of a mountain, one of the wagons, which had been bumping along, suddenly came to a halt. What's going on? The leader of the convoy, Chende, jumped down from his wagon and went ahead to see. A few drivers stood there, staring at each other in dismay. The narrow road ahead, barely wide enough for a single wagon, was blocked by a pile of stones stacked 2 men high. Which bastard is so shameless as to block the road like this? Doesn't this delay us making money? Chende cursed furiously. What are you waiting for? Everyone get down and start moving these rocks. Without waiting for a response, he went forward to pick up a stone himself. But the next moment, a sharp, piercing scream rang out, followed by the shouts of the drivers. The sudden noise startled the birds in the forest into flight. The drivers and merchants rushed forward, only to freeze in terror. Chende's hand had been nailed to a stone by an arrow, veins bulging from the pain. Before anyone could react, men armed with bows and blades appeared at the top of both slopes flanking the narrow road, their expressions filled with ill intent. Bandits! Someone shouted in panic, and the robbers burst into loud, mocking laughter. Entering Shandong without paying tribute to us? You must be blind. The bandit leader, holding a bow, grinned wickedly at Chende's weakening cries. That arrow had come from him. We're just passing through and may have offended you unintentionally, please. Chende tried to beg, but before he could finish, the leader loosed another arrow straight through his throat. This time I'll forgive you. Next life, be more careful. Boys, take the goods. At the order, the bandits cheered and charged downhill, surrounding the convoy completely. The merchants and drivers huddled together in terror, leaderless and unsure what to do. One bandit tore open a sack of salt, grabbed a handful, and presented it to the leader. All top-quality refined salt, probably finer than what the officials eat. The leader pinched a bit, tasted it, and smirked coldly. These lords from Chang'an sure know how to enjoy life. Even their scraps are enough to stuff us full. A head driver cautiously stepped forward. Hero, you know this is the imperial convoy, why? The leader shot him a glance so fierce it nearly made him collapse on the spot. We understand the rules. You take your share, then let us through, all right? All right. Of course. The leader laughed, but his eyes suddenly flashed with killing intent. He drew his blade and slashed the driver across the chest. The man fell twitching without even a scream. Spare us, hero. Spare us. The others fell to their knees, sobbing in terror. It was their first time meeting bandits who robbed and killed without mercy. I know you're from Chang'an, hauling imperial salt. But truth is, your convoys are the fattest prey. If we don't rob you, what are we supposed to do, starve? The leader's words brought another round of cruel laughter from his men. They looked at the kneeling merchants without a shred of pity, kicking and punching them like livestock. Lord, if you rob us, the court won't let it go. For the sake of your stronghold, at least think it over. The merchants cried and begged, but the leader didn't care in the least. The emperor's far away. If he's so capable, he can control Shandong first before worrying about us. He shook the blood from his blade and waved his hand casually. Do it. The bandits immediately drew their weapons, eyes gleaming with malice. Then came the endless, blood-curdling screams. The narrow valley quickly filled with a crimson river. Guo Tianqing didn't even glance back. He just gave an order to the subordinate beside him. Go tell the lords that the job's done. Settle the payment quickly. The salt merchant's matter had just been wrapped up, and Li Er hadn't even had time to breathe a sigh of relief when he received Chingsho's advance request to take a few days off during his wife's labor. Li Er was deeply envious. Chingsho's life really was too comfortable. Almost every time one of his own children was born, he was buried under endless affairs. To have such leisurely and peaceful time to enjoy family happiness was truly a luxury for Li Er. If I could live like this for just 1 year, I'd live 10 years longer. Li Er sighed with deep emotion. Just then, another urgent report was delivered, interrupting his thoughts. Your Majesty, an urgent dispatch from Shandong. Li Er took the letter in puzzlement. Recently, Shandong had enjoyed good weather, and there had been no foreign invasions. Why would there be an urgent report? But after reading the contents carefully, he could no longer suppress the anger in his chest and slammed the letter onto the desk. Soon, Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and others, summoned in haste, came before him. Your Majesty, what is the matter of such urgency? Zhang Sun Wuji saw the dark expression on Li Er's face and immediately sensed trouble, not only because the emperor might fly into a rage, but also because the matter was likely serious. Urgent news from Shandong. Some days ago, the surplus refined salt from Chang'an was sent to Shandong for sale. Guess what happened? No one dared interrupt, though they could vaguely guess what had occurred. Li Er clenched the letter in his hand. It was robbed by bandits halfway. And not only that, they killed every merchant and driver in the convoy. The ministers looked at each other, reading shock in one another's eyes. This was no ordinary bandit attack, it was the imperial salt convoy under court hire. And normally, bandits might take half and leave half, and rarely killed people outright. To take all the money and goods was a direct challenge to imperial authority. Since the founding of the dynasty, no bandit gang had dared be so brazen. Your Majesty, this must be handled at once. Those bandits must be severely punished and executed, or the consequences will be endless. Xiao Yu quickly advised. By consequences, he did not mean the bandits themselves, but the impact on the court's prestige. If the court did not act quickly, more bandits would be emboldened. This budding trouble had to be crushed fast. Of course these scoundrels must be wiped out, but do you think this matter is as simple as it looks? Li Er said angrily. He didn't need to explain further, everyone could guess. Bandits normally avoided imperial convoys, yet they had chosen this moment to strike at an imperial salt shipment. Who else could be behind it but the Shandong salt merchants colluding together? To seize control of the salt trade from the court, they had dared to commit such a reckless act. Shandong salt merchants are far too arrogant. At this rate, they might even collude with Goguryeo to invade Tang territory. Zhang Sun Wuji lashed out angrily, his heart pounding. He himself had been a key figure in the salt policy. If he became a target for assassination by these merchants, he had no confidence he could fend them off like Chingsho. Arrange the bandit suppression at once. Even if they run far, we must root them out completely. If you can capture any alive, do so, interrogate thoroughly. Everyone you find must be executed. Lier had dropped all previous hesitation. It was time to confront the merchants directly. If they weren't dealt with soon, they could become a grave threat. This time, he was determined to eliminate them all at any cost. The problem was even more complicated than Lier imagined. The robbery had been deliberately and quickly spread by Shandong salt merchants. At the same time, they spread word that banditry was becoming worse, and that the next salt convoy would likely be attacked too. This instantly killed any thought among the people of buying refined salt in the short term. They truly had no choice. The salt merchants seized the opportunity to raise the price of black salt, already expensive, by several times, making life unbearable for the people. After this chain of moves, even the dullest person knew who was behind it all. But the court had no way to act. They had no solid evidence against the merchants. And by the time troops arrived, the bandits were long gone without a trace. Although Chingsho had been staying home recently, he was not deaf to outside events. He had even known about the convoy's attack earlier than Lier. And as for the salt merchants' follow-up moves, he had predicted them all. They had laid all this groundwork for exactly this outcome. Now the court must be in total chaos, Chingsho thought, easily picturing how dark Lier's face must be these days. Just then, Lang Yuchan and others hurried back to the Duke's mansion, all with worried expressions. What do we do now? Business can't go on. This came too suddenly, we must be careful when going out. Chingsho was puzzled. At this time of day, Lang Yuchan should have been busy at the restaurant. Why had she come back so early? Husband. Seeing Chingsho, Lang Yuchan rushed over, full of anxiety. When you go out these days, you must be careful. There's an outbreak of malaria in Chang'an, and no one knows when it started. Yes, when Sister Yuchan opened the restaurant today, she found the nearby clinics packed with people. So many have caught malaria that she quickly shut the restaurant and came home. That's right, even the medicine at the clinics is sold out. Lu Union and Zhangsun Pingting chimed in, looking clearly worried. Chingsho thought for a moment. This was the change from autumn to winter, and colds and flu were normal. Then stay in for a few days. Don't worry too much, it's just a chill, it will pass soon. Husband, it's not that simple. Many of those infected have vomiting, diarrhea, are coughing blood without stop, and even children aren't spared. In fact, in the past 2 days, quite a few in the villages outside Chang'an have died. Coffins are even sold out. Chingsho was shocked. He stared at Lang Yuchan in disbelief. Is this true? It's only been a few days. If so, this malaria was far from being just a simple flu. He thought about the poor medical conditions of this era and the many unhealthy living environments. A faint sense of unease rose in his heart. Husband, how could this be false? The restaurant's business has stopped. When have I ever joked about such things? Li Yuchan still felt lingering fear as she recalled it. Chingsho immediately picked up his staff. Erguzi, come with me for a trip. And, unless it's absolutely necessary, no one in the residence is to go out in the near future. Be on high alert. Husband, I'll go with you. Seeing Chingsho's face grow stern, Li Yuchan quickly spoke up. She also wanted to share some of his worries. No need. You stay at home. Not just you, none of the wives should go out lightly for now, especially those around Xiaochun. All right. Seeing him like this, Li Yuchan could only agree. The fearfulness of malaria needed no explanation. If this outbreak developed into a large-scale epidemic, then the streets of Chang'an, usually bustling with endless traffic, were now unusually quiet. Most shops were closed, and the people who passed by all looked sickly, with painful coughs sounding again and again. They clutched small packets of medicine and hurried home. Some, while walking, suddenly collapsed to the ground. Chingsho and Erguzi both wore gauze masks over their faces. At first, Erguzi doubted whether this thing was useful, but when he saw someone collapse on the ground and vomit fresh blood in pain, he quickly tightened the cloth around his face. This malaria is far more terrifying than an ordinary chill. Looking at the symptoms of these people, Chingsho immediately understood. This was a bacterial infection, completely different from a cold. The herbs they bought from the pharmacies were almost useless. Just then, a few guards with grim expressions hurried past. Recognizing Chingsho, they quickly saluted. Where is the source of this malaria? Where was it first found? Chingsho asked them at once. Seems, it was in Xiashang village, north of the city. First we heard some people there had died, then more and more cases spread. Yes. That was 10 days ago. Then 3 days ago, there were even cases inside Chang'an city. Xiashang village was downstream of the Heyuanlu Jing River in Chang'an. Chingsho had passed by once and remembered it clearly, though not fondly. The river there was full of garbage and sewage dumped by upstream residents, filthy and stinking. When villagers fetched water, they could only try to choose spots that looked cleaner, but it was pointless. If the upstream was polluted like that, how could the downstream have clean water? Let's go back, this is no small problem. Chingsho said no more, leading Erguzi straight back to the Duke's mansion. The trouble with the salt merchants and the malaria outbreak were now tangled together. He could imagine Li Er's headache. At the same time, in the palace, after hearing the latest infection and death counts from the malaria outbreak, Li Er collapsed weakly into his chair. So many dead already? In just a few days? The eunuch beside him didn't dare say much, only giving an awkward smile and replying, "Your Majesty, this is only the record from 3 days ago. If we count yesterday's." He didn't dare continue. Li Er's face was full of bitterness. From past experience, there were always warnings before a great plague. After a natural disaster or a man-made calamity came, an epidemic would often follow. But this time, the malaria had appeared without any warning at all, and it was striking people down with terrifying speed. The number of deaths was even more? This is far too strange. Could it be that because I lack virtue, heaven is angry and the people resent me, so it has sent down this disaster as a warning? Li Er was filled with fear. Thinking of the idea of heaven and man responding to each other, he became even more convinced. When he took the throne, he killed his brother and forced his father aside, spilling blood at the Xuanwu Gate. And now, with the salt merchant and bandit affairs stirring unrest among the people, the Tang dynasty had still not fully recovered from the exhaustion of its founding. Thinking of the fate of the Sui dynasty, Li Er could no longer sit still. He had fought through blood to build the Tang. Now the world was finally at peace and moving toward stability. He could not accept a fate like the Sui, rising quickly, only to be destroyed just as fast. If it is truly my lack of virtue and ability, then let this punishment fall on me alone. Li Er let out a long sigh. Your Majesty, please take your meal first, the attending eunuch said with some concern. No need. Tell the imperial kitchen not to prepare food for me. Li Er's expression was resolute. Not just today, for the next 3 days, I will not eat a single grain of rice. If this truly was heaven's way of warning and punishing him, then he must punish himself, to calm heaven's anger and stop the suffering of the people. Your Majesty? The eunuch was stunned. Not eating for 3 days, wasn't that courting death? My mind is made up. Li Er waved for the eunuch to withdraw, then lowered his head and continued focusing entirely on reviewing official documents. Within just 1 day, news of Li Er's fasting had spread throughout Chang'an. The common people were deeply moved. They had not expected the emperor to truly take the disaster upon himself alone. With the emperor's heart like this, how can our Tang dynasty not be prosperous for 1,000 years? I think His Majesty is going too far. What do you know? If this malaria hadn't come so fiercely, His Majesty wouldn't be so troubled. But it really is strange, how exactly did this malaria appear? At first, the high-ranking nobles didn't care much, unlike the moved commoners. They thought Li Er was only putting on a show. But when they heard he intended to fast for 3 days straight, they realized he was serious. This immediately filled many officials in high positions with guilt. In the face of great danger, the emperor was even more cautious and vigilant than they were. Truly wise and heroic. Inspired by Li Er, while no one fasted for 3 days like he did, they all began living more simply. Their daily consumption was no longer as extravagant as before. They led by example with frugality. Of course, even so, the malaria in Chang'an did not lessen. Day by day, it only grew more severe. Under the combined strain on his body and mind, Li Er became more and more gaunt. Before the 3 days of fasting were up, he was already close to collapsing. I didn't think His Majesty would lead by example like this. Fasting for 3 days is no different from risking his life. Zhang Sun Pingting was stunned when she heard Chingsho mention it. The emperor is no ordinary ruler. Chingsho didn't need to say more. This only made him respect Li Er even more. To bear the shame of the nation for the sake of the realm. To take upon himself the nation's ill fate, that is the way of the true Son of Heaven. Li Er truly deserved his future title of Heavenly Khan. Of course, Chingsho knew this was nothing more than Li Er moving himself emotionally. Even if he starved himself to death, malaria would still spread just the same. Where was there any heaven's punishment, or heaven and man responding to each other in this? Looks like the Duke of Qing will have to go help him again. Before Chingsho could set out, another shocking piece of news spread through all of Chang'an. Li Er had issued a self-reproach edict. He even called upon all the citizens to come before the imperial city to hear it read aloud. This was getting more and more interesting. As a seasoned spectator, Chingsho certainly wouldn't miss such a fine show. He immediately called his household to follow him to the gates of the imperial city. The city gates stood wide open, and Li Er sat high upon the wall. His face was extremely gaunt. This was the result of 3 days of fasting. Even though the autumn wind on the wall was biting cold, he wore thin clothing, stubbornly enduring the chill. Your Majesty, you should put on more clothes. You haven't eaten for so long, how can you withstand this wind? Your Majesty should take care of your body, only if you are healthy can the realm be governed well. Your Majesty, please don't act out of stubbornness. Li Er ignored the voices behind him, only saying faintly, when I rode to war on all sides, the climates I faced were far harsher than this, and there was no malaria troubling us. If I could endure then, why can't I endure now? The crowd stared at Li Shimon's back in awe, no longer speaking to persuade him. They simply stood with him, silently enduring the wind. Below the wall, the people stared in disbelief at the thinly dressed Li Er. The fear and unrest caused by malaria now finally began to gather into unity. Chingsho looked at Li Er's extremely withered figure and knew this time he was serious. A eunuch came to Li Er's side, unrolling the self-reproach edict that Li Er had personally written, and read aloud. Since I ascended the throne, I have accomplished nothing, and instead provoked constant wars on all borders, first the Turks' advance, then the troubles stirred by envoys of various states. In the edict, Li Er criticized nearly every matter he had handled since taking the throne. Even things he had done right, if he now thought them improper, he mentioned them all. Almost comparing himself to the Sui Emperor Yang. Chingsho yawned. Unlike the citizens who were moved to tears, he felt it was just a waste of time. Gathering such a crowd only made it easier for malaria to spread. Now heaven has sent down its wrath because I alone lack virtue and ability. I will hold a court sacrifice to heaven, to calm its anger. The eunuch finished reading. Citizens, rest assured, His Majesty has sincerely reflected on himself and will sacrifice to heaven to end the malaria. Before long, the disaster will pass, and order will be restored within the passes. Your Majesty suffers for us. Thank you, Your Majesty. We are saved. The people were moved to tears, then dispersed as instructed. Only Chingsho moved against the crowd, striding straight toward the imperial city. Stop! This is restricted ground, the sacrifice is about to begin. Unrelated persons, oh, Duke of Qing, forgive us. The guards, recognizing Chingsho's face, shivered and bowed quickly. Step aside. I want to see His Majesty, Chingsho said flatly. The guard knew Chingsho had the right to enter freely, but looked troubled. Duke of Qing, His Majesty is now in the city sacrificing to heaven to end the disaster, entering now would be inconvenient. Save your breath, I know what I'm doing. And besides, this sacrifice is useless. Even if he sacrifices for 10 days or half a month, it won't stop the malaria. The guard's heart leapt in fright, probably only Chingsho in all of Chang'an dared speak like this. Duke of Qing, please mind your words? Very well, please go in. Just remember to follow the sacrificial rites. The guard carefully stepped aside, but Chingsho ignored his latter warning and strode inside. Sacrificial rites, nonsense. Li Ji, supported by Empress Changsun, slowly climbed the heaven altar. Below, the ministers stood in proper ranks, and Li Ji too knelt and bowed to heaven. All disasters and misfortunes shall be borne by me alone. I beg heaven not to punish the people. If heaven still refuses to calm its anger, then punish me until it is appeased. The ministers and Li Ji alike were solemn and cautious, even the guards lowered their heads, afraid to look around. Lest they somehow offend heaven. But in the middle of this solemn and grand ceremony stood Chingsho, completely out of place. He showed none of the fear of the others. After glancing around, he only felt disdain. If you keep wasting time like this, soon there really won't be a single living soul left in Chang'an. Chingsho sighed, sat himself down on an offering table, and watched their rites with boredom. Perhaps everyone was too absorbed. No one noticed Chingsho's presence for the moment. Who would have thought anyone would dare wander freely into the imperial city now? Chingsho casually picked up a peach from the offering table and took a bite. Your Majesty, pardon my bluntness, but wasting time like this is meaningless. Li Ji, deep in devout confession to heaven, was startled out of his thoughts. Looking up, he saw Chingsho sitting arrogantly on the offering table, eating sacrificial fruit. The crowd also turned, and at the sight of Chingsho, they were scared out of their wits. Zhang Sun Wuji nearly fainted. What was his fine son-in-law up to now? Chang Yaojin muttered to himself, good lad. What game are you playing now? Old Cheng really can't figure you out. Duke of Qing. What are you doing? Get down and apologize at once. Xiao Yu quickly spoke, then glanced around, signaling the guards to drag Chingsho down. But the guards didn't dare touch him, they just stared, frozen in place. Xiao Yu was furious, but thought about it. Who dared lay a hand on Chingsho? Duke of Qing, this is no time for jokes. The people are suffering, if you further anger heaven, more disasters may come. Li Ji, in his agitation, began coughing violently. For 3 days he had eaten almost nothing, weak in body and anxious in spirit, he could hardly endure. Your Majesty. Empress Changsun patted his back gently to ease his breathing, softly advising, Duke of Qing, please don't be rude. Chingsho tossed aside the peach pit. You think I'm disrespectful, I think you're ridiculous. All this pleading to heaven, begging for pardon, it's all useless. There's nothing in the sky. Who exactly are you asking for forgiveness? Duke of Qing, mind your words. Li Ji was so startled he nearly choked. This fellow truly dared to speak his mind. The ministers were so shocked by the scene that they didn't even dare to breathe, all staring fearfully at the sky. They were truly afraid that a bolt of lightning would strike down and punish Chingsho. Duke of Qing. You also know that since ancient times, epidemics always have a source, it is always famine or war that causes them. But now the land is prosperous, the autumn harvest is bountiful, and there is no source at all. If this isn't heaven's will, then what is it? Li Er was so firm in his belief that even Chingsho couldn't help feeling a headache. Still, it was understandable, given the limits of the era, and the deep influence of Dong Zhongshu's words on heaven and man responding to each other. Has your Majesty read Xuanzi? Of course. Xuanzi was a book emperors had been required to read since ancient times. Li Er had studied it thoroughly, and could even recite it backwards. Heaven operates with constant patterns, it does not exist because of Yao, nor perish because of Jie. Has your Majesty forgotten even this sentence? Li Er was startled. Vaguely, he seemed to understand something. Chingsho stepped forward slowly, his voice firm. If we talk of heaven and man responding to each other, has there ever been a tyrant who was punished by lightning or struck dead by illness? They all fell because they oppressed the people until they had no way to live, forcing them to rise up and overthrow the tyrant. If, since ancient times, the people had been willing to suffer hardship without fighting for themselves, relying only on so-called heavenly punishment, then the tyrannical Qin would never have fallen. Does your Majesty not understand such a simple truth? These words hit like thunder in Li Er's ears, leaving him stunned, his mind blank. Indeed. The Tang's growing strength had come from his tireless work for the country, it hadn't just fallen from the sky. I have always been diligent and clear-minded in governance. If even so there would be heaven's punishment? Li Er's deeply rooted belief in heaven and man began to waver under Chingsho's words. Then let me ask, Your Majesty, if this sacrifice fails to make the malaria subside, what will you do? Hold more sacrifices? This question completely silenced both the ministers and Li Er. It went straight to their sore spot, the fact that they had no real method to deal with malaria. If there had been a real solution, they wouldn't have been wasting time here. Fang Xianling immediately asked, Duke of Qing, in that case, do you have a solution? As soon as he spoke, everyone looked eagerly at Chingsho, truly hoping he could think of a way. Of course, most still didn't believe he had one. Could he possibly cure tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, in Chang'an instantly? Before offering a real solution, I want to ask your Majesty to go somewhere with me. After this trip, your Majesty will understand exactly what the source of this illness is. Fine. If you can think of a way, I'll go with you. Li Er agreed without hesitation, about to descend the altar, when suddenly he grew dizzy, his vision went black, and he nearly fell. Your Majesty. Empress Changsun, along with the eunuchs and guards, quickly rushed to support him, preventing him from falling. It's nothing. Li Er's voice was weak. After all, he had eaten nothing for 3 days, only drinking some water to barely keep going. Even an iron body couldn't endure such hunger. No need to rush. Your Majesty should rest and eat first before we set out, Chingsho said. All right, Duke of Qing, wait for me a moment, it won't take long. Li Er agreed, and, supported by those around him, prepared to return to the palace. Wait, Your Majesty. Chingsho suddenly called out, pointing his staff toward the pile of offerings. What will you do with all these fine fruits and foods? Li Er was puzzled. These are offerings to heaven. Before he finished speaking, he realized what Chingsho meant. Chingsho smiled. Your Majesty, don't ask the ghosts and gods, ask the people. Li Er laughed in relief. You, very well. Distribute all the offerings for the ministers to enjoy. The civil and military officials were shocked, these were just now untouchable, but suddenly. What are you waiting for? His Majesty's gift. Chingsho tossed a peach in his hand, laughing. Eat. The ministers no longer held back, stepping forward to grab offerings and eat heartily. For today's grand ceremony, many of them had not eaten or drunk since last night. They had been so hungry they could barely stand. After Li Er rested, he dismissed the ministers, keeping only a few core officials with him. Since Chingsho didn't want to alarm the people, he told Li Er not to bring many attendants. Li Er had no objection, if Chingsho was with him, he didn't even need guards to feel safe. Where exactly are we going? As soon as the carriage left Chang'an, Li Er asked casually. Chingsho replied calmly, not far, Xiashang village. What? The ministers almost jumped from the carriage when they heard it. That was the most severe area of malaria. Almost no one in the entire village had escaped infection. 70% had already died, and even corpse collectors wouldn't enter. Going there now was courting death. Duke of Qing, this joke isn't funny. Taking His Majesty there now. Yes, why must it be there to explain? Better we return. Having His Majesty go personally is far too dangerous. Zhang Sun Wuji, Xiao Yu, and the others all tried to persuade him. They truly feared something might happen to Li Er, and of course they feared catching the disease themselves. Chingsho ignored their protests and looked only at Li Er. What does your Majesty think? Li Er's expression was calm. If this matter can be solved, I'd go through fire and water. And if I alone were infected and could take on all the suffering in place of the people of Chang'an, it would be worth it. At that, no one dared voice another objection. Good. Chingsho was satisfied. Xiashang village wasn't far. Following the river downstream, they reached it in less than half an hour. Even though Li Er had been prepared, the sight still made him gasp. The fields outside the village lay unharvested, grain rotting where it stood. Everyone who could work had died, and those who couldn't were lying at home waiting for death. At the village entrance, a few scattered corpses lay in disarray, wild dogs fighting over them. Now and then, an emaciated, pain-racked survivor might be seen walking past. With hungry wild dogs following behind, watching intently, waiting for them to collapse so they could tear the body apart. The small river flowing through the village was filled with half-rotten floating corpses. Flies swarmed thickly in the air, mixing with the stench of feces in the water, enough to make anyone retch just from looking. Not to mention the thick stench of rot drifting through the air. Ugh! The ministers, who usually stayed high in the court, had never seen such a scene. One after another couldn't help but retch, and Zhang Sun Wuji almost vomited. Li Er, however, was better off. After all, he was truly an iron-blooded emperor who had fought his way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. It's too tragic. Li Er couldn't help but murmur. Xiashang village was extremely poor. If left unattended, in a short while everyone here would probably die of illness. Chingsho ignored all this, striding to the riverbank and pointing with his staff at the filthy, foul water ahead. Your Majesty, look. Xiashang village is at the very downstream of the river. All this from upstream, Chang'an City and the surrounding villages, is garbage, wastewater, even feces, all emptied into this river. For the villagers, this is their only water source. They can only endure the filth from upstream, urine and trash, to draw water for drinking and cooking. Over time, how could they not get sick? Chingsho sighed, even feeling it was unfair for the people here. Xiashang village is indeed the source of the malaria. As far as I know, there are even people in court cursing them and calling for punishment. But the real root of all this comes from the people of Chang'an upstream and the nearby villages. Li Er stared blankly at the filth floating on the river, and Zhang Sun Wuji and the others were speechless. If they were forced to drink this water, they'd rather take a clean blade and end it quickly. Li Er came to Chingsho's side and looked at the corpses floating in the river, silent for a long time. Only now, with Chingsho's reminder, did he realize how serious the consequences of letting the river be polluted were. This is no heaven's punishment at all, it's man-made disaster. This is also my fault, for not taking the river pollution seriously earlier. Otherwise, how could things have gotten to this point? Li sighed heavily. Even after learning the truth, his guilt only deepened. Your Majesty, it's the Emperor. A series of weak calls came. The remaining villagers who could still move came, leaning on canes and supporting one another, to stand before Li Er. They kowtowed in panic and reverence. We did not know His Majesty would personally come. Please forgive us for failing to welcome you properly. We are not intentionally neglectful, we truly have nothing to offer His Majesty as hospitality. Please don't enter the village, lest the imperial body catch the illness. The villagers knelt in fear and respect, all already gravely ill, yet still filled with awe for Li Er. Li Er was silent for a long time, even feeling he wasn't worthy to stand before them. Your Majesty, they're waiting for your reply. Will you let them kneel here forever? Chingsho spoke at the right time. You may go back. The court will resolve this matter as soon as possible and treat your illnesses. Li Er's voice was slightly choked as he signaled for them to leave. Thank you, Your Majesty. Luckily you came today, my grandson is almost dead from illness. Without the court's help, we truly couldn't go on. Your Majesty, we will wait for you. On the way back, everyone was heavy-hearted. Li Er was silent, not even sighing as before. Your Majesty, realizing this is not enough, you must act quickly. Otherwise, none of the nearby villages will survive, Chingsho reminded him. Li Er nodded heavily. Duke of Qing, tell me your plan. There is a plan, but your majesty must follow my steps exactly, without missing a single part. Otherwise, the result will be half the effort with twice the delay, greatly prolonging the spread of the malaria. Li Er agreed without hesitation. Good. Speak, Duke of Qing. What's to speak of? I've already prepared it. Chingsho took out a memorial he had long prepared and handed it to Li Er. Your Majesty, take a look. You already had a plan? Why give it to me only now? Li Er was surprised and quickly took the document. If we hadn't come to Xiasheng village, your Majesty would probably still be busy preparing the next sacrifice, wouldn't you? Chingsho said with a faint smile. Li Er couldn't help but blush. Hee. Duke of Qing, you're not wrong. The memorial was very clear, listing every step in detail. As Li Er read through it, he was completely shocked by Chingsho's ideas, so far beyond this era. Every point was a good measure against the malaria. If this can really be carried out completely, then not only this malaria. In the future, who knows how many epidemics could be prevented before they even start? After reading it, Li Er gave it the highest praise on the spot. However, there's one thing I don't understand. Li Er pointed to one of the suggestions with some doubt. This might be difficult to do, no? Rest assured, Your Majesty. Tomorrow morning in court, I will give you the solution. For now, focus on carrying out my earlier ideas. With Chingsho's promise, Li Er felt reassured. Once back at the palace, Li Er didn't even rest, he immediately had the memorial circulated among the ministers. As expected, they all strongly approved, even thinking it was the only way to solve the problem. By evening, an urgent announcement had already spread from Chang'an to the surrounding villages, ordering immediate action. This was Chingsho's first step. Every household must dig and build a proper dry latrine, and dumping excrement into the river was forbidden. Waste was to be collected in one place to avoid multiple points of contamination. Controlling the pollution at its source was Chingsho's first priority. Li Er even added one more rule: each household would receive 100 coins as a subsidy for building a latrine. On the other hand, if within half a month after the announcement they still hadn't built one, they would be fined 200 coins. With this reward and punishment policy, construction began the very next day. Almost every household in the surrounding villages worked eagerly, afraid to be fined for finishing late. Chingsho even personally drove out to inspect the villages. Sure enough, after learning the true cause of the illness, no villager dared dump waste or trash into the river anymore. No wonder only Sanha village escaped the malaria, its sanitation was done well. Jiang Yener couldn't help but praise. Back then, you told them to take sanitation seriously, now I see you had foresight. She had been worried about Sanha village, so she asked to come along. She was relieved to see there were few sick there. Chingsho smiled lightly. Poor sanitation can kill faster than hunger. Without past lessons, people won't value it. Right, Guzi, how's the thing I told you to prepare? Hearing Chingsho call, Guzi, who was driving, immediately replied, it's ready. I'll go get it right after. Do you want me to take you to court first? No need. Have it ready and I'll bring it in with me. Chingsho was full of confidence, as if, in this matter, only he could solve it. Near midday, Chingsho finally returned to Chang'an after finishing his inspection. By then, Li Er had already been waiting for a long time. He had even skipped ending the morning court session just to wait for Chingsho's good solution. The ministers had been enduring in discomfort, and when they saw Chingsho enter the palace, some were almost moved to tears, as if seeing a family member. Duke of Qing. If you hadn't come back soon, we would have starved to death. Behind Chingsho followed several household guards, struggling to carry a large cylindrical bundle into the main hall. The bundle was so heavy that even these strong men were panting from the effort. Gentlemen, I've been busy all morning, it wasn't any easier than your waiting here, Chingsho said, noticing their unhappy faces, with a touch of disdain. Wei Zheng, however, was the first to grumble. Duke of Qing. Couldn't you have finished the matter first? The whole court has been waiting just for you, this doesn't look good. Dr. Wei, just waiting a little longer and you're already complaining? If you could solve this matter with your mouth, would His Majesty still need to trouble himself so much? Chingsho replied with biting sarcasm. You. For once, Wei Zheng, who never spared even Li Er from his blunt tongue, was left speechless. Seeing him shut down so completely, the ministers below secretly laughed. This annoying old man had finally been put in his place, they had been waiting to see this for a long time. Just as Wei Zheng's face turned red and he was about to retort, Li Er stepped in to smooth things over. Duke of Qing, this matter is important. Do you remember the trouble I mentioned before? Of course. In Chingsho's memorial, he had written that besides collecting excrement, people should avoid drawing water from the river. Otherwise, even if the source was cleaned, downstream areas would still see mass illness. The solution was for every household to dig its own well to separate drinking water from the river supply, avoiding contamination and making it easier for residents to fetch water. But here lay the biggest problem. How to dig the wells. In areas with groundwater, a well required digging dozens of feet down. Using iron shovels and picks was time-consuming and exhausting. One well could take over a dozen strong men half a month to finish. The cost was so high that only a few wealthy households in a village could afford it. Ordinary people simply couldn't bear the expense, hence why the people of Xiasheng endured drinking filthy water. This was what most troubled Li Er. How could he possibly provide wells for every household in every village within 100 li of Chang'an? Even conscripting labor would be an enormous undertaking. And solving this was exactly what Chingsho had promised to do. Duke of Qing, what method are you talking about? Li Er looked expectantly at the bundle the strong men had brought in. Open it. Chingsho gestured, and the guards unwrapped the package. A huge, oddly shaped iron column was revealed before everyone's eyes. This was the large drill Chingsho had ordered from the Works Bureau, made according to his own designs. If they wanted to dig wells while saving as much manpower and material as possible, they would have to use tools like this. This is your solution? You're saying this thing can dig wells? Li Er asked, puzzled as he stared at the 3-meter-long drill. How could such a thing dig a well? With this, only 2 or 3 people working together can dig a well in just 10 days. Though Chingsho spoke confidently, most people still doubted it. It didn't look like a digging tool at all. But these frogs at the bottom of the well were about to be proven wrong. Duke of Qing, why not give us a demonstration? Of course. I've already chosen a spot, Your Majesty, please follow me. He had already picked a place in the imperial city likely to have a water source. The ministers gathered, curious to see how this thing could actually produce water. With Li Er's approval, Chingsho ordered his guards to prepare to dig. They dismantled the 3-meter drill into sections, connecting them at the end with a cross-shaped lever. While the guards worked, the watching ministers whispered among themselves. Is Duke of Qing just putting on a show? It really doesn't look like a digging tool, His Majesty shouldn't trust him. If nothing comes of this, we'll have wasted a whole morning. They spoke quietly, but Chingsho's sharp hearing caught every word. He didn't care, these people had no idea what a powerful digging tool they were looking at. 2 men lifted the drill, aimed it at the ground, and, on a signal, began turning the lever. After breaking through the surface, the drill's special design began cutting and penetrating the soil. The ministers, seeing the men struggle at first, felt even more convinced that Chingsho was bluffing. But as the drill went deeper, the soil loosened, and the turning became faster and easier. By the end, the 2 men were almost just pushing it along with little effort. In just a short time, the 7 to 8 foot long drill was fully buried in the ground. The guards smoothly removed the lever, added another drill section, and continued down. Soon, the soil pulled up by the drill was piled into a mound, and the speed was astonishing. In less than half an hour, 2 men had done what dozens could not finish in a day. All right, that's enough. I've seen enough. Li Er could not hide his excitement, his hands rubbed together involuntarily. With this tool, the court could send just a few strong men with drills to each village and dig wells for every household, saving hundreds of times the manpower and resources he had imagined. Every home could have a well in at most half a year. Duke of Qing, you've done wonderfully. You've truly helped me greatly. Li Er was overjoyed. Please give the drill's manufacturing process to the court workshops so we can make as many as possible. To his surprise, Chingsho only smiled and shook his head. Your Majesty, I don't recall promising to give the method for making this drill to the court. I only promised to help you solve the problem. Li Er froze, his smile turning stiff. Of course, Chingsho was going to name his price. Duke of Qing, being able to create such a tool to solve the well digging problem is indeed a great help to me, no reward would be too much. Chingsho smiled, Li Er knew him well indeed. Chingsho did not intend to demand too much, but he would not miss the chance to set his conditions. Your Majesty, now that malaria is rampant, most households have spent almost all their savings on medicine. For the matter of digging wells and drawing water, let's not charge them any fees. Li Er nodded. I agree. Chingsho slowly raised one finger. The manufacturing process of this drill is extremely complex, and it involves certain metals that are hard to smelt. If it's handed over to Your Majesty's workshops, I'm afraid they won't be able to make it. So the forging process should not be handled by the court. The smile on Li Er's face froze. In fact, what he cared about was not only the drill's design, but also the materials used to make it. He had been on the battlefield and knew weapons well. Even the best steel in the current armory could not withstand continuous wear like this drill. If swords were forged with this process, they would be divine weapons on the battlefield. Fine. I agree too, Lier said through clenched teeth. First deal with the current problem, later matters could wait. Chingsho nodded in satisfaction. Good. And Your Majesty, don't forget to pay for the maintenance costs of these drills. The upkeep is very expensive, and without timely maintenance, they might not even last for a few wells before breaking. Lier gave a wry smile. This boy was taking all the credit while leaving him with the bill. So be it. If it can save the people from suffering, it's worth it. Lier comforted himself in his heart. Pass my order. Send people to Duke Qing's residence to collect the drills. In 3 days, begin digging wells for all villages within 100 li of Chang'an affected by malaria. Since Duke Qing has given his full help, we must finish a well for every household within a month. If manpower is lacking, report to me immediately, there must be no delay. The order was given, and the ministers responded at once, all feeling the time pressure. Even with such a miraculous well-digging tool, 1 month was still very tight, they would have to work without rest. After settling court affairs, Chingsho returned to the Duke's residence. Urguzi, once you go back, have them speed up production. Don't slack off during this month. Since His Majesty has issued the military order, we'll make the workshop brothers work a bit harder, there will be no shortchanging them afterward. Urguzi laughed loudly. What are you talking about? Just tell us what's needed. It's only more effort. Chingsho smiled and nodded. Suddenly, the moving carriage stopped abruptly. Urguzi cried out in surprise, then complained in annoyance, watch where you're going. Why is everyone in such a hurry? Chingsho was nearly thrown from the carriage by the sudden stop. Using his inner sight, he saw a crowd hurrying across the street. They completely ignored the horses and carriages blocked on both sides of the road, causing the drivers to shout curses. Fortunately, Urguzi stopped in time, otherwise an old woman might have been knocked over. Didn't His Majesty say that with malaria spreading, people shouldn't go out and gather unless necessary? Urguzi looked at the crowd rushing like it was a temple fair, puzzled. Where are they going? Seeing Urguzi's confusion, Chingsho got down from the carriage, leaning on his staff, and casually stopped a passerby. Where are you all going? Don't block my way. The man sounded anxious, but when he saw it was Chingsho in front of him, he quickly apologized. Duke Qing, forgive me. I didn't know it was you. No matter. Just answer my question first. You don't know? Recently a very powerful Taoist appeared in Chang'an. He can drive away illness and misfortune. Everyone's rushing to ask him to remove evil and disease. Forgive me, Duke. I'm in a hurry to get a talisman for my wife's illness, I can't talk more. The man hurried off. Chingsho watched the crowd's eager backs and gave a cold laugh. Urguzi, see? Even in chaos, some can't resist making disaster money. You head back first. I'll go see how magical this Taoist is. Chingsho waved his staff in dismissal. All right, but be careful. Following the crowd, he arrived in the eastern district of Chang'an, where a remote open space was now surrounded by a throng, 3 and 4 layers deep. From within came bursts of cheers and admiring shouts. Taoist, you're amazing. Please make me a talisman. I want 3. I have 3 sick people at home. I was here first, don't push me. Without squeezing in, Chingsho used his inner sight to see clearly what was happening inside. There stood an old Taoist with a green robe and a face full of gray beard. At the moment, he held a peachwood sword in one hand, gesturing with the other, eyes closed, muttering something under his breath. Suddenly, he snapped his eyes open, shouted loudly, and pulled a handful of talisman papers from his robe, throwing them into the air. All evil, begone. The floating talisman papers suddenly ignited in midair, burning to ash before touching the ground. Then the Taoist slashed the peachwood sword down onto a talisman for warding off spirits on the table before him. At once, scarlet blood welled up on the paper, soaking it completely. Only then did the Taoist, satisfied, withdraw his sword. Everyone, it's done. The dozen people crowded at the front looked eagerly at him, and after hearing this, they finally relaxed. Thank you, Taoist. Thank you for saving us. They left with many words of gratitude, and immediately another group surged forward, raising silver or strings of coins, jostling and begging the Taoist to remove illness and disaster for them. Watching carefully from the edge of the crowd, Chingsho felt only disdain. It was the limitation of the times, these tricks that even a modern schoolchild could see through were popular here. But it was no wonder, after this plague, even the court was helpless, the medicine ineffective. Ignorant commoners could only turn to superstition for hope. Everyone, be quiet for me. The Taoist barked impatiently, and the place fell silent. I have little time today. Only those with deep enough blessings can have their illnesses driven away. The rest of you queue up and wait. If you miss today, come tomorrow. The crowd looked at each other in confusion. Taoist. How do we know who has deep enough blessings? Don't you understand? The gray-bearded Taoist stroked his beard and chuckled. Money. The more you pay, the deeper your blessings. As soon as these words left his mouth, Chingsho couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. This old fellow had accidentally said exactly what was in his heart. The old Taoist seemed to realize that what he had just said was a bit inappropriate, and quickly added, I am not greedy for money. Do you think I keep the money I collect? It is all offered to the heavenly gods and the great golden immortals, so that I can ask them to come and drive away your illnesses and disasters. The more silver you are willing to spend, the more you can please the heavenly gods, and the deeper your blessings will be. The old Taoist rambled on, and when he saw that many people still looked troubled, he deliberately pretended to be angry. I came from Mount Zhongnan, braving wind and dew all the way, never asking for the least wealth or honor. Do you really think I am here for money when I cure illnesses and disasters for you? If you can't bear to spend money, then don't come to me, find your own way. He immediately made as if to leave, and the boy by his side hurried to play along, stepping forward to hold him back. Master. If you leave, who will save them? That's right, Taoist, please don't go. We'll pay. It was our short-sightedness. If it can cure illness, no matter how much it costs, it's worth it. The old Taoist snorted angrily. What, spend money to cure illness? You are offering to the heavenly gods so they will heal you. Yes. It's an offering. The crowd quickly corrected themselves. The boy stepped forward at just the right time. Everyone, you all know the situation now, right? Those who can offer 1 or 2 taels of silver, step forward first. At this, many people at the front of the crowd looked troubled, lowering their heads to count the bits of silver and copper coins in their hands. For most of them, this was a huge sum of money, but with illness threatening their lives, they had no other choice. One by one, they reluctantly handed over what might be an entire year's earnings to the boy in line. Those who were unwilling or simply couldn't gather enough money could only step aside in despair and wait. Master. It's quite a lot now. The boy happily counted the silver in front of him, grinning so wide it nearly reached his ears. The old Taoist, pretending to rest with his eyes closed, knew his act was nearly complete, so he coughed a few times and prepared to begin. Wait! Suddenly, the crowd was forcefully parted by several strong men, who respectfully escorted a person in a sedan chair, face covered with a veil, toward the Taoist's altar. This person's identity seemed extremely noble, as more than a dozen strong men guarded the sedan chair carefully until it stopped before the Taoist's table. The opportunistic Taoist could tell at a glance that this was someone of great importance, and quickly went forward with a broad smile. Greetings, my lord. You are? Our master has malaria. His body grows weaker by the day. If you can drive away the evil sickness, there will be a generous reward, the steward ordered proudly. How could I refuse? It is my honor that this lord recognizes my skills. I just don't know, what is your master's name and position? The Taoist was still thinking about whether he could cling to such a powerful figure. Don't ask so much. Just treat the illness and stop talking nonsense. The steward slammed 2 silver ingots onto the altar. First heal our master, and if he recovers, there will be even more silver. The old Taoist's eyes nearly popped out. He quickly signaled the boy to collect the money. This lord clearly has deep blessings from the heavenly immortals. I will first remove his illness and disaster. As he said this, his eyes never once left the ailing man in the sedan chair, already thinking about how to befriend him. Ugh, the man in the sedan chair gave a painful dry heave. Hurry. Clear the way. Don't delay master's ritual. The boy impatiently waved his whisk, driving the crowd back. Even if they were unwilling, they didn't dare provoke someone of such obvious status. Wait a moment. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the crowd, making everyone turn to look. The old Taoist's face instantly darkened, about to scold. But the next moment, an exclamation from the crowd nearly made his legs give out. Duke Qing. So it's Duke Qing. Is he here to pray for blessings too? Make way, let Duke Qing go first. The commoners' respect for Chingsho was obvious. They even thought this good fortune should be given to him first. The man in the sedan chair nearly toppled out when he saw Chingsho coming. Duke Qing. He looked up at Chingsho, his voice extremely weak. Unable to rise and salute, he could only clasp his hands from the sedan chair. My respects. Chingsho was unconcerned. You're already this ill, better keep lying down, Mr. Du. Though the veil hid his face from others, nothing could escape Chingsho's inner sight. This was Du Ruhui. Chingsho hadn't seen him at morning court. Turns out he had caught malaria. But in front of so many people, Chingsho still gave him face and did not reveal his identity. No choice. The best doctors in Chang'an prescribe medicine that does nothing. I heard this Taoist was quite effective at removing illness and disaster, so I came to try my luck, Du Ruhui said with a weak smile. Duke Qing, are you here to pray too? You look well, does someone in your family have the plague? Though Du Ruhui was a minister, the limits of the era meant even Li Er first thought this was caused by supernatural forces, how much more so for him. Chingsho glanced at the old Taoist, who was grinning obsequiously and bowing almost in half. If he could win over such a high-ranking person, his life would be set. I only heard someone here was driving away illness and disaster for the people, and came out of curiosity. Chingsho smiled faintly at the Taoist. Old Taoist, you've saved so many lives, yet only taken from them what took a year or two to save up. Truly, your virtue is boundless. His words dripped with sarcasm. The Taoist found it unpleasant to hear, but forced a smile. It's nothing, take people's money and remove their disaster. Perfect. Mr. Du is a good friend of mine. You don't mind if I watch how you remove his disaster, do you? Without waiting for an answer, Chingsho dragged the Taoist's chair over and sat down himself, gesturing for him to begin. Hee, rare for Duke Qing to take interest in my little tricks. I will certainly do my best. With a wave, he ordered his apprentice to bring the talismans and other tools. As the old Taoist explained, he would seal the illness-causing ghost in the talisman, then burn it with heavenly fire. When commoners have malaria or plague, it's caused by little ghosts. Once I trap the ghost in this talisman and slay it with one sword stroke, the illness will be cured. The old Taoist proudly stroked his beard, clearly pleased with his explanation. Chingsho was almost falling asleep listening to him. This old fellow was making up a whole pile of nonsense, all just empty words to cover his fake tricks. Give me your talisman paper, let me take a look. Chingsho ordered. The old Taoist dared not neglect him and quickly handed over the stack of talisman papers in his hand. Chingsho held them, glanced over casually, chuckled softly, and then returned them. Go ahead. Yes, sir. The old Taoist immediately began pretending, writing Du Ruhui's date and hour of birth on the talisman, then closing his eyes and chanting scriptures in a showy manner. Aside from Chingsho, everyone else couldn't help but stare wide-eyed. Du Ruhui was even more eager for the Taoist to succeed quickly. By the command of the heavenly net, evil spirits disperse. The old Taoist shouted again, then tossed the talisman into the air, glaring and yelling loudly. Everyone instinctively stepped back, expecting the talismans to ignite midair and burn to ash. But nothing happened. The talisman papers simply floated to the ground intact, not a single one caught fire. The old Taoist was stunned, muttering to himself, this makes no sense. What's going on? The crowd was equally baffled. Master! Hurry and try again. Maybe just now the great immortals weren't paying attention to your spellcasting. The boy hurriedly picked up the talismans from the ground and handed them back to his master to smooth things over. Yes. They must not have noticed before, let's try again. The old Taoist gripped the talisman papers tightly, then threw them into the air again with force. Burn for me. This time, he was so nervous he even forgot to chant the incantation. Yet just like before, the papers fell to the ground without incident. The old Taoist was once more dumbstruck. What's going on? Du Ruhui coughed violently a few times, his tone clearly impatient. Didn't you say the more money spent, the deeper the blessing? How come your ritual doesn't work at all? It must have been a mistake. Let me try again. The old Taoist was so flustered he could barely speak clearly. The boy went forward to pick up the papers again, but suddenly Chingsho stepped forward and snatched them out of his hands. Even if you tried 10,000 more times, it still wouldn't work. He pinched the talisman papers, then flicked his fingers and threw them high into the air. This time, the talismans all burst into flames midair, to the shock of the crowd. Does Duke Qing know magic too? Incredible. Du Ruhui was stunned. I've never known you had such skills, you must truly be an immortal. Mr. Du, you really are too sick. Chingsho looked coldly at the dumbfounded old Taoist. What magic? It's just a scam. If I can do it, you all can do it too. He walked over and took another stack of talisman papers from in front of the boy. The boy instinctively wanted to stop him, but realizing it was Duke Qing, he quickly withdrew his hand. Duke Qing. These talismans can communicate with the gods, you mustn't touch them lightly. The old Taoist rushed forward in fear to stop him, but shrank back under Chingsho's glare. When I touched them earlier, why didn't you say they were for the gods? The old Taoist was completely silenced, standing there in panic. Duke Qing, what do you mean by this? Let him finish the ritual quickly, I still need to hurry back, Du Ruhui said impatiently. Mr. Du, at this point you still believe he has divine power? Chingsho handed the stack of talismans to a young man in the crowd. Here. Do exactly what the old Taoist just did, throw these in the air. The young man looked terrified, clearly recalling the old Taoist's earlier talk about divine will and not daring to touch them. What are you afraid of? Whatever happens, I'll take responsibility. Even if the great immortals themselves come down, I'll say I ordered it. Chingsho's tone was absolute. I'll try. The youth took the papers nervously. Remember, rub hard with your fingertips first, then throw them forcefully into the air. The young man followed the instructions and hurled the talismans upward. Boom! The papers burst into bright flames midair, startling the crowd into another uproar. Does this kid have divine power too? You fool! Can't you see what's going on? These talismans must be special, maybe anyone can ignite them? At that moment, the Taoist's mystical image was completely shattered. Everyone now looked at him with doubt, even the bedridden Du Ruhui frowned in suspicion. This might be the great immortals responding to everyone's prayers. Cold sweat poured down the Taoist's forehead as he stammered in self-defense. Nonsense! If the great immortals in heaven were really watching, they'd strike you dead with lightning for being such a fraud. Chingsho rebuked him mercilessly. Then he turned to the crowd, pointing at the stack of talismans on the table. These papers self-ignite because they've been soaked in lamp oil and coated with phosphorus. Rub them with your fingers and the phosphorus catches fire. The old Taoist never expected Chingsho to see through the trick instantly. He was completely unable to argue. But he still wondered why he hadn't been able to ignite them earlier. Chingsho read his mind and sneered. I rubbed a little water on my fingers earlier. Once the papers are wet, the phosphorus can't ignite. The crowd suddenly understood. They had been completely fooled. Some of them had even given this old man their savings from 1 or 2 years of hard work. The more they thought about it, the angrier they got, glaring at the Taoist with the urge to skin him alive. Everyone, no need to be like this. I truly am a Taoist from Mount Zhongnan. Just now I was also praying for you. I only used a small trick so you could see something, at least for peace of mind. The old Taoist, drenched in sweat, stumbled back, almost falling over. Wait! Du Ruhui suddenly spoke. The talisman trick is clear, but what about when he used the peachwood sword to slash the paper and fresh blood came out? Hearing this, the crowd froze again, remembering the paper had indeed been soaked with bright red liquid. A wave of unease swept over them, and they all turned to Chingsho for an explanation. That's even simpler. Chingsho glared at the Taoist, who quickly bowed his head and stepped aside. Give me the peachwood sword. The old Taoist pleaded in a low voice, Duke Qing, please, leave me some dignity. I'm only making a hard living. A hard living? You dare call it that? The people you cheat work 1,000 times harder for their money than you do. Chingsho snatched the sword from him and raised it high for all to see. This trick is even simpler, watch closely. He twisted the handle casually, and from the sword tip sprayed a bright red liquid, just like blood. Clearly, there was a small mechanism inside the sword, already filled with cinnabar water, the so-called ghost blood the old Taoist mentioned. The old man was completely deflated, stumbling and leaning on his boy attendant just to keep from falling. Seeing the furious looks in the crowd's eyes, he nearly burst into tears. Give back the money. Give it back? Old thing, you even swindled our life-saving money, are you even human? If you don't return it, I'll beat you to death. The boy, frightened to tears, hurriedly threw the money bag onto the table. I'm just a little beggar begging along the road, it was him who forced me to join in the scam. I didn't know anything. The crowd was about to surge forward to grab their money back, but Chingsho moved first, taking possession of it. He was so fast it was almost invisible. Before anyone could react, the heavy bag of silver and copper coins was in Chingsho's hands. Don't misunderstand, everyone. I will return this money to you later. Not only yours, but also the money of those who left earlier after being cheated, it must be returned to them too. Chingsho knew that if everyone rushed forward to grab it themselves, it would turn into a chaotic mess, and many might not get their own money back, it would be snatched away by others. We'll follow Duke Qing's arrangements. Naturally, the people trusted Chingsho completely. Ugh! Du Ruhui suddenly began retching violently, and his servant quickly stepped forward to help him catch his breath. Already weak, Du Ruhui couldn't even speak, but Chingsho could still sense the disappointment hidden behind the veil on his face. He didn't care much about the money lost. He was distressed that a little hope had just been lit and was now extinguished again. In recent days, Du Ruhui had heard that many people had died of malaria, so he was anxious and worried he would end up the same. Mr. Du, superstition cannot be trusted. You shouldn't have had such high hopes from the start. Chingsho sighed and tried to comfort him. There's nothing I can do, let's just hope I live to get through this calamity. He smiled bitterly and told the porters to lift his sedan, but Chingsho suddenly called out to him. Mr. Du, when you return, do not drink cold water. Remember, boil water before drinking it, this will help your illness greatly. This was the fourth suggestion Chingsho had made to Li Er, tell the people not to drink water drawn directly from wells, but to boil it first. Whether they drank it warm or cooled afterward didn't matter. Given the Tang dynasty's conditions, this was the only practical and effective method of disinfection for the people. I did hear His Majesty's order a few days ago, but what's the mystery behind this? Doesn't cold water and hot water taste the same? Du Ruhui was puzzled. Chingsho patted his head. There was no way to explain germs, parasites, and other concepts so obvious in later ages to someone living in this era. But recalling how the common people had just been fooled by the Taoist, he suddenly had an idea. It's simple. Illness belongs to yin, and fire belongs to yang. Boiling water means infusing it with yang energy. When a patient drinks it, the yang in the water can counter the yin in the body, curing the illness. He decided to use their superstitions to help correct their living habits. So that's it. I never expected Duke Qing to understand such profound theories. Du Ruhui immediately looked at him with new respect. Ahem. I've dabbled in it here and there. Not only Du Ruhui, but the commoners present were also convinced by his explanation. Duke Qing is truly learned. Even His Majesty listens to Duke Qing's advice. If we'd known earlier, why would we have listened to that Taoist's nonsense? Duke Qing has real methods. Duke Qing, do you have a way to rid us of our illness? Yes. Many in my household have fallen sick. If you can drive the illness away, we'll accept any request. Looking at their eager, hopeful faces, Chingsho could only feel a bit helpless. Everyone, there are no heavenly gods who will remove your illness. If you want to live, follow my advice, drink boiled water, collect your waste, and don't pollute the environment or rivers. If you do these things as best you can, the disease will naturally fade. Although Chingsho didn't literally cure them on the spot, his words greatly encouraged them. At least now they believed there was a way to fight the epidemic, rather than just lying at home waiting to die. Soon, soldiers arrived, having heard the news, and arrested the fraudulent Taoist. The old man, trembling, had just been basking in the admiration of the people, and now in no time had become a prisoner. The contrast was too great. When their stolen money was returned, the people's gratitude to Chingsho grew even more. If not for him, their hard-earned savings would have been lost forever. Thank you, Duke Qing. If you hadn't been here today, we wouldn't know what to do. Yes. Only Duke Qing's learning could expose this old fraud so clearly. I say Duke Qing is the one with real methods. Chingsho didn't care for their flattery. As the soldiers escorted the old man away, he left as well. But the fraud-busting Chingsho had just performed didn't only save the people present. When the old Taoist was making huge profits, many others inside and outside Chang'an were also planning to exploit the people's fear and respect to cheat money. After his scam was exposed, the commoners now had deep suspicions toward such superstitious tricks. Some even felt disgust. This made it hard for others to copy the Taoist scam, so they had to give it up. Evening, at the Duke's residence. As night fell, Su Xiaochun gathered all the wives in the household, saying mysteriously that she had something important to announce. Sisters, you all know malaria is rampant in Chang'an now. If you catch it, you might lose your life. The more Su Xiaochun spoke, the more worried she looked. With her pregnant belly, the other wives were all on edge. Elder sister. Please, be careful, don't get agitated. Just tell us what you need us to do. Lu Yunyan feared Su Xiaochun might harm her unborn child. Su Xiaochun sighed. Actually, it's nothing too difficult. It will just mean more work for you younger sisters. Of course, you might even be happy to do it. The wives were more confused than ever. Since our husband is often out, though it's for His Majesty and the people, given how things are outside, how can I be at ease? Li Yuchan frowned. Elder sister, are you saying you want our husband to stay home these days? That might be hard to manage. Yes, even if we tried to persuade him, it might not work. Our husband cares about this malaria outbreak even more than His Majesty does, Chang Sun Pingting agreed. That's right. Although we also worry about him, he is truly a man who handles great affairs. Su Xiaochun sounded a little dissatisfied. Silly sisters. Of course you can't make him listen if you just try to talk him out of it. Can't you change your approach, just make it so our husband can't even leave the house? Pfft. Li Yuchan was the first to catch on and couldn't help laughing. Soon Chang Sun Pingting, Lu Yunyan, and the others also smiled knowingly, though they said nothing. Seems my sisters are all very clever. Su Xiaochun was quite pleased. I don't understand what you elder sisters are talking about. Chui Yuyan, though not the youngest, was the most innocent among them. She blinked, her beautiful eyes full of confusion. "Oh, come now, little sister, think about it." Li Yuchan pulled her over, her face full of teasing amusement. "If we can't talk him out of it, and we can't block him from going out, how do we stop him from leaving? We just make sure he has no strength to get out of bed and go to court." As she spoke, Li Yuchan lightly lifted the two impressive curves in front of Chui Yuyan's chest. "So that's what you mean?" Chui Yuyan's face instantly turned bright red. When Chingsho returned home, he was surprised to see only Su Xiaochun come to greet him. "You're about to give birth, don't keep walking around like this. Be careful not to disturb the baby," he warned, worried. Su Xiaochun smiled sweetly. "Husband, it's just that I haven't greeted you in person for so long, I've truly missed you." Chingsho gently pulled her into his arms, stroking her large belly. "Of course I know, you've been wrong during this time. Once the child is born, I'll make it up to you. Then I want husband to make it up to me for a whole month." Su Xiaochun's eyes lit up instantly. She hadn't been cared for by Chingsho for 9 months. Yes, a full month. Chingsho couldn't help laughing and comforted her again. "Then I won't keep you from resting, husband. I'll take you back to your room, this time I've prepared a special surprise for you." She was a little mysterious. Chingsho was puzzled about what surprise it could be, until he opened the door. Inside, 6 stunning women with exquisite makeup and bright, alluring clothes had been waiting for him for some time. Their cheeks were flushed, and their eyes smoldered as they looked at Chingsho. It was obvious they'd been anticipating this moment for a while. So this was the surprise Su Xiaochun had mentioned. "Looks like you want to make sure I can't leave the Duke's estate tomorrow?" Chingsho said with a half-smile. "Husband, you can't put it that way." Li Yuchan stepped forward at the right time, helping him undress piece by piece with great care. Before long, the room was like a raging sea, waves surging without end. Outside, Su Xiaochun, listening with flushed cheeks, was very satisfied. "Husband, you'll have to work a little harder these days. When the malaria is gone, I'll be at ease letting you go out again," she muttered to herself. Her plan was simple, one night of storms and rain to completely drain his energy. That way, he'd have less mind for state affairs and would stay home, making him safer. But she was still a bit naive. The next day, when she personally came to inspect the battlefield, she found all the women collapsed on the big bed, utterly exhausted, sound asleep. It was clear last night's battle had completely drained their strength. Chingsho, however, was nowhere to be seen. "Madam, the Duke left early this morning, and he looked full of energy, not the slightest sign of tiredness." Su Xiaochun stomped her foot in frustration. She had seriously underestimated her husband's stamina. 3 feet of ice doesn't form in a day. "Anyway, if we do this every night, in a few days he'll lose interest in going out," she still thought hopefully. Of course, Chingsho didn't mind playing along with her plan. The well drilling project was going faster than Chingsho and Li Er had expected. When manpower was short at first, Li Er even directly picked strong men from the garrison in Chang'an to go house to house, drilling day and night. Of course, the most important reason was still Chingsho's drill bits. Without these tools, even if the men worked themselves to death, they could never make progress so quickly. One day, Chingsho heard that drilling progress in Sanchuan village had run into trouble. The drill there had gone only a few feet before something very strange happened. The deeper they drilled, the more scalding hot gas came rushing up, so hot no one could get close. No one knew what was going on, so they sent for Chingsho to see if he had a solution. Chingsho found it odd. Near Chang'an, the underground layers weren't especially hard, so his drills almost never met something they couldn't penetrate. When he arrived at Sanchuan village, the village head and a captain hurried to greet him. "We're in big trouble, Duke Qing. We don't know what's going on. Did we offend some god or spirit underground, and this is their way of warning us not to drill further." The village head was so panicked he was almost incoherent. "I've already told you, put all that superstition out of your heads. If you really think it's ghosts or gods, then don't come to Duke Qing for help, go get a shaman to fix it." Chingsho was annoyed at seeing them so timid. Although he understood they were limited by their time and feared the unknown, listening to this nonsense still felt like an insult to his intelligence. The old village head immediately shut his mouth. "Duke Qing, please follow me." The captain led the way, and before they even reached the site, Chingsho saw thick orange smoke shooting up into the sky. With the smoke billowing upward, the autumn chill in the village was noticeably driven away. "Duke Qing, could this fog be some kind of evil spirit? Could it have something to do with the malaria spreading lately?" The old village head was trembling, but before he could finish, Chingsho shot him a glare. "If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute." Up close, he saw that half of the drill still stood above ground, but from the hole it had made, scorching steam kept pouring out, making it impossible to get near. Everyone was keeping their distance, afraid to get even a little of it on them. Having been influenced by the old village head, they all thought this was evil energy. Through the gauze covering his face, Chingsho could faintly smell a fresh scent in the scalding steam. It was definitely not any kind of rotten odor, nor could it cause illness. If anything, it was more like the steam from boiling water. Could it be? He suddenly thought of a possibility, and excitement rose in his heart. Hiding his reaction, he called the village head over. The underground water flow here indeed has problems. It will be hard to get well water out. The old village head became anxious at once and quickly asked, "What should we do? Duke Ching, do you have any ideas? I'll make sure the villagers do their best." "Ah, what ideas could I have? Besides, your village is in a shady location, with only 2 or 3 hours of sunlight in a whole day. The spot is poor to begin with. Living here long term isn't good for people." Chingsho pretended to be troubled as he looked at the shady land hidden by hills, shaking his head. "You've noticed it too." Sigh. "Our Sanchuan village was the last to come to farm near Chang'an. The good spots were already taken by others. Even knowing this place is shady, we had no choice, there was nowhere else to go. If the villagers hadn't been quick to claim this land back then, we'd all be living in Xiashang village now." The old village head was so anxious he almost cried. He knew it was a bad place. Little sunlight, poor harvests, cold in winter, hot in summer. The only advantage over Xiashang downstream was being upstream and not having to drink the dirty water flowing down from them. Chingsho sighed. "The land's problems can't be fixed, I'm no immortal." "Ah, forget it. I have a kind heart, after all." He ordered the old village head to gather all the villagers. The man obeyed immediately. Within half an hour, all the few hundred people in the village had gathered. Seeing it was Duke Ching calling them, no one dared speak loudly, they waited respectfully for his instructions. "Everyone, I came today to solve the village's well drilling problem. But as it stands, even I have no way forward. I'm afraid the well project will have to be abandoned." The villagers sighed in disappointment, complaints filling their hearts about the bad luck of living in such a place where even digging a well was troublesome. The village head nervously edged forward. "Duke Ching, you just said you could help us." "I wasn't finished speaking." Seeing Chingshio's slightly impatient look, the old man quickly backed away. Chingshio went on, "This village's location is not suitable for people to live in. How about this, I'll directly buy your houses, and you can take the silver to choose a better place to live. What do you think?" For the villagers, this should have been explosive good news. They had originally occupied unclaimed land here under the reclamation orders. If they could now take money and move somewhere better, it would be a great deal. But surprisingly, they didn't look excited. Instead, they just stared blankly at Chingshio, as if what he said had nothing to do with them. Was I not clear enough? Chingshio frowned, ready to repeat himself, when the village head quickly explained, "Duke Ching, you don't know, these fields, houses, even the cattle, horses, and tools, don't belong to us. We're only tenant farmers." Chingshio understood immediately, this village was part of a noble's estate. These poor villagers farmed barren land, handing over most of their meager harvest to the landowner. They had no choice, fertile land inside the passes was already taken. Here, they at least had a thin field to work. If they left, they'd have nowhere to stand. So whether or not Chingshio bought the land didn't matter to them, the money wouldn't be theirs, and they'd still just be paying rent to someone else. "But if Duke Ching becomes the owner of this estate, we'd be more than happy. Paying rent to you, we'd gladly do it. Yes, you'd be far kinder than those other lords and princes. We just ask that when there's a disaster, you give us more time to pay the rent." At least hearing that Chingshio might take over as the landowner put them at ease. Chingshio felt uncomfortable seeing this. "Whose estate is Sanchuan village?" A guard answered, "It's the estate of Duke of Lu." "Duke of Lu? So, Ho Junji." Chingshio realized it was quite the coincidence. But he didn't care, he intended to take this land no matter what, even if it was imperial land Li heir kept under wraps. "The well can wait. As for you," looking at the thin, sallow villagers, his tone softened. "If you want to keep farming here, I'll give you better work than farming. If you don't want to farm anymore, I'll give you compensation and allow you to leave to make a living elsewhere." The villagers hadn't expected such generosity from him, especially since they weren't even his tenants yet. They were used to arrogant, cold officials, and now this high-ranking duke treated them like this. It brought tears to many eyes. "Thank you, Duke Ching. I've always said you're a good man. If you take over this land, we'll stay here generation after generation, even be buried here. Please buy this land as soon as possible. Even if the rent's higher, we're willing to stay." They all pleaded in unison. Chingshio noticed the old village head looking at him with tear-filled eyes. It might be silly, but it was the villagers' true feelings. They had never before felt what it was like to be treated as people by someone of high rank. Seal the well for now, don't let the heat escape. And if you want me to buy this land smoothly, keep your mouth shut. Don't tell anyone what happened today. He gave them a warning, and sure enough, everyone swore they wouldn't reveal a word. You too. Chingsho tossed a silver ingot to the captain and left without looking back. The captain quickly wiped it clean and tucked it into his clothes. Don't worry, Duke Ching. Even without the silver, he wouldn't dare talk. If he ruined such a major matter, how could a mere captain survive the consequences? Duke of Lu's residence. Lately, court affairs had been urgent and numerous, and Ho Junji came home exhausted every day after morning court. He had just taken off his court robes when the butler came and lightly knocked on the door. Master? Ho Junji felt a bit annoyed. Handle the small matters yourselves. Or ask madam. After working half the day, he didn't want to deal with anything else. Master, it's not that we have something to decide. Duke Ching has come, specifically asking to see you. At those 3 words, Ho Junji immediately became alert. What is he looking for me for? He pricked up his ears, afraid to miss a single word. He said he wants to speak with you directly, not have a servant's pass messages. Understood, I'll go right away. Ho Junji simply went as he was, still in his court robes. He didn't want Chingsho to wait. At this moment, Chingsho was sitting in the main hall of the Duke of Lu's residence. Although servants had already brought tea, he didn't even glance at it. Tea of this quality wasn't fit for servants in his own residence, let alone himself. Duke Ching. Before long, Ho Junji, looking weary, came in person, still wearing his court robes. You've worked hard, just after court, and now I'm here to bother you a while. Chingsho spoke jokingly. Not at all. What brings Duke Ching here today? If there's anything I can help with, just say the word. It's nothing troublesome. I heard the farmland and house plots in Sanchuan village are your fief. Ho Junji nodded. That's true. If Chingsho hadn't brought it up, Ho Junji would have nearly forgotten. The yield there was so poor it was a mere drop in the bucket compared to his total revenues. Chingsho said calmly, recently I've wanted to build a garden estate outside Chang'an, and I happen to like that plot of land. I wonder if Duke of Lu would be willing to part with it. Ho Junji found it odd, just for this small matter? That poor patch of land, if someone else came to buy it, or if Chingsho just asked outright, he'd even be willing to give it for free as a favor. I don't mind. But that land is currently managed by my second son, and all the yields go into his account. If Duke Ching wants it, you can discuss the price with my son. At Ho Junji's order, the servants immediately summoned his second son, Ho Yuanheng. Greetings, Duke Ching. Ho Yuanheng saluted. This was his first time meeting Chingsho. Seeing that Chingsho looked about his own age, Ho Yuanheng couldn't help but look down on him. To be so young and already a duke is unusual, but mostly luck, I'm sure. I'm not worse than him, just less lucky. If Chingsho had known what he was thinking, he might have burst out laughing on the spot. When Ho Yuanheng heard that Chingsho wanted to buy the land in Sanchuan village, he was secretly overjoyed. To him, that land was a burden, little yield and occasional need to aid the villagers, with fewer and fewer farmers working it. If he could sell it now for a decent price, it would be perfect. Duke Ching has a good eye. That land is quite fertile, with very high yields every year. I just said I only wanted to build a garden estate. In that case, you must have checked the feng shui? The feng shui there is excellent. Best just name your price, young master. I have matters to attend to. Chingsho really didn't want to waste another word on this fool. Duke Ching, I'll take my leave, you can discuss it with my son. Ho Junji stood up to go, but before leaving, he reminded his son. Boy, if Duke Ching likes it, treat it as a favor, don't name some sky-high price. Don't worry, father. Ho Yuanheng answered perfunctorily. This boy is hopeless, Ho Junji muttered in dissatisfaction, then left. Well then, since my father has spoken, I'll transfer that land to Duke Ching for 8,000 guan. How about it? Ho Yuanheng thought for a long time before coming up with what he believed was a very reasonable price. Chingsho looked at him in disbelief, not because the price was nearly double, but because he couldn't believe the son of a duke could be so small-minded. A mere few thousand guan, haggling like a petty merchant afraid of losing out. At this rate, even if Ho Junji doesn't go down that path, his family fortune will still be ruined sooner or later by such filial sons. Chingsho actually felt a bit of pity for him. Does young master think I don't know the market price? Sanchuan village is just thin farmland, with poor irrigation and almost entirely dependent on manual watering, very low yield each year, even on the open market it's unwanted land. At your price, I could buy 2 Sanchuan villages and have silver left over. Ho Yuanheng laughed awkwardly. Hee hee, is that so? I'm not too familiar with the market, so my price may have been a bit unreasonable. That was just what he said. In his mind, he thought Chingsho was crafty and had done market research ahead of time. But that was normal for such fools, they all believed everyone else was stupid, and only they were clever. I won't let you lose, 4,000 guan, and we sign the land deed right now. Truth be told, Chingsho was already being generous, offering slightly below market value. All right, I'll just take a small loss to help Duke Qing build his estate. Ho Yuanheng readily agreed, seizing the chance to climb down. Chingsho's smile vanished. No need to act like you're doing me a favor. We both know who's getting the better deal. If you don't want to sell, I'll leave right now. He stood as if to go. Wait. Please stay, Duke Qing. Since you honor me by buying my few acres of thin land, Sanchuan village is yours. Ho Yuanheng wasn't about to let this chance slip away. Then enough talk, bring the deed, and later send someone to my residence for the payment. The deed was signed without obstacle, both sides satisfied. Ho Yuanheng was secretly delighted, thinking he'd gotten a great deal, finally unloading a bad asset for a pile of silver. Of course, he didn't know that Chingsho had even more reason to be pleased. When your estate is built, Duke Qing, you must invite me to see it. Chingsho couldn't help but smile at that. Rest assured, young Master Ho. Looking at his smug, foolish grin, Chingsho felt utter contempt in his heart. After securing the land, the next day Chingsho brought along a large number of his household guards, each carrying money, drills, and other tools. A fully armed group marched grandly into the village. The sight made the whole village somewhat uneasy. They thought these men had come to arrest a fugitive. Fellow villagers. Sanchuan village has now changed hands. It is the fief of Duke Qing. Duke Qing knows you have suffered from malaria this year, and your households are poor, so he is waiving all land rent for the year. All harvest from your plots will remain yours. The guards announced loudly, and the villagers could hardly believe their ears. They had only just scraped together the grain to pay rent and were preparing to tighten their belts for winter. And now, such explosive good news. After a brief silence, they burst into joyful cheers. Thank you, Duke Qing. We're saved, now we can finally use the leftover money to buy medicine and save lives. Duke Qing is truly a good man. It's worth being his tenant farmer for life. Thank you, Duke Qing, sob. Chingsho looked at their tearful gratitude, but felt little comfort. He knew that if he didn't waive the rent, many in the village would starve or die of illness before winter ended. I promised those willing to stay I would give them work. For those unwilling to stay, come here to receive 2 guan per person as travel money. 2 guan was an enormous sum for ordinary farmers. But even after the guards called twice, no one moved to collect the money. By now, Chingsho understood their meaning. You all want to stay? We will all follow Duke Qing's arrangements. The villagers answered in unison. Their decision was clear. Seeking work elsewhere might not lead anywhere, but working under Chingsho, they would never starve. Good. Since you trust me, I promise you, within half a year, your lives will be 1,000 times better than now. Chingsho laughed. Everyone, come forward and take 1 guan, then gather all the rice from your fields. After that, level all the farmland and pack it down. At these words, the villagers were shocked. Was he joking? He had spent so much money to buy this land, only to level it? Duke Qing, are you planning to build a residence here? You don't need to do it on farmland. What a waste, the village chief said, pained. Of course, the villagers also feared that once the fields were leveled, they would have no income. Even with Duke Qing's promise, they still deeply believed, without farming, there is no food. This is not for you to worry about. Just follow my orders. Chingsho's tone left no room for doubt. After a moment's silence, the chief firmly voiced the villagers' thoughts. Follow Duke Qing's orders. Villagers, prepare your tools, after lunch we harvest, then level the land. All right, the villagers answered, coming forward to collect their money. Chingsho then looked at his guards, who immediately understood, grabbing drills and getting to work. He went to the pit where steam had previously emerged and ordered them to drill in the surrounding area, as deep as possible. With his orders, they wasted no time. Dozens of drills roared in unison. Soon, wisps of steam rose from dozens of spots, and the village was shrouded in mist. The villagers working in the fields were terrified. Many still stubbornly believed the steam was poisonous. Is Duke Qing letting the poisonous gas underground escape completely? Sounds reasonable, that way the village will be cleaner. I think the malaria we've suffered is all because of this underground poison. Duke Qing truly cares for us commoners. Look, he's personally working inside. As they gossiped, Chingsho's wait proved worthwhile. By midday, a guard rushed over to report. Duke Qing. Something's wrong, we've hit an underground water vein, but it's got a big problem. If there's a problem, all the better. Take me there. When Chingsho saw steaming water gushing from the newly drilled hole, he burst out laughing. The others were fearful, they couldn't imagine how hot water could exist underground. From the first steam he saw during the initial drilling, Chingsho had guessed there was a hot spring below. The value of a hot spring was beyond words, a rare treasure since ancient times. Many imperial gardens were built upon them. With a hot spring here, this barren land's value instantly multiplied hundreds of times. Don't be afraid, this is hot spring water, very good for the body's health. Haven't you heard of it? He even took off his shoes and dipped his feet into the water. The warmth spread from his feet through his whole body, a comfort unlike anything from ordinary hot water. If the place were fully developed, he'd have jumped right in to bathe. This is a hot spring? To them, such a thing was legendary, they couldn't imagine it being real. Now, seeing it with their own eyes, they hardly recognized it. Is it really a hot spring? Seeing Chingsho's look of enjoyment, the guards came closer, scooping water with their hands. So warm. The fresh steam rising from the surface was refreshing, driving away all fatigue. The warm water also chased away every trace of chill in their bodies. Wonderful. Brothers, this really is a hot spring, what good fortune. At that call, everyone eagerly took off their shoes, one after another dipping their feet into the water. Fortunately, the spring water was flowing, so there was no fear of contamination. Soon, they were all laughing and enjoying it. The exhaustion from drilling vanished, and everyone marveled at its magic. Chingsho watched them silently, already forming a plan for making the best use of the hot spring. Duke Ching, if you sold this land now, who knows how many times your profit would be multiplied? Sell it? That was a joke. You brat, is that all the economic sense you have? Even if I gave you 1,000,000 taels of gold, you'd probably forge a golden axe and chop firewood with it day and night. Chingsho said with a laugh and a curse. From the moment Chingsho realized there was a spring here, a plan had already taken shape in his mind. He would turn this place into the first hot spring villa in the Tang dynasty. With his reputation and the popularity of a hot spring villa, the income would likely surpass even that of his byway residence. Brothers, take a short rest first. When we're done here, continue digging wells and find every single hot spring outlet in this place. Got it. Everyone responded in unison. After learning there was a hot spring underground, their enthusiasm doubled. After only a short break, they threw themselves back into work. In just a short time, they found several more hot spring outlets. Only when they were certain the search was complete did they finally stop. By late afternoon, the villagers working in the fields returned, weary, and were astonished to see the village well surrounded and transformed into a small, simple pool, a pool filled entirely with hot water. How much firewood did Duke Ching use to boil all this hot water? The village chief was baffled. Wasn't this wasteful? Not only was water precious, but hot water was even more so. To just leave it in the open like this pained anyone to see. But when they came closer, they were shocked to discover that this steaming hot water was bubbling straight out of a spring in the ground. This is real? A brave villager stepped forward and cautiously touched the water, exclaiming aloud. The crowd quickly gathered. The timid only dared touch it with their hands, while the bolder ones scooped up a handful to drink on the spot. It was amazing, so this was what Duke Ching had worked all day to bring up from underground. Did Duke Ching use some method, maybe something hidden underground that heats the water? I think this is coming straight from underground. Don't be ridiculous. How could hot water come from underground? They discussed among themselves. Clearly, none had ever seen a natural hot spring. Everyone, no need to be shocked, this is hot spring water. After enjoying their reactions, the guard in charge stepped forward with a smile to explain. Duke Ching discovered this underground hot spring vein early on. He bought this land precisely to develop the hot spring. When the time comes, this spring will be everyone's livelihood, and your income will be several times what you earned from farming. The villagers exploded in excitement. A hot spring, in their minds, this was an unimaginable treasure. And now it had been found right beneath their feet. Duke Ching is truly a man of vision. He knew there was a hot spring here long ago. With this, we can share in the fortune. Guarding such a spring, how could we ever worry about not living well again? The men could no longer contain themselves, stripping off their clothes and joyfully jumping into the hot spring. The women, of course, were too shy to bathe with the rough men, but they sat nearby, cautiously washing their feet. They had never experienced the magical way a hot spring washed away fatigue. After just a short soak, the day's exhaustion vanished completely. Since Duke Ching is developing this place, shouldn't we keep it secret? Otherwise, if the news spreads, won't many grow envious? The old village chief asked the guard, uneasy. The villagers still thought in terms of hiding good things at home. not afraid of thieves stealing, but afraid of them coveting. The guard just laughed. No need. Duke Ching said you should openly spread the word. The more people who know there's a hot spring here, the better. With the court's strong support, the well drilling progressed much faster than they had imagined. In just half a month, the work was nearly complete. Most villages now had access to well water. This not only solved their water supply issues but also gradually purified the heavily polluted river water. Even in Xiasheng village, the most polluted area, there were no new cases of infection. One morning, after court, Li Er summoned his core ministers and eagerly placed a memorial on the table, smiling as he gestured for them to open it. Gentlemen, the malaria is now under good control, 9 days without a single new infection. And the daily death toll is dropping. Within a month, the epidemic will be completely stopped. Though he addressed everyone, his eyes were fixed warmly on Chingsho. From start to finish, Li Er had supported the effort, and the court had carried out the work, but without Chingsho's plan and drills, the epidemic could have dragged on for another 6 months, with deaths multiplying dozens or even hundreds of times. Duke Ching, in quelling this epidemic, your merit is the greatest. No one objected, they all admired Chingsho's achievements without a trace of jealousy. Chingsho, however, showed little pride, saying calmly, Your Majesty should now understand, all disasters come from human causes, shouldn't they? Li Er's face flushed at the reminder, thinking back to when he had piously knelt to heaven in fear and prayed. It was indeed shameful. Heaven's ways are constant, they do not extend life for the virtuous Yao, nor take it early for the tyrant Jia. The ancients had long understood this, but he had only now truly seen it. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Suddenly, a eunuch's urgent voice came from outside the hall. There is intelligence from Shandong and the Yellow Sea, please review it. Perfect timing, everyone is here. Let's read it together. Li Er took the report. As expected, it was news of victory from the army sent to Shandong to suppress the bandits. The bandits were cunning, but the army had been given strict orders to completely wipe out the bandit scourge in Shandong. They swept through the merchant routes, raiding every mountain stronghold, not letting even an ant escape. The bandits had expected the court to send troops, but not with such overwhelming force and ruthlessness. When the last public bandit leader was captured alive and executed, the overt bandit problem in Shandong was gone. Haha, just as I predicted. Duke Ching, I plan to send a second wave of salt merchants to Shandong, backed by the army to strongly deter the bandits there until they are completely quiet. What do you think? Chingsho frowned slightly. He felt the matter was not so simple. In Chingsho's view, those salt merchants had indeed underestimated Li Er's determination, but that didn't mean they had no other methods besides hiring mountain bandits to plunder. Cutting off a man's source of income is like killing his parents. Those salt merchants surely still had plenty of tricks they hadn't yet used. Your Majesty, these salt merchants will not yield easily. It's best to keep a close watch on them. Rest assured, Duke of Qing, I understand this. I also plan, in the name of the court, to support a group of salt merchants from Guangzhou, using them as the foundation to gradually erode the Shandong salt merchants' base. Li Er's strategy was correct. Those deeply entrenched Shandong salt merchants weren't afraid of the court's fierce, sudden suppression. After all, the court's concerns were not limited to salt merchants. One outbreak of malaria could easily push this matter aside. As long as the well-established salt merchant groups could take advantage of the court's distraction to maneuver behind the scenes, they could exhaust the court. But by using merchants to fight merchants, Li Er's approach would allow the court to step out of the quagmire and wage a war of attrition to gradually erode their power, a truly wise move. Suddenly, Chingsho noticed Li Er's gaze falling on him, faint and not without ill intent. He vaguely guessed what this man was thinking. Duke of Qing, I still haven't decided who should lead this Guangzhou Salt Merchants Guild. This person must have far-sighted vision and exceptional commercial ability. Looking at the whole court, Chancellor Changsun Wuji immediately chimed in for Li Er, son-in-law, it seems you are absolutely the best candidate. Exactly. I think so too. Only the Duke of Qing is capable of taking on such a great responsibility. The two of them were clearly in cahoots, having planned in advance to rope Chingsho into this guild. I refuse. Chingsho rejected it without a second thought. It sounded nice, entrusting an important task, but wasn't it just about shifting the Shandong salt merchants' attacks onto him? Besides, that guild was a mess full of trouble. If all of it landed on him, how could he keep lying low and doing nothing? This target meant to draw all the fire, let someone else be it. Li Er seemed to have expected his refusal. You'll get 40% of the profits after the guild pays its yearly taxes. The ministers gasped at the generosity, and even Changsun Wuji hadn't expected the emperor to offer such favorable terms. Although the Salt Guild was highly profitable, after deducting the court's various taxes, the cost of transport, and expenses for hired labor and horses, the actual profit was less than 50%. This meant handing almost all the guild's profit to Chingsho. Of course, on the surface, Li Er looked very generous, but to take this money, Chingsho would also have to shoulder the guild's full responsibilities and endure the concentrated attacks of the Shandong salt merchants. If it were anyone else, even if Li Er wanted to give them this money, few at court would dare accept it. Your Majesty, even if the whole guild were in my name and all the profit went to me, I'm afraid I still wouldn't have time to serve as its president. Every business in the Duke's mansion needs my personal attention. If I add a large guild on top of that, I can't guarantee it will still be running by next year. Chingsho put on a completely lazy air. His expression clearly said, if you make me take it, I'll be a hands-off boss and let the guild collapse. Very well. Li Er gritted his teeth. Clearly, the guild leader's position still required further thought. Suddenly, he remembered a memorial sent along with reports about the Shandong bandit problem, which he hadn't yet read. He had thought it unimportant, so he casually opened it for a quick look. The next moment, his expression turned from shock to gloom and anger. Have I been too lenient toward these petty border nations? The memorial reported another incident of salt merchant convoys being plundered. This time, the shipment was coarse black salt meant for sale to Silla, transported by sea into the Yellow Sea, only to be seized by pirates. Not only the goods and money, but even the ships and crew were taken. Only one merchant was sent back, beaten so badly he was unrecognizable, to deliver a message. From the king of the land of the rising sun in the east to the emperor of the Tang in the west, for the unprovoked insult and killing of my envoys, my country will surely settle this debt. Now I give Tang half a month to cede maritime rights in the Shandong Yellow Sea region to my country, pay in gold, silver, and silk as compensation, and open multiple seaports for trade, or my country will go to war. After reading this letter personally written by the so-called emperor of the Yamato kingdom, everyone fell silent. Not out of anger, but because it was utterly absurd. That so-called Yamato kingdom was just the island nation of Wa in the east, a tiny speck, yet they dared to threaten the Tang with war to force territory and reparations? No matter how you looked at it, the Wa people were insane. Their emperor has probably never traveled far, Chingsho said, struggling to hold back his laughter and coughing to ease the awkwardness. Ahem. Your Majesty, what do you think? The Wa people are courting death. If we ignore this, how can I intimidate the world? They will think the Tang is strong on the outside but weak within. Faced with such provocation, Li Er's choice was beyond question. He exchanged brief glances with Changsun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and others, clearly having gained their approval. Summon Li Ji to see me. This summons made it clear, Li Er had decided to punish Wa with military action. Your Majesty is wise. If we don't quickly discipline them, Silla, Beech, and Goguryeo in the Three Han region will very likely follow suit to test the Tang's limits. Changsun Wuji strongly supported the decision, and after brief thought, the other ministers agreed it was the most effective approach. Except for Chingsho. When he heard Li Er's order, his brows furrowed. It wasn't that he thought Wa shouldn't be punished, but with the Tang's current naval technology, they could at most manage short coastal voyages. To attack Wa would mean crossing a vast strait with a large army, while also ensuring uninterrupted and safe supply lines across the sea, something extremely difficult without even a compass invented yet. The chance of success was extremely low. But Chingsho didn't pour cold water on Li Er's enthusiasm, he simply waited for Li Ji to arrive. Soon, after receiving the urgent summons, Li Ji rushed over with several trusted deputies, as Li Er had instructed. Before they even sat down, Li Er handed Li Ji the letter from Wa. As expected, Li Ji, initially puzzled, exploded in fury after reading it. That tiny Wa kingdom is actually so arrogant, even demanding cession of territory and reparations. Your Majesty, that Wa kingdom has offended the majesty of the Tang. No matter how far, they must be punished. Li Ji naturally understood why Li Er had summoned him here and shown him the imperial letter. He was equally eager to use this opportunity to campaign abroad and earn the merit of destroying a nation. After all, ever since his last sweeping victory over the Turks, everyone at court had envied his achievements. Li Ji certainly did not want to miss this golden opportunity, heaven sent. I understand that as well, said Li Er, but we can't simply let our blood run hot and act rashly. Wa must be punished, but we need an effective plan. Otherwise, it would be as foolish as Emperor Yang of Sui's campaign against Goguryeo. Li Er pointed to a map he had already prepared, where the location of Wa was clearly marked. To attack Wa, even departing from the nearest northeastern port in Shandong, the sea voyage would be nearly 1,000 li. Even on land, that would be an extremely long distance, let alone crossing such a vast ocean to fight. In the entire history since the founding of the Tang, and indeed in the thousands of years of Chinese history, there had never been such an expedition. Looking at the great distance marked on the map, Li Ji did not feel troubled or hesitant. On the contrary, he was thrilled and overjoyed. If this campaign succeeded, in this reign he would have the merit of destroying a nation. And in later generations' history books, he would forever be remembered as the first man to lead a cross-sea campaign. All great military minds would remember his name. This chance to be immortalized made Li Ji even more eager for the expedition. He said without hesitation, "Your servant can go to war. As long as your majesty maintains the supply lines along the sea route, with over 10,000 elite troops, on the day we land on the 4 islands will be the day Wa is destroyed." Li Ji was not boasting. In fact, he felt that even 10,000 was too many. He had seen those short Wa people with his own eyes, and Tang's elite troops could easily fight 10 to 1. He was completely confident that he could lead over 10,000 elite soldiers to destroy Wa and take that merit. Li Er knew Li Ji's ability and fully believed in him. He studied the map carefully and said, "I will first win over Silla, to use it as a forward supply base. From Silla, we will strike directly at Wa." Li Er's attack route was quite reasonable. Using Silla as a springboard could avoid several hundred li of sea travel and greatly reduce logistical pressure. They could even purchase supplies locally in Silla. Li Er and the others discussed further strategies, each offering their opinions, and the meeting lasted the whole day. Almost everyone present voiced support for attacking Wa, except Chingsho. While Li Er sought opinions, his gaze often drifted to Chingsho, hoping he would say something. But Chingsho always pretended not to notice, keeping up his lazy demeanor. By nightfall, everyone realized how quickly the time had passed, and a preliminary plan for the Wa expedition was set. "Shurji, have the Ministry of Rights send envoys to Silla as soon as possible with my order, instructing them to cooperate with the Tang army's attack on Wa." As soon as Li Er finished speaking, Chingsho suddenly spoke up from the side, "Your Majesty, this is a good opportunity to get Silla on board." His words struck Li Er like a jolt of inspiration. He immediately thought of the next step. Inwardly, Li Er was deeply grateful to Chingsho. Without his reminder, he would have forgotten the most crucial part. He then added to Xiao Yu, "Also, inform the Queen of Silla that as long as she cooperates with the Tang army, regardless of whether this campaign succeeds, I will permit Silla to submit to the Tang and will protect them." This protection was in fact an open way to form a military alliance with Silla, creating a combined encirclement of Goguryeo. This was exactly the key move Chingsho had reminded him of. It had to be arranged in advance. "I understand," Xiao Yu replied, then left, knowing he would be swamped with work the next day. Li Er looked seriously at Li Ji. "Mao Gong, I ask you, in this cross-sea operation, not only do you have no experience, but in previous dynasties there has never been such a campaign. How will you win?" This question was crucial. Li Er was not worried about Li Ji's command in land battles. He was sure that once they landed, the Tang army would crush Wa's forces. But this was a cross-sea operation. Navigation and naval combat were both indispensable. He did not want to throw away the lives of more than 10,000 Tang soldiers in vain. "Your Majesty, give me 2 days, and I will be able to write an effective expedition plan," Li Ji said confidently. At this moment, a lazy voice came from a corner, "General, there's no need to waste time writing that thing, it's useless." Everyone's attention turned to see Chingsho, who they thought had been asleep, sitting up and stretching casually. Li Ji was displeased. "Duke of Qing, what do you mean? I, Li Maogong, may have no prior merit of destroying a nation, but I have earned great credit in securing the Tang realm." He did not lash out directly, knowing Chingsho was no ordinary man. Li Jing's victory over the Turks owed its greatest credit to Chingsho. This man knew military matters. "What do I mean? Simply that no one in the Tang has ever fought a transoceanic campaign, and no one knows how difficult it truly is." Chingsho's voice was steady and calm. "I'll ask only one thing, General Li, have you ever seen the waves in the Strait of Wa?" What? Li Ji was baffled. For commanders who had fought their whole lives inland and had barely even seen the sea, waves were an unfamiliar concept. Chingsho continued, "It's no exaggeration to say that even the largest ships the Tang could build, if they encounter the typhoon waves of the Wa Strait, will be destroyed without a trace. And the worst part is, typhoons and massive waves happen there often." Wa had avoided threats from the Central Plains dynasties for thousands of years because of this natural barrier. Later dynasties had tried to attack Wa, but entire armies were destroyed by typhoons, swallowed by the sea. And that was with navigation and shipbuilding technology far more advanced than the Tang's current level. If we went to war now, the result is easy to imagine. Li Ji laughed. "Duke of Qing, you worry too much. You should know that the shipbuilders of Jiangnan are unmatched in skill. The ships they build won't capsize even in the most turbulent waters of the Yellow River. They are extremely stable. Even better than those built by the Hua themselves. Hearing this, Chingsho almost burst out laughing. He actually used the flow of the Yellow River to compare with the danger level of ocean typhoons. That was almost like comparing the height of the giant wild goose pagoda to Mount Tai, nonsense and laughable. Generally, you should respect things you've never seen. If you act stubbornly, you will surely regret it, Chingsho said, giving Li Ji no face at all. Duke of Qing. I understand that you also know military matters, but… Enough, stop here. Li Ji was unwilling to accept it and was about to argue, but Li Er immediately spoke, cutting off their quarrel. Duke of Qing, Li Ji was with me when we pacified the realm. His ability is worth trusting, otherwise, I would not have thought of him first. Just rest assured. In that case, Your Majesty, decide as you see fit. Chingsho shrugged. He had originally wanted to help Li Er a little, but now it seemed better to let him run into trouble himself. There would be a time when Li Er would come to him for help. Your Majesty, I'll take my leave. Chingsho rose, leaning on his saber, and yawned as he bowed out. It's so late, why not dine with me before leaving? Thank you, Your Majesty. But, to be honest, the Imperial Palace meals can't compare to those at my own mansion. Hearing this made Li Er's mouth twitch, though it was indeed true. Of course, once Chingsho got home, it wouldn't be just one meal waiting for him. Thanks to Su Xiaochun's little schemes, he still had to feed another person at home. Her draining plan so far hadn't made Chingsho especially tired. Instead, it was she who had been worn out by having to deal with Chingsho's nightly attacks at full intensity. She had become so exhausted that she even began to doubt whether her husband was really human. With the plan to attack Hua in motion and envoys already sent from Chang'an to Silla, everything began to be prepared in full swing. To ensure nothing went wrong, Li Ji personally went down to Jiangnan to recruit fishermen to train as a naval force capable of fighting across the sea. He also made detailed arrangements for the building of warships. His preparations were thorough in every respect. If Chingsho didn't already know how troublesome an overseas expedition was, he might actually have believed that Li Ji was sure to return victorious from this campaign. At the same time, another piece of news began to spread through Chang'an without warning. Although it wasn't officially announced, it quickly became known to almost everyone in the city. Have you heard? In Sanchuan village, they recently dug up a hot spring from underground. That's the kind of treasure site that only imperial gardens are allowed to build on. I heard the hot spring water is so hot it can cook eggs directly. If you bathe in it, it can drive away fatigue and is even said to have health benefits and prolong life. I think it was discovered when they were drilling a well. The villagers there are so lucky. Lucky? They're tenant farmers. That land belongs to Duke of Lu. Ah, nobles truly are born to fortune. These rumors quickly became a popular topic over tea in the city. Naturally, the news reached the Duke of Lu's mansion without surprise. And the first person in the household to hear about it was Hou Yuanheng. This fool at first thought it was just a rumor among commoners, since there was no confirmation. He didn't believe such a treasure spring could exist beneath that barren land. But as the rumors grew more detailed, he became increasingly suspicious that it might be true. He even took a few retainers and set out for Sanchuan village to investigate. Remember, keep your eyes open and get as much information as you can. If it turns out to be false, once we get back to Chang'an we must spread the word quickly so everyone knows it's just a rumor. The retainers didn't understand why Hou Yuanheng was doing this. Young master, isn't that unnecessary? It's already a baseless rumor, why bother exposing it? Hou Yuanheng spat in annoyance, looking displeased. Chingsho bought Sanchuan village for just a little money, and now this rumor is spreading in Chang'an. Compare the two things, don't you understand what's going on? All the retainers shook their heads in unison. They knew all too well that Hou Yuanheng was a self-important idiot, full of stupid ideas yet convinced he was a genius. Idiots! A bunch of pigs! Hou Yuanheng cursed angrily. Isn't he just trying to use this chance to make his name spread through Chang'an again and to promote his businesses? If not for his noble status, anyone who heard that might have laughed out loud on the spot, and even mocked him. With Chingsho's fame, did he really need to advertise himself in Chang'an? But since this was the son of Hou Junji, they could only pretend to have suddenly understood and agree repeatedly. All right, just make sure you keep sharp? As they reached the outskirts of Sanchuan village, they saw an unbelievable sight. The farmers were transporting sand and stone into the fields, filling them in, leveling the ground with earth, and using mules to compact it. Heh, everyone in Chang'an says Chingsho is brilliant. But now I see he's nothing but a fool. Hou Yuanheng sneered. Spending all that money to buy farmland, only to cover it all with earth and bury it, such waste. You, come here. Ho Yuanheng rudely called to the villagers working in the field, but no one paid him any attention, they were busy with their own work. This made Ho Yuanheng furious. Even if these people were no longer his tenant farmers, he was still a duke's second son, how could such lowly peasants ignore him? Are you all deaf when I'm talking to you? In anger, Ho Yuanheng strode into the field, kicked over a pile of dirt in front of him, and began shouting. Only then did the villagers notice a stranger had entered the village, but no one recognized Ho Yuanheng. Although he had once been the owner of Sanchuan village, this spoiled young master had never cared about such a poor place, and no one there had ever seen his face. Don't know who I am? I am the second son of the Duke of Lu, Ho Yuanheng. The land you're farming now used to belong to my Ho family. The villagers looked at him as if he were mentally challenged, then went back to their work without a word. If they had still been under his authority, they might have forced themselves to be polite. But now this land belonged to the Duke of Qing, they ate thanks to Chingsho. Why would they show respect to Ho Yuanheng? Yes, he was the son of the Duke of Lu, but they relied on the Duke of Qing. What are you all doing? Looking down on me? Ho Yuanheng exploded in anger. It was the first time he had ever been so blatantly ignored. Even princes and nobles visiting his mansion in the capital would treat him with respectful courtesy. It seems you really have no respect at all. Ho Yuanheng jumped with rage. Bring the whip. I need to teach these insolent peasants what rules are. They really think that after leaving my control, they've all become free people. He shouted twice, but when he looked around, he was surprised to find that all the servants were just staring at him. Not one of them went to fetch a whip. Young master, it's fine to scold or beat these peasants casually, but now they're commoners working on the Duke of Qing's land. Going to someone else's ducal territory to deliberately cause trouble could be a serious matter or a small one. If no one pursued it, it would end there, but if Chingsho decided to pursue it, even his father, the Duke of Lu, knew to avoid this favorite of the emperor as much as possible. But Ho Yuanheng refused to swallow his pride. Gritting his teeth, he said, whatever trouble comes of it, I'll take it. Today I must teach these people a lesson. Give me the whip. Everyone silently cursed in their hearts, how could the brilliant Ho Junji have a son like this? Young master. If you really beat these farmers today, I fear that before His Majesty even investigates, the Duke himself won't spare you. This one sentence from a servant sobered the blood-rushed Ho Yuanheng. He had never been beaten by society, but he had certainly been beaten hard by his father. His hands began to tremble, and for once he cleared his head. Remembering how Ho Junji often warned him not to provoke Chingsho without reason, he had to start thinking seriously about the consequences. It's not that I'm letting them go, it's that these lowly people aren't worth me personally lifting a hand to hit. Yes, yes. You're magnanimous enough to let them off. The servants played along, giving him face. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, the villagers working in the distance burst into mocking laughter, their jeers making Ho Yuanheng's face turn dark again. Old man, I heard a few days ago the village dug up a hot spring. Is that true? Ho Yuanheng stepped forward and rudely blocked an old farmer to ask. The old farmer didn't even look at him. Young master, why don't you look in the village yourself? Insolence! How dare you speak to me like that? The only reason I'm not hitting you is because I don't want the trouble, not because I'm afraid. Who wouldn't be afraid of this Ho Yuanheng acting like a madman? The old farmer didn't want this trouble, but still muttered in a muffled voice, I'm just a farmer, I know nothing. You'd better ask the Duke of Qing. Useless. At the words, Duke of Qing, Ho Yuanheng stepped back like a defeated rooster. Let's go, we'll look in the village. But before they could enter, they were stopped right at the gate by Chingsho's guards. Sanchuan village is now the Duke of Qing's land. His lordship ordered that idlers must not enter without permission. Ho Yuanheng sneered. Do you know who I am? Your master bought Sanchuan village from me. I am the Duke of Lu's second son. The guard didn't even glance at him. Even if you were the Duke of Lu himself, you'd still have to get the Duke of Qing's permission. Ho Yuanheng hadn't expected Chingsho's men to be so uncooperative. A quick-witted servant beside him pulled him aside. Young master, let me handle this. Then, smiling, he stepped forward. Brother, my young master is just curious. We heard you recently dug up a hot spring here, could you tell us a bit about it? The guard gave him a sideways look, then chuckled. It's not that I can't talk about it, Lord Qing never told us to keep quiet. But I just can't stand the look of your young master. Brother, we haven't liked him for a long time either. But what can we do, we have to earn a living. The servant looked helpless. Come on, brother, just help us out. Let him take a quick look at the hot spring so he'll stop making trouble for us. Fine. I don't mind doing you a favor. The guard agreed readily. After all, the Duke of Qing had already instructed them. If Hou Yuanhing came because of the hot spring news, there was no need to hide it, just let him see. When he was first allowed in, Hou Yuanhing still thought the so-called hot spring was just a rumor that had grown in the telling. But when he actually saw the fenced-off pool, with steaming hot water gushing out continuously, sending rolling waves of heat straight into the air, Hou Yuanhing was completely dumbfounded. This was absolutely a real hot spring. This can't be, he stammered, even reaching out to test the water with his own hand. When the comforting warmth spread from his fingers through his whole body, he shivered involuntarily. It was a genuine hot spring, no mistake. This is impossible. When I sold him this land, there was no hot spring, not even a well could find water. The grain from those few acres of thin soil couldn't even cover the cost. How did you get this? This hot spring must be fake, you must have used some trick to make a false one. Hou Yuanhing ranted like a madman, shouting hoarsely at the guards as if the whole world had conspired to deceive him. Hey! Don't shout at me, I have no idea how it happened. The Duke of Qing is like an immortal. Your eyes aren't as good as his, and you didn't even know you were sitting on a gold mine. The guard mocked him mercilessly, each word stabbing straight into Hou Yuanhing's heart. Hou Yuanhing couldn't accept that something he had thrown away like garbage had turned into gold in someone else's hands. He couldn't help but imagine, if he had discovered the hot spring himself, how much benefit could he have gained? Even if he didn't earn a single coin from it, offering it directly to the emperor might have pleased him enough to let Hou Yuanhing outshine his elder brother, Hou Yuanchang. Who knew, maybe the Duke of Lu's title would one day be his. Go call Chingsho. I have something to ask him. Hou Yuanhing ordered the guard angrily. What kind of fool is this? The guard rolled his eyes, cursing silently, and walked away. You call him here for me. Hou Yuanhing demanded again. But the guard only lazily replied, when is the young master planning to leave? Our estate isn't open to the public yet. If you're interested, once it opens, you can ask the Duke of Qing for permission to come in. Hou Yuanhing froze. An estate? An open estate? Was Chingsho planning to turn this place into a money-making hot spring resort? Hou Yuanhing gnashed his teeth. In his view, Chingsho had tricked him out of all of this. He must have known from the start that there was a hot spring underground, this bastard. Sullen, Hou Yuanhing swung his arm and left, his guards following with relief, eager to get away from this disgrace of a young master. They truly didn't want to stay there and keep losing face. But Hou Yuanhing had no intention of letting it go. The more he thought about it on the way home, the angrier he became. He went straight to Hou Junji to bring it up. Father, you must have heard the rumors going around Chang'an recently about a hot spring, right? Hou Junji had just returned from morning court and was hoping to rest for a bit. When his foolish son barged in, his face immediately showed his displeasure. I know. It's nothing but idle street gossip. You didn't actually believe it, did you? Hou Yuanhing became anxious. Father, it's not a question of whether I believe it or not, it's that it's actually true. He then told in detail everything he had seen and heard on his trip to Sanchuan village. After hearing it, Hou Junji's expression did indeed change. So Chingsho really had such sharp vision. He had immediately judged the place to be a hot spring site and, without hesitation, bought the land outright. That kind of eye and decisiveness, Hou Junji had to admit he admired it. If he's managed to tap a hot spring, and he makes use of the opportunity, he'll probably earn a fortune, Hou Junji murmured. Hou Yuanhing, however, was fuming. But he dug up that hot spring on our land. Then tricked us into selling it to him, how is that not cheating us? For a moment, that did stir Hou Junji's anger, but only for a moment. Even if they hadn't sold that land to Chingsho and kept it in their hands, could they have dug out the hot spring themselves? In the end, it was still Chingsho who, with some kind of black technology drill, had forced the hot spring out. Yes, he hadn't revealed the news when buying the land, but based on the situation at the time, they had sold a piece of land that was sure to lose money. Whether Chingsho lost or profited afterward had nothing to do with them anymore. Even if Hou Junji coveted the hot spring now, there was nothing he could do. Seeing his father frown but remain unmoved, Hou Yuanhing couldn't help saying, we can't just take this loss quietly. What do you want to do? Hou Junji asked irritably. Of course, take the land back. You're a founding elder of the dynasty, what is this Chingsho compared to you? Even if you just used your rank to pressure him, Shut up! Hou Junji didn't expect his son's words to get more foolish and unreasonable by the second, and he exploded in fury. Have him, a duke, use his title to pressure another duke, just to seize a hot spring plot? That would be ripping his own face off. Get back to your room and copy The Art of War 100 times. You can't leave until it's done. If you miss even a single character, I'll break your legs myself. Faced with his father's rage, the fool went pale with fear and ran off at once. Even so, in his heart, his resentment toward Chingsho only deepened. One day, I'll take that hot spring land back, just wait. At that moment, Ho Yuanhing was the very picture of a petty and foolish schemer, his eyes glinting with greed, stupidity, and malice. At morning court, Li Er looked at a memorial sent from Jiangnan, his face full of satisfaction. It had been written personally by Li Ji, who truly was efficient. He had been in Jiangnan only a few days and had already mobilized the shipyards to produce blueprints for a fleet capable of carrying more than 10,000 men on an expedition. He had also gathered all the largest ships in Jiangnan and brought in the best shipwrights to refit them, claiming he could have the fleet ready in the shortest possible time and strike Hua at once. Putting this in Li Ji's hands was exactly the right choice. Li Er was very pleased with his decision. Xiao Yu chimed in at the right moment. "Your Majesty, the envoys have already arrived in Silla. From the letter they sent back, the King of Silla seems welcoming. There's an 80 to 90% chance the alliance will be formed. Then there's no need to delay. Tell Li Ji that once the navy is trained, he should go to Silla immediately to prepare." Li Er looked to the assembled ministers. "My loyal subjects, do you have any further opinions on this expedition to Hua? Speak freely." The ministers glanced at one another. None had particularly strong suggestions. Naturally, no one opposed it either, since Li Er had already made such thorough preparations. "Your Majesty, I think this seaborne expedition should not be rushed." Right on cue, Wei Jing stepped forward. This fellow always seemed to stand up when Li Er had made a decision, either to oppose it or to find fault, practically a standing tradition in court sessions. "Why do you say this?" Li Er asked, already feeling a headache coming on but forcing himself to be patient. Wei Jing replied, "I have a student from the coastal area of Shandong. When he heard you were preparing to attack Hua, he told me to inform you. Anytime you go far out to sea, there is a strange illness you will inevitably catch. It is hard to cure while at sea, but once you return to land, it disappears on its own. Even fishermen who spend their lives at sea can't avoid it. If the army is to set out, we must have precautions against this illness." Li Er didn't take Wei Zheng's words seriously. Although Wei Zheng often gave advice, he knew little of folk customs, and perhaps his student was only describing a local malady. "I've never heard of such an illness. What exactly are the symptoms of this illness? Describe them in detail," a voice interrupted before Li Er could finish. It was Chingsho, who until now had not spoken at all, suddenly addressing Wei Zheng directly. Wei Zheng was surprised that Chingsho was the first to ask, but answered, "Mostly, bleeding from the gums, nosebleeds, strange bruises under the skin, and general weakness." He thought carefully and recounted everything he knew, trying to be as detailed as possible. Li Er only found it more baffling. He had never heard of such symptoms. But Chingsho listened with great attention, nodding from time to time. When Wei Zheng finished, Chingsho immediately understood. The illness Wei Zheng described was scurvy. It wasn't some mysterious infectious disease found only at sea, but the result of long periods without fresh vegetables or fruits, leading to vitamin deficiencies. Others might not know this disease, but Chingsho knew it all too well. Li Er rarely saw Chingsho so serious, so he began to doubt his earlier judgment. Could the illness Wei Zheng mentioned actually be real? "Duke of Qing, you know about this illness?" Wei Zheng asked, puzzled. "More or less. I've seen quite a lot of these symptoms in past years. This disease is called scurvy." Chingsho gave a slight nod. "It's not fatal, but if the army goes to war without solving this problem, it will definitely cause a serious drop in combat effectiveness." At these words, the court erupted. The ministers looked at each other, whispering. Duke of Qing really is knowledgeable. I've never heard of this scurvy before. If it can't be resolved at such a critical time, won't it delay the army's expedition? Censor Wang, didn't you grow up by the sea? Have you heard of how to treat this illness? I've never even seen it. How would I know how to cure it? As the ministers murmured, Li Er's expression grew darker and darker. He had thought everything was already perfectly prepared, yet now a new problem appeared. "Duke of Qing, is this truly the case? Does your Majesty think I would joke about this at such a time? Then, how do we solve it? Do you know a way?" Li Er could no longer hide the urgency in his tone and expression. "I suppose I do," Chingsho answered vaguely. Scurvy might have troublesome effects, but the cure was very simple: just ensure a supply of fresh fruits. In modern times, this would be easy, but in the Tang dynasty it was hard. Any land that could be used for farming would never be used for other crops. Even cash crops could only be grown in certain areas, and there was no space for large-scale fruit cultivation. Even if there were small areas growing them, it would be impossible to supply enough for a cross-sea campaign. "Your Majesty, it's getting late. If you have time tomorrow after court, could you come to my residence?" Chingsho suddenly said. Li Er paused, immediately understanding the hidden meaning. Court dismissed. The next day, after changing out of his court robes, Li Er summoned Fang Xianling and Wei Zheng to accompany him. How is physician Du's condition? I just saw him in morning court. Your Majesty, although his condition has improved somewhat, he is still very weak. After court just now, he nearly fainted. Then let him rest. You two will go with me. Li Er led them out of the palace and went straight to the Duke of Qing's residence. When they arrived, Chingsho did not come out to greet them. He sat in the courtyard with a square wooden box in front of him. He seemed very focused on it, so much so that he didn't even acknowledge Li Er when he approached. Duke of Qing, yesterday you told me to come in person. What is this about? Do you have a way to deal with that scurvy? I suppose I have a solution. Chingsho pointed at the box in front of him. Your Majesty, look, inside is the prescription. Li Er was overjoyed and quickly stepped forward to open it. Inside was half a box of clear water, covered by a perforated board. Through the holes, pale, jade-like shoots with green tips grew upward. They looked like newly sprouted plants, but were taller and thicker than ordinary sprouts. At a glance, one couldn't tell exactly what they were. This is the medicine to cure scurvy? Not only can it cure scurvy, it can also cure another illness everyone has. What illness? Hunger. Li Er was stunned. Was that even considered an illness? Everyone gets it every day, you have to eat to cure it. Doesn't that count? Chingsho laughed heartily. Duke of Qing, stop being mysterious. I have many matters to handle later. Li Er said helplessly, he could never win against Chingsho's teasing. Bring it up. Coming. At Chingsho's order, Urguzi came over with a tray of fragrant dishes, setting it carefully before them. Your Majesty, please. This is a stir-fried dish made from bean sprouts. Please try it. Oh, and by the way, the bean sprouts came from that box. The Duke of Qing just grew them this morning. The taste is first-rate. Urguzi spoke animatedly, but Li Er's attention was entirely on the plate of stir-fried bean sprouts. He had no mind to listen. Not only was the dish something he had never seen before, but its fresh aroma made his appetite surge. Urguzi, get back to your work. Seeing Li Er's eagerness, Chingsho sent Urguzi away. Duke of Qing, you first. Now that the servants were gone, Li Er picked up his chopsticks, then remembered he was a guest and forced himself to gesture for Chingsho to start. No need. This dish was prepared especially for your Majesty. In that case, I won't be polite. Unable to wait any longer, Li Er picked up some bean sprouts and tasted them carefully. The moment they entered his mouth, a unique fresh fragrance spread, and the sprouts had a crisp, springy texture, releasing bursts of juice as he chewed. The flavor was unlike anything he'd ever tasted, and the texture was superb, better even than many imperial dishes that required complex preparation to achieve a special taste. Excellent. Li Er praised without hesitation and motioned for Wei Zheng and Fang Xianling to eat as well. The three of them dug in, forgetting all decorum, and in no time the plate of bean sprouts was completely gone. Excellent. What a dish. These bean sprouts are truly extraordinary. I've never eaten such unique vegetables. Still savoring the taste, Li Er finally remembered he had come to treat scurvy. Duke of Qing, this dish may taste great, but can it really cure scurvy? Li Er still thought of medicine as being bitter. Something so delicious didn't seem like it could cure illness. Chingsho wanted to explain the cause of scurvy, but knew Li Er lacked the knowledge to understand. Fine, better to speak in a way he could grasp. As they say, the human body contains both yin and yang. When they are in balance, one is healthy. When they are out of balance, illness strikes like a mountain. Chingsho spoke utter nonsense with a completely serious face, while Li Er and the other two listened with full attention. The balance of yin and yang in the human body mainly comes from diet. People who spend long periods sailing at sea can't eat fresh vegetables. Their bodies become strong in yang energy but weak in yin energy, and so they get scurvy. At last, Chingsho had explained it in a way they could understand. I see. Li Er suddenly realized. As long as we can keep providing fresh vegetables, we can make sure they don't get scurvy. No wonder people living on land rarely get it, it's because they can eat fresh vegetables anytime. In that case, why don't we just supply the ships with vegetables for the expedition? Why bother with these bean sprouts? Wei Zheng's words immediately drew looks of disdain from both Li Er and Chingsho. He had never worked at the lowest levels of logistics and had no idea how foolish his suggestion was. Chingsho couldn't be bothered to waste words on such a blockhead, so Li Er patiently explained, fresh vegetables can't be stored for long, and they spoil easily during transport on land, let alone in the confined, sealed spaces of ships at sea. They'd probably rot and stink within 2 days of being loaded onto the ships, and might even make the sailors and soldiers sick. Wei Zheng was baffled. Still unconvinced, he asked, but these bean sprouts are also vegetables that spoil easily. Wouldn't they rot on the ships as well? Dr. Wei, could you please think before you speak? You don't even know what bean sprouts are, yet you make conclusions. No wonder all you can do is give opinions. Just watch and learn. Chingsho's blunt retort made Wei Zhang's face flush red, but he didn't know how to answer. Chingsho simply lifted the perforated board from the box so everyone could see how the bean sprouts actually grew. These are soybeans? Lier asked in surprise. Each pale, jade-like sprout was connected below to a large, plump soybean, a most common ingredient. These bean sprouts are very easy to grow. Just soak soybeans in fresh water, and within about 10 hours they'll produce edible sprouts. You don't need soil or sunlight, and the yield is high. During a voyage, you just soak them the night before eating. There's no need for storage at all. Hearing Chingsho's explanation, Lier was overjoyed. These bean sprouts seemed perfectly designed for long sea expeditions. They were simple to make, not limited by the environment, and, most importantly, completely avoided the problem of storage. And the soybeans needed for sprouting, unlike other vegetables, could be stored for a long time, long enough to last the entire campaign against Hua. Even Wei Zhang was convinced. Though he liked to find faults, he truly couldn't find one now. Duke of Qing is indeed impressive, to have developed such a special vegetable. Duke of Qing, before the expedition has even begun, you've solved a major problem for me. When it comes time to reward achievements, yours will be a great merit. Lier was eager to return to the palace and test whether the sprouting method worked, so he quickly prepared to leave. Your Majesty, don't be in such a rush to go. It's not enough to just know how to sprout them. The key ingredient isn't just any soybean, you can't grow good sprouts from random beans. Lier froze slightly at those words, guessing what Chingsho was getting at. There are many details in sprouting, including the water used. And most importantly, the beans need special treatment. Otherwise, even if you get sprouts, they'll taste bitter and be hard to swallow. Chingsho spoke with deliberate gravity. Lier said patiently, I understand. I'll send people to learn the technique from you, and we'll buy the soybeans from you. How about that? Your Majesty is wise. Chingsho was very pleased with Lier's quick understanding, it saved him a lot of talking. Good. I'll send a price list for the soybeans to the palace later. They'll be the best quality, so your Majesty won't have to worry about anything. Except the money, of course. With that, Lier was reassured. Expensive things have only one drawback, the price. Since Chingsho guaranteed the quality, there would be no problems. But someone just had to spoil the mood. Wei Jing said sternly, Duke of Qing, the court's expedition is a major matter. As a duke, you should help share the burden. This sprouting method should be reported to the court directly, how can you use it to make a profit? How old are you, Dr. Wei? Chingsho glanced at him coolly. Wei Zhang, irritated, shot back, what do you mean by that, Duke of Qing? I just think your mind isn't very mature. If you don't understand reason, you might as well go back to private school and learn how to behave. Besides, this is an agreement between me and His Majesty. What does it have to do with you? When the Turks caused trouble on the border, why didn't you volunteer to go pacify them? Chingsho's sharp mockery left Wei Zhang red-faced. You. Enough. Lier cut him off impatiently. Let's end it here. I don't want to waste time. Dr. Wei, you can say less too. Though Lier sounded annoyed, inside he was secretly pleased. He disliked Wei Zhang for a long time, but couldn't directly rebuke him because of his position. Now, seeing Wei Zhang being shut down without mercy by Chingsho, he was more than happy. Wei Zhang said no more, leaving sullenly with Lier. Duke of Qing, these bean sprouts taste excellent. Could you sell me some? I want to take them home for my family to try. Fang Xianling was clearly interested. If Duke of Liang likes them, I can give you some. If you enjoy them, you can come by more anytime. Chingsho was generous enough. He also saw a great business opportunity, he'd use Fang Xianling to spread the word about the sprouts. Once everyone in Chang'an knew about them, he'd make another fortune. Thank you, Duke of Qing. Fang Xianling was delighted, leaving with a large box of sprouts and promising to tell his colleagues to come by and taste them. Erguzi. Send some bean sprouts to Baiwei residence. Tell the madam to add a signature dish tomorrow, made from these sprouts. Chingsho smiled slightly at the thought of bean sprouts sweeping through Chang'an. That day, Baiwei residence in Chang'an was as busy as usual, full of people coming and going. But today, the customers were not talking about strange stories from all over the world. They were talking about a new dish on the menu. Stir-fried bean sprouts. Old Wang, have you tried it? Not only have I never tried it, I don't even know what bean sprouts are. As expected of Baiwei residents, they always come up with dishes we've never even heard of. Order a plate and you'll know. As soon as the sign for stir-fried bean sprouts went up, dozens of tables ordered it at once. But the waiter politely explained that this was the first day for the dish, the supply of bean sprouts was limited, and they could only make 10 plates. To those who can't order it today, please be understanding. Today is just to see how it does. If you all like it, it will be on the menu starting tomorrow. Hearing that, the customers who couldn't get any were a little less disappointed. They were still curious about how the bean sprouts would taste. Before long, steaming plates of bean sprouts were brought to the tables, attracting the attention of many diners. Each sprout looked like intertwining green jade in the dish, with steam rising and carrying a fragrant aroma that was refreshing just to smell. The simple plating alone made people hungry. What are these bean sprouts? I've never seen them before. They say they're bean sprouts, so where are the beans? Taste it, hurry and see how it is. Some people couldn't wait and put the sprouts straight in their mouths, chewing carefully. The unique texture and the refined seasoning mixed perfectly, immediately drawing a wave of praise. Delicious. Good thing I managed to order it. If I hadn't come today, I'd have missed out. I'm eating it again tomorrow. Tell the owner, we need this dish every day, it's too good. The feedback from the diners was almost entirely positive. The sprouts tasted great, had a satisfying texture, and Baiwei residents' cooking skills were unmatched. Seeing the customers nodding in approval, Li Yuchan was naturally delighted. Looks like Baiwei residents just got another signature dish. She was already thinking about how to market the bean sprout dish more aggressively. Make way, make way. Just then, a large group of people entered, surrounding a big, burly man like stars around the moon. It was Chang Yaojin and his household guards. Clearly, he had been drawn by the bean sprout's reputation. General Chang himself. I'm sorry for not welcoming you sooner. Li Yuchan greeted him with a smile. Please, upstairs to a private room. I was going to book the whole place, but seeing your business today, there isn't even an extra table to spare. Chang Yaojin laughed. Enough talk. I heard you have some special dish today, bean sprouts? Bring me a plate. Unfortunately, General Chang, these bean sprouts were made just yesterday by my husband in a rush. The supply is truly limited, only enough for 10 plates, and they've all been sold. If you're interested, you can come back tomorrow. Li Yuchan pointed to the diners enjoying the dish and smiled. I see. Chang Yaojin was a little disappointed, but his eyes still drifted toward a nearby table with bean sprouts. The unique look of the dish and the aroma that could be smelled from afar made his mouth water. Still, given his high status, he couldn't lose face over a plate of food. He pretended not to care, but in truth, he was dying to know what they tasted like. Then I'll come back tomorrow. I'll just go straight to that lad and have him make me extra. If I can't finish, I'll take the rest home. As soon as he stepped out of Baiwei residence, Chang Yaojin told his men, be here early tomorrow, I have to be the first to get a plate of those sprouts. Strange, seeing the way those people were eating, faces full of joy. I really wonder what those sprouts taste like. He was itching with curiosity. In just a few days, the bean sprout dish took all of Chang'an by storm. Next to Baiwei residence, they even opened a special shop selling prepared sprouts. For several days in a row, long lines formed outside. Of course, ordinary households couldn't make them taste as good as Baiwei residents did, so most nobles and wealthy families still preferred to eat them there. The popularity even exceeded Chingsho's expectations, so he had a group of servants making sprouts full-time. Remember, the water temperature must be right. If the well water at night is too cold, warm it over the stove, but be sure to control it carefully. While explaining the exact method to his family, a guard came to report that a letter from the palace had arrived, and it was to be given to Chingsho personally. The letter was simple. It said Li Ji's naval training was going very well, and he had already arrived at the Shandong port with his men and ships. Li Er had even decided to send Li Tai there to see Li Ji off and to reward the army before departure. The letter invited Chingsho to go along and help Li Tai as much as possible. Shandong again? Chingsho put away the letter, thinking of the entrenched salt merchants there, and gave a cold smile. Li Er clearly wanted him to guide Li Tai and also to inspect the navy for any shortcomings before they set out, so problems could be prevented. Fine, just think of it as a trip to Shandong to relax. He wasn't surprised, and it suited him. His refined salt was going into the Shandong market, so it was the perfect chance to investigate in advance. Reply to His Majesty and say I agree, just let me know when we depart. Li Er had been wondering how to persuade Chingsho to go, but was pleasantly surprised when he agreed right away, saving him the trouble. Overjoyed, Li Er immediately ordered preparations for the whole journey, making sure Chingsho would be treated with complete care. He also gave Li Tai repeated instructions to learn as much as possible from Chingsho. Remember, no matter what, he is your teacher. Li Tai nodded quickly. Father Emperor can rest assured. Seeing his son so earnest, Li Er smiled. If your elder brother were even half as diligent as you, then, never mind. Just thinking about Li Chengqian, who had neglected his studies, gave Li Er a headache. If all Tang princes were like Li Tai, hardworking, clever, and quick-witted, he'd never have to worry about finding someone to shoulder great responsibilities in the future. Father Emperor, you overpraise me, elder brother is also earnest and willing to learn. Li Tai's eyes shifted slightly, clearly already plotting something. Forget it, don't bring him up again. Li Er shook his head, signaling Li Tai to stop talking. On this trip, just make sure you don't waste the opportunity. With Li Er's thorough preparations, by the time Chingsho departed, there was nothing he needed to worry about himself. Li Tai, too, was all smiles and attentiveness toward Chingsho, carrying out every request with complete care, showing none of the airs of a crown prince. He was as diligent as if he were serving his own father. Chingsho, of course, didn't mind at all, and accepted this service as a matter of course. After all, once a teacher, for life a father. The road to Shandong was not short, but after days of jolting travel, they finally reached Chuyun port. Li Ji's navy had already arrived there 3 days earlier, waiting specifically for Li Tai, sent in Li Er's place, to present rewards. Even though he had been prepared, Li Tai still felt a bit nervous in front of the elite, battle-hardened troops lined up at the port. Unlike his father, he had no military background, no habit of staying calm in the midst of thousands of soldiers. Your Highness, what are you afraid of? These are warriors whose blades are pointed at the enemy. With them in front of you, you should feel secure, not nervous. If you're not confident delivering the formal speech His Majesty prepared for you, just use your own way instead. Chingsho saw Li Tai's fear and spoke up directly to snap him out of it. Thank you, sir. The words hit home. Li Tai set aside the prepared manuscript and, with steady composure, faced the waiting army. This campaign against the small land of Hua will surely be like crushing an egg with Mount Tai, like a sharp blade splitting bamboo. His talent for rhetoric finally found its use. He grew more animated as he spoke, his voice full of emotion, and even the soldiers listening became fired up, cheering continuously. What was expected to be a dry, formulaic speech instead became deeply engaging thanks to Li Tai's eloquence. I've heard that Prince Wei speaks well, seeing it today, it's true. No wonder His Majesty sent him to reward us, it lifts our spirits. If we don't win a perfect victory, how could we face Prince Wei after his effort today? The soldiers whispered among themselves, all giving him high praise in their hearts. Even Li Ji was surprised that a prince who had never been out before could be so unflinching. Chingsho watched it all in silence, smiling. When the army returns, I will drink with you all to celebrate your triumph. Distribute the rewards to the army. Li Tai gave a grand wave, and the gold and silver prepared beforehand was handed out, drawing another thunderous round of cheers. Only after they were out of sight did Li Tai notice his palms were sweaty, but he felt no fear at all. Sir, it's all thanks to your reminder. He let out a long breath, full of gratitude. If not for Chingsho's advice, he would have embarrassed himself reading the script. Chingsho said calmly, do what you're good at. Don't touch what you're bad at, and you'll never fall behind. Yes, yes. Li Tai was still basking in the satisfaction of his speech. Whether he truly took Chingsho's words to heart, if not, the outcome in the future was likely already set. After the reward banquet, Li Ji invited Chingsho and Li Tai to inspect the invincible navy he had built. He was full of confidence, swearing that no enemy in the world could defeat this fleet. Chingsho looked over the ships at the port. He could tell Li Ji had truly spared no effort in their construction. There were many carefully designed offensive and defensive features for sea battles, with extra reinforcement in areas that looked weak from the outside. In this era, such a fleet could sweep the seas without rival. Facing Japan's forces would be like an elephant stomping on ants. I've long heard the general is a genius with troops in battle, but I didn't expect you to be just as skilled in training them. Chingsho was a little impressed. Li Ji had already achieved the best possible for this time, only Li Er's ambitions were out of step with the era. If Li Er were more humble and willing to seek advice, Chingsho could have helped him avoid stepping on this landmine. But now, General Li, if you return from this campaign victorious, please bring back some local specialties for me, I'm very interested. Li Tai said with a smile. He was already celebrating before the battle had even begun. Rest assured, Prince Wei, I'll pick out the most meaningful. General Li, did you not take seriously what I told you before? Chingsho suddenly cut in. Li Ji froze for a moment at the question. Rest easy, Duke Qing, I've certainly taken it into account. When I was in Jiangnan, I asked the coastal fishermen about the sea conditions, and I made reinforcements to the ships accordingly. Chingsho frowned. Those people only fish near shore, what do they know of truly rough seas? Never mind, it's useless to tell you. Pray for yourself on this campaign. Li Ji hadn't expected that and was momentarily speechless. Generally, since this is an open sea expedition with no past experience to draw on, it's natural that Duke Qing is uneasy. Li Tai quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Haha, don't worry, after this battle, my name will be forever recorded in history. Li Ji was so confident it seemed he was already certain of that day's arrival. I hope so, Chingsho said with a faint smile. There was still some time before the expedition set sail, so Chingsho and Li Tai stayed in the camp for the time being. Li Tai used the time to familiarize himself with the troops, keeping a humble attitude and asking questions, quickly winning the favor of generals and soldiers alike. Chingsho, of course, didn't waste time on such things. While at Chuyun Port, he recruited some locals to act as his informants, gathering news about the common people of Shandong and the monopoly of the salt merchants. Most importantly, he was searching for possible enemy spies hiding in the area. From earlier clues, he had already guessed that Shandong salt merchants might be colluding with Goguryeo, he just hadn't caught them in the act yet. One day, in the camp, Chingsho received a secret letter addressed to him personally. After reading it, he wasn't surprised, he only gave a cold, dismissive smile. Among the intelligence that had been gathered, it was mentioned that over the past month, many merchants from Goguryeo had appeared in Shandong. Almost all of these merchants interacted with the Shandong Chamber of Commerce. They claimed to be traders, yet were rarely seen bringing goods into the port. There was no need to say more, these merchants were certainly Goguryeo spies, secretly in contact with the Shandong Chamber of Commerce. Sir, we should set off now. At that moment, Li Tai's voice came from outside the door. They had already stayed here for 3 days. The mission was completed, and the army was about to set out. Don't rush to leave yet. Send word to General Li and have him come here. I have something I want to ask of him. Chingsho put away the letter and spoke calmly. Li Tai agreed, and a short while later, Li Ji arrived after being informed. I don't know what important matter Duke Qing called me here for. Li Ji sat down eagerly, thinking Duke Qing might have more advice for him. Chingsho smiled and asked, we brought beans with us, do you now know how to sprout them? How has the result been? Do you even need to ask? Duke Qing, you truly are extraordinary. Just soaking a few beans in water can increase the yield tenfold, and the taste is far better than army rations. To tell you the truth, before, while the fleet was sailing, some soldiers already showed signs of scurvy. After eating the bean sprouts you brought, the effect was immediate. Li Ji spoke with great excitement. At this moment, he was truly convinced of Chingsho's ability. If Chingsho hadn't provided a solution at such a crucial time, a large number of non-combat losses would have occurred halfway through the campaign, creating major trouble. This one suggestion had probably saved countless lives, and as a commander who loved his soldiers like his own children, Li Ji's earlier grudges against Chingsho vanished completely. That's very good. Be extra cautious at sea. In addition, I'd like to borrow a few men from you, General Li, would that be possible? Li Ji agreed without hesitation. No problem. Not just a few, if you need hundreds, it's fine. Chingsho shook his head. I don't need hundreds, 4 or 5 at most. But they must be your trusted men, your closest and most reliable soldiers. Aside from them, I don't want anyone else. Li Ji was slightly taken aback, not sure what this meant. He had hundreds of absolute loyalists among his personal guards, so lending a few to Chingsho was no issue. But seeing Chingsho's somewhat secretive look, what is Duke Qing planning to do? There's no need for you to worry, General Li. Just know that what I'm doing is for the good of the court. Don't ask anything else. Chingsho's expression was firm, he wouldn't say another word. Also, tell your men that if they succeed in this task, their merit will be no less than going on the expedition with you. Li Ji hesitated for a moment, then agreed. I understand. I'll send them here shortly so you can give them instructions yourself. Chingsho nodded. He had come alone without his household guards. He didn't trust hiring locals to gather intelligence for him. Only Li Ji's disciplined, unquestioning personal guards could be relied on, at least they were unlikely to have any shared interests with the locals. Li Ji gave an order to the soldiers outside, and before long, 5 strong soldiers came before Chingsho. When I am not here, Duke Qing's orders are my orders. No matter what he asks, you must obey without the slightest disobedience. If any of you refuse to follow orders, Duke Qing may execute you under military law at any time. Even if he doesn't, when I return, I will. Yes, sir. The soldiers answered seriously, none of them doubted Li Ji's orders. After Li Ji left, Chingsho gestured for them to sit, then placed a row of silver ingots on the table. At the sight of the silver, the soldiers' eyes lit up, but they quickly hid any sign of greed. Duke Qing, just tell us what you need. Whatever it is, it's our duty, no need for money. That's right, we'll follow your arrangements. Chingsho said calmly, the task must be done, but you've been eating army rations in camp lately. I can't bear it, so why not take some money for a drink? At this point, refusing would be showing disrespect, so they accepted. What I want you to do isn't really troublesome. Whether you succeed or not is secondary. What matters most is that it must remain secret. The soldiers all nodded, they understood that clearly. Half an hour later, the 5 men left Chingsho's tent. After exchanging complex glances, they returned to camp, removed their armor, left their weapons behind, and walked straight out without looking back. Naturally, no one stopped them. At the same time, Chingsho and Li Tai set out to return to Chang'an. The day after Chingsho's departure, the Shandong Chamber of Commerce began receiving good news one after another. Almost everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They had thought Chingsho's visit was to investigate them, the salt merchants. They hadn't expected that he really had just come to reward the army and hadn't made trouble for them. Because of this, the Shandong salt merchants concluded, quite naturally, that the court was afraid of them. If even their worst enemy came to Shandong and didn't dare act rashly, what was there to fear? If Chingsho knew their real thoughts, he would probably be laughing about it for a year. On the East China Sea, the Tang fleet from Chuyun port in Shandong sailed in great force toward Silla. The size of this fleet was so vast that fishermen along the way were stunned. They had never imagined such a grand and massive force could exist in the world. Especially the Goguryeo fishermen and navy, seeing it at sea frightened them so much they immediately sent reports to their court to raise the alarm. If such a powerful fleet attacked them directly, their navy would be instantly defeated without any chance to resist. When the war report reached the Goguryeo palace, King Go Yanchang, who had been planning multi-front attacks to seize Tang's Liaodong territory, was shocked. He thought his secret dealings with the Shandong salt merchants had been exposed, and the Tang had struck first. Fortunately for him, the fleet had no intention of attacking Goguryeo. They passed through its waters and landed directly in Silla. Still, when the news reached the court, no one in Goguryeo felt any relief. Looking at the marked landing point on the map, Go Yanchang paced in deep worry. If the Tang army launches troops from here, and Liaodong sends an elite force as well, attacking Goguryeo from both sides, that would be real trouble. With Yun Gaesaman dead, it could be said that Goguryeo had lost its military soul. Even the king's fighting spirit had greatly diminished, and he didn't know if they could win against the Tang court at all. If Yun Gaesaman were still alive, he alone could hold off one side of the Tang army. The king thought of how Yun Gaesaman had died tragically in Tang territory, without even a body brought back. All they had was a brief explanation from Tang, assassination of a duke. His heart was both sorrowful and furious. Your Majesty, the troops we're using to attack Beach, why don't we recall them first? One minister suggested. But someone immediately opposed him. How can we withdraw when the army is in the heat of battle at the front? Besides, the battle line is already pressing on their capital. If we take it, we can demand indemnities and land. Nonsense. The Tang army is watching like a tiger from behind. If the royal city falls, even if you swallow all of Beach, it's useless. But so many soldiers have died to get this far. If we just pull back, won't that chill the hearts of the troops? Gao Yanchang grew irritated at their arguing and barked, enough. My decision is made. First, recall the soldiers from the front line to guard the rear defenses. We'll watch the Tang army's next move before making further plans. If anyone opposes, send them straight to the front to face the Tang army. Once he said that, all objections fell silent. Risking one's life just to win an argument was hardly worth it. Even Li Ji himself probably didn't know that simply sailing openly through Goguryeo waters had directly scared Goguryeo into contracting its battle lines and preparing defenses, while also saving the dying Beach in the process. The ship stayed in Silla only a few days before Li Ji decided to set out quickly, aiming to reach Japan at top speed. This was all because 3 days earlier, he had received a letter of surrender from the Japanese emperor. The same emperor who had previously shouted about forcing Tang to cede land and pay reparations had now completely changed his tone. In the letter, like a clown, he begged for mercy again and again, claiming that the earlier attack on a Tang trade convoy was the reckless act of certain ministers, and had nothing to do with him. To show sincerity, the emperor even sent 3 severed heads with the letter, saying they were the ringleaders and had been executed to atone. He begged the Tang army to withdraw and not attack Japan itself. Li Ji didn't take the letter seriously at all. Killing 3 ringleaders? Even if the emperor tied himself up and sent himself over, Li Ji still had to attack Japan. With the army already at the doorstep, could a single letter make him turn back? If Tang backed off now, anyone could provoke Tang at will. At worst, they could just kill a few people to apologize when Tang's army arrived, turning Tang's military actions into a joke. The fleet stood ready at the port, and Li Ji, on the flagship, gazed out over the endless sea. For some reason, the usually clear and sunny waters were now gloomy. The sky was overcast, not a trace of sunlight breaking through, and the waves were rougher than usual. Li Ji knew nothing about the sea and didn't take these abnormalities seriously. Bring the Japanese envoys up. At his order, soldiers dragged forward 2 trembling Japanese messengers. The short, unimpressive envoys were forced to kneel, immediately crying and begging for their lives. General, spare us. We're only delivering a letter, we don't know anything. In war between states, envoys aren't killed. There's no point in making things hard for us. Their wailing annoyed Li Ji so much that he kicked them over in disgust. Now you know envoys aren't killed when disaster strikes? Back when you murdered our Tang envoys, did you think so carefully? You killed nearly 100 merchants and sailors from that convoy. Killing just you 2 before the war even starts is already merciful. Li Ji signaled with his eyes, and the soldiers shoved the envoys to the rail. Blades flashed. Their heads rolled into the raging sea, and their bodies were kicked in after them, quickly devoured by the churning fish below. Set sail. Li Ji's order rang out. The anchors were raised, and to the sound of blaring horns, the fleet rode the waves eastward. Li Ji was full of confidence, but he didn't notice that the waves were getting stronger, the clouds darker. As the ships advanced, the weather worsened, thunder cracked, and torrential rain began to fall. What's going on? A moment ago, Li Ji had been in high spirits. Now, in the downpour, he was forced to retreat to his cabin. But the rain and howling winds lashed the fleet mercilessly, battering these ships that had never faced the ocean's fury. Sailors quickly realized something was wrong. As the wind drove the ships out of control, they were forced to lower the sails. Hurry! If the wind gets worse, we'll be blown off course. Look, the 3rd ship's already veered off, and its mast is broken. Get below deck. The waves are too big, stay here and you'll be swept into the sea. The mad wind and relentless waves pounded the hulls. In moments, the formation was in complete disarray. Ships still waiting in port hurriedly lowered their sails, none dared go out. But those already at sea could not be saved, only left to drift helplessly. Even in his cabin, Li Ji could hear the deafening crashes of waves slamming the hull. The ship was breaking in multiple places, and even water was seeping into his cabin. What the hell is this? This wind's nothing like what I saw at Chuyun Port. Li Ji slammed his fist on the table, but before he could react, a massive jolt sent him and his guards sprawling, the world spinning. A towering wave struck, smashing a huge hole in the weakened hull. Seawater poured in. Send orders to bring all ships back to port. Li Ji struggled to his feet, but before he could finish, a wave capsized the entire ship. The massive, reinforced flagship was crushed under the full force of the sea storm. 7 or 8 ships following behind were also smashed to pieces. The storm raged on, the rain and wind venting their endless fury. Even those on shore dared not approach the swollen sea, keeping far back. They could only watch the shattered remains of the fleet bob in the waves. It's over? No one could believe their eyes, this nearly invincible fleet destroyed by the storm. Before long, no one knew exactly how long, the wild, raging winds and torrential rain over the sea finally began to calm. The dark clouds dispersed, and sunlight once again shone down on the sea's surface. The shimmering waves returned to their former calm, as if that howling, earth-shaking storm had never happened. Only the shattered wreckage scattered across the water silently told of what had just occurred. Only then did the people of Silla on the shore, along with Tang soldiers who had not gone to sea, cautiously approach the coastline, their hearts still pounding. Splash! A large wave surged in, bringing with it heaps of broken ship debris, and many Tang soldiers' bodies in armor, washed up onto the sand. Pitiful, these strong soldiers had not died on the battlefield for their country, but had instead lost their lives to a sudden, inexplicable storm at sea. Come give us a hand, there's a survivor here. I've got one too. Someone's still alive, don't just stand there. Get more people over here. The few of us can't handle this alone. When they found that among the corpses there were many still alive, everyone rushed to rescue anyone who might still be breathing. On the noisy beach, a Silla fisherman slipped away toward a corner of the shore where no one was watching, hoping to find something valuable among the wreckage to take home. What a shame about such fine ships, but then again, the Tang army was just too unlucky, heading out to sea only to hit a typhoon right away. Muttering to himself, the fisherman pried at the wreckage. Suddenly, a wet hand reached out from under the debris and grabbed his ankle. The fisherman fell back in shock, terrified, trying to kick the hand away, but it only gripped tighter, with such strength that he couldn't help crying out in panic. Don't yell, damn it. Hurry and get someone to pull me out. Pushing aside the broken planks, a face appeared, mostly hidden by tangled hair. It was Li Ji. Back in Chang'an, Chingsho devoted most of his time and energy to the hot spring villa project. He built it to the most luxurious standards he could imagine, intending to make it a landmark. The villagers cooperated fully. Whenever Chingsho gave an order, they worked day and night. Of course, this was also because of his promise. After the villa was completed, 1/10 of its yearly revenue would be given to the villagers as payment. And as long as the villa existed, they would continue to receive this money until they no longer wished to work for him. Even just 1/10 of a year's revenue was a fortune beyond what the villagers could earn in 10 lifetimes. With that incentive, they were eager to work, sometimes even more eager than Chingsho himself to see it finished quickly. As progress sped up, Ho Yuanhing, who had always begrudged this project, grew increasingly jealous. He often lingered around the outskirts of Sanchuan village, envious and scheming. One day, while Chingsho was inspecting the sanitation of the hot spring pool's foundation, a household guard came to report. That second son of Duke Lu is here again. He almost got into a fight with the villagers just now. Should we drive him off? Chingsho frowned. If this kid could put that determination into anything else, Ho Junji wouldn't look down on him so much. Let him be. As long as he doesn't enter the villa grounds, he can do whatever he wants. Ho Yuanhing probably didn't even realize that by making a fool of himself like a jumping monkey, he was actually helping advertise the villa with his high-profile presence. The more he acted like this, the more other nobles became curious about what was inside that could attract him so much. Before long, another guard arrived with a message from the palace, asking Chingsho to come immediately. The imperial messenger said it's extremely urgent. His Majesty wants Duke Qing to come as soon as possible. It was rare for Li Er to summon him in such haste, and Chingsho had a good idea what it was about. You take over here, Chingsho said, tossing what was in his hand to a guard and ordering a carriage to be readied. It could only mean something had gone wrong with the naval expedition. Li Er sat with furrowed brows, staring silently at the battle reports spread across the table. The ministers said nothing. They could sense he was struggling to contain his anger. Even the hot-headed Wei Zheng wisely kept his mouth shut, a rare thing. When the doors finally opened and Duke Qing entered, the heavy tension in the room eased slightly. Your Majesty, I'm not too late, am I? No, Duke Qing, please sit, Li Er nodded. Duke Qing, He hesitated for a long time, too ashamed to speak of the disaster. Without a battle fought, half the fleet had been destroyed by the storm, with countless casualties. Li Ji had nearly lost his life to the waves. Since the founding of the Tang, when had they ever suffered such a defeat? Saying it aloud felt humiliating. Of course, Chingsho already knew. General Li Ji is still alive, isn't he? Li Er was startled. How do you know that Mao Gong, He suddenly realized that Chingsho must already have a full grasp of the situation. Thinking back, before the war began, Chingsho had repeatedly warned him to be cautious, especially about storms at sea. It seemed he had foreseen this outcome from the start. Chingsho remained calm. This can't really be called General Li's fault. He's never experienced the dangers of the sea. If your Majesty had been willing to take more time to think carefully back then, and listen more to my advice, the result would never have been like this. Li Er could only sigh. This time he had indeed been too hasty, even rushing Li Ji to convert large tower ships into warships instead of building proper ones. Now he saw just how far-sighted Chingsho had been, predicting the outcome from the beginning, exactly as he said, the fleet destroyed by waves. But I cannot bear to let those Japanese rebels go unpunished, especially after our merchant sailors were killed. There must be an answer. Li Er's frustration was clear. Your Majesty, I've never said your decision to destroy Japan was wrong. I only kept reminding you not to underestimate the challenge, make full preparations before launching the attack. But with ships like the ones Li Ji hastily put together, they could never withstand the waves. Even with perfect preparation, you couldn't get past a typhoon at sea. Li Er suddenly thought of something, snapping his head up to look straight at Chingsho. Duke Qing, do you have a way to counter the waves? Li Er realized that what Chingsho had been telling him was to make better preparations, not to give up the attack. Didn't that mean he might have a way to help? As soon as those words were spoken, everyone's eyes turned toward Chingsho. Duke Qing even has a way for this? Could it be just hindsight wisdom? This is not an easy problem. Exactly. This time it's not about facing an enemy that can be outwitted. This is the wind and waves at sea, something you'd have to fight head-on. I think Duke Qing probably doesn't have any real idea. Although these ministers knew Chingsho always had the most methods, that was when dealing with living, breathing enemies. Could he really have a way to stop waves that could easily destroy an entire fleet? Waves are a force of nature. With mere human ability, it is absolutely impossible to resist nature directly. Chingsho could see what they were thinking. Instead of wondering how to calm the waves, it would be more effective to build ships that can withstand them. That made everyone shake their heads. Duke Qing, the ships for this expedition were already built by Jiangnan craftsmen with the best materials and techniques. There's no way to make them stronger. Even Li Er thought that was unrealistic. If the wind at sea could destroy ships so easily, then they would need to make ships at least 5 times stronger than the current ones to resist it effectively. Wei Zheng couldn't help interjecting, unless you build them entirely of steel and stone, otherwise. But that was pure fantasy. Ships made entirely of steel couldn't be rowed or sailed by human power at all. Seeing their discouraged faces, Chingsho couldn't help mocking. I haven't even told you the method yet, and you're already rushing to reject it? If you really think this battle can't be fought, then fine, everyone can just disband, and from now on let Japanese pirates plunder Tang merchant ships at will. How about that? That shut them up instantly. Chingsho had long been annoyed by this kind of person. When asked for ideas, they had none, but when others proposed something, they only denied it. Li Er coughed lightly, sweeping his gaze over each of them. The ministers immediately shut their mouths and signaled they would follow Duke Qing's arrangements completely. Duke Qing, no matter what method you have, just propose it. As long as you think it's effective, I'll have them carry it out immediately. Li Er made the decision without hesitation. Chingsho raised an eyebrow. Truly? Li Er patted his chest in assurance. A ruler does not go back on his word, especially not in front of all the ministers. I will not break my promise. From now on, all matters of the fleet are fully in your hands. That was exactly what Chingsho wanted to hear. Good. Then, Your Majesty, please summon all the shipbuilders from Jiangnan to Chang'an. I will personally tell them how to build the ships. Hearing this, Changsun Wuji glanced over and quietly asked Chingsho, son-in-law, you even know how to build ships? When the time comes, you'll all understand. Seeing Chingsho's lazy expression, Li Er strangely felt reassured. In his memory, whenever Chingsho wore this laid-back look, the matter was almost certainly in the bag. Good. Li Er agreed without hesitation. Chingsho yawned, stood up, and headed for the palace doors. Li Er grew anxious. And later? What happens next? Later? Later I'll go home and sleep. It'll take days for them to arrive in Chang'an. What's the point of sitting here? Chingsho waved his hand, leaving everyone speechless. Once Chingsho had left, Li Er sat back down, but without Chingsho there, his composure faded. Faced with something that wasn't guaranteed, without Chingsho present, it was hard for him to feel fully confident. Also, send my order to Li Ji to return for now. This matter wasn't his fault, he should not be blamed. Li Er knew this would likely leave a deep shadow in Li Ji's heart. While other generals boasted countless victories, he had been defeated without even a battle, an enormous humiliation. Li Er didn't want Li Ji to sink into despair, so this was also a gesture of encouragement. After the ministers left, Li Er suddenly realized it was already after the start of winter. Stepping outside the palace, the first snow had already fallen. The white expanse made him think again of those soldiers who had died tragically in the waves, and a pang of sadness gripped his heart. Such a pity for those men, they should have been winning glory on the battlefield. Li Er muttered quietly, momentarily lost in thought. Your Majesty? Li Er was startled by a soft voice calling to him, turning to see a eunuch looking at him nervously. This servant has been calling you for a while. Are you feeling unwell? Just distracted. What is it? It's almost New Year, and all the vassal princes will come to the capital to present tribute. Shouldn't we start preparing? Li Er suddenly remembered, this was indeed a major event. Make the preparations early. Don't let the matter at the front affect it. Also, treat all those who died at sea as if they fell in battle, and compensate their families accordingly. He waved his hand for the eunuch to get on with it. In addition, there's one more thing. I don't know if Your Majesty remembers, over a month ago, there were envoys claiming to be from Tibet. If the eunuch hadn't mentioned it, Li Er would have forgotten them entirely. What about them? They made their 10th request to see Your Majesty just yesterday. It wasn't that Li Er was deliberately ignoring them, it was just that so many urgent matters had piled up lately, he had nearly forgotten. Let them come see me, Li Er nodded. Sangbuza fidgeted uncomfortably with the official robes he was wearing as the eunuch led him into the palace. Remember, when you meet His Majesty, follow exactly the etiquette I taught you, not a single thing less. The eunuch instructed carefully. Sangbuza, clearly uninterested, only nodded in perfunctory agreement. Why can't I wear my own clothes? That's our Tibetan ceremonial attire, you know. The eunuch nearly laughed, those patched beast-hide robes looked like they were about to fall apart, and he was still thinking about them? Forget that for now. Just don't forget what I told you. As Sangbuza looked around the palace, his eyes fell on Li Er, seated in the great hall. Li Er had never seen a Tibetan with skin so dark red and strange-looking, and he examined him with curiosity. Sangbuza, for his part, was equally curious about the true face of the Tang Emperor, and the two of them ended up staring directly at each other. Li Er hadn't expected Sangbuza to be so lacking in manners, and his expression darkened. The eunuch panicked and quickly shoved Sangbuza. "What are you doing?" "Greetings, Your Majesty." Sangbuza suddenly snapped to attention, hurriedly speaking awkward Mandarin, while making a stiff and comical bow. Tibetan envoys, presenting native specialties such as Thangka paintings, hide drums, and bone flutes, all top-quality goods from our homeland. The eunuch carefully carried a tray of tribute forward for Li Er to inspect. These instruments were nothing rare for the Tang dynasty, but for resource-poor and handicraft-limited Tibet, they were as precious as gold. Even our king, Songtsen Gampo, has only 3 sets. Now we bring one to offer to Your Majesty, hoping you will like it. Sangbuza's face beamed with eagerness. Li Er, not wanting to hurt his pride, casually picked up a hide drum to examine. The material is rather unique. Of course. This is made from the skin taken from the chest of our most devout priest, the place closest to the gods. Playing music on this drum will earn you the gods' blessing. Li Er's smile instantly froze. Chest skin? This is human skin. Sangbuza nodded repeatedly. Exactly. A drum made from animal hide is not worthy to be presented to you. Li Er immediately tossed the drum back onto the tray. Thinking about the fact that all these instruments were made of hide and bone, he instantly concluded that this so-called Tibetan kingdom was nothing more than a tribal clan, perhaps even more barbaric than the Turks. This time, what do you seek in return for your tribute? Speak freely. Sangbuza, completely unreserved, said, "Our king, Songtsen Gampo, wishes to marry a beautiful Tang princess. To bind our nations in eternal brotherhood. If it's for marriage alliance, I've always been." "Wait, what did you say?" Li Er's smile vanished. "Brotherhood." "Yes, exactly. Brotherhood. Our Khan marries your daughter as a concubine, how is that not brotherhood?" Sangbuza even spoke as if it were perfectly reasonable. Li Er's face darkened. First, if a Tang princess marries over for alliance, she must be the primary wife. If she has children, they must be first in the line of succession. Second, to marry a princess, you must bow to Tang and pledge loyalty for generations, never to rebel. At these conditions, Sangbuza looked utterly incredulous. Bow to Tang? Impossible. The Tang dynasty has not defeated us, why should we bow? In Tibet, when 2 tribes intermarry, that is an alliance of brothers. If the emperor feels shortchanged, the great king's daughter can also marry over. Li Er shook his head. He felt this envoy was completely unreasonable. They were simply talking past each other. Just a mere tribal clan, likely unable even to forge iron, yet wanting to be an equal ally of Tang? No marriage. You may leave. Tell your king, if he can meet these 2 conditions, we can marry. If not, don't come again. Li Er hadn't expected to waste time on something so foolish, and rose in displeasure to leave. Your Majesty, how can you treat us like this? I crossed thousands of snowy miles to reach Tang. Along the way, many in our party died of exhaustion, why won't you give us a marriage alliance? Sangbuza was agitated, and even tried to step forward to argue with Li Er, only to be blocked at once by guards. I still wanted to leave you some dignity. Leave quietly and give up this foolish hope. If you still don't know what's good for you, be careful not to lose even this little bit of face. The chief eunuch, impatient, gave a nod to the 2 guards. Honored envoy, please. The 2 guards unceremoniously grabbed Sangbuza and forced him out of the palace. Not only that, the entire Tibetan delegation was ordered to leave Chang'an within 12 hours, or be expelled by force. No matter how unwilling Sangbuza was, faced with drawn blades, he could only comply. Bitterly, he and his entourage packed their bags and slunk out of Chang'an. Envoy, what will we do now? We failed our mission, the great king will surely punish us severely. One attendant looked terrified. Before departing, they had promised Songtsen Gampo they would bring the princess back. Instead, they were driven out in disgrace. Sangbuza's face was iron dark as he ground his teeth. That Tang emperor doesn't yet know who he's provoked? Don't worry. The great king is not unreasonable. Since they won't send the princess, we'll just take her ourselves. Let the Tang emperor see the might of Tibet. Recently, Chingsho had not gone to court as usual. He spent most of his time shut in his room, not allowing anyone to enter, except, of course, his wife when it was her duty at night. This even made Su Xiaochun suspect that perhaps, after arranging for all 6 wives to battle him in rotation recently, she had overdone it and worn him out. She even came to the study window, trying to peek inside, only to see Chingsho writing furiously. Before him was a tall stack of white paper sheets. Could it be? I really wore him out. Su Xiaochun wondered if she should let him rest for a couple of nights to recover. Since you're here, come in. Why are you still eavesdropping outside the window? Chingsho's voice came from inside. He had long since noticed Su Xiaochun peeking. Husband, I was just worried about you. Su Xiaochun pushed open the door, stepping in with a concerned look. The desk was piled high with sheets covered in drawings, several stacks taller than the bookshelf. Clearly, Chingsho had been focused on these for days. She couldn't imagine how he could draw them without being able to see. Husband, am I disturbing you? Chingsho set down his brush, placed the last sheet on the little mountain of paper, and grinned. I've just finished them all. Su Xiaochun glanced curiously at the paper but couldn't make sense of it. It looked like internal structural diagrams of something, with dense measurements marked, neither pictures nor text. It was the first time she'd ever seen such a thing. Chingsho casually explained, this is called a blueprint. Simply put, it's dissecting an object in detail, drawing it piece by piece on paper, then having craftsmen build it according to the exact proportions. So this is what's called a blueprint? I saw craftsmen's blueprints when I was little, but none were this complex and grand. Su Xiaochun frowned, unable to understand them. Naturally, such complex blueprints would take even top craftsmen days to study, let alone someone like her. So, husband, you've been in seclusion studying all this time just to draw these blueprints? Su Xiaochun immediately understood. Chingsho nodded, a faint smile on his face. With the current skills of those shipbuilders in Jiangnan, the sturdiness of the ships they build is limited. But if they follow my blueprint exactly, they will be absolutely safe even in storms. Although Su Xiaochun didn't understand shipbuilding, she knew Chingsho never boasted. If he said it could be done, there would definitely be no mishaps. Even though she couldn't understand the structure of the hull, she could still read the numbers and measurements marked on it. The total length of the hull is 30 zhang, the height? My heavens! Husband, is this real? When Su Xiaochun saw the hull's dimensions clearly, she was instantly shocked. If it were built exactly according to these measurements, it would be almost like a moving fortress at sea. Forget sea winds, even crashing into an iceberg might not damage it. Su Xiaochun couldn't imagine that such a massive ship could be built with a wooden structure. Can wood at sea really hold up such a huge hull? Wouldn't it collapse during construction? Chingsho smiled slightly. If you just piled up materials, it would be absolutely impossible to support such a massive hull. But if you use the structure reasonably, building such a large hull is not difficult. Su Xiaochun truly didn't understand, so she pouted. All right. Whatever husband says must be right. Just then, a voice came from outside the door. Duke, there's a visitor who claims to have an unusual identity and says he wants to meet you in person. What kind of unusual identity? Chingsho raised his brows. In Chang'an City, people who could claim an unusual status before him were very few. He claims to be the second son of the Duke of Lu, Ho Yuanheng, and says he has a big business deal to discuss with you. Hearing this, Chingsho almost laughed out loud. He thought it might be some important figure, but it turned out to be that self-important fool. This fellow didn't even qualify to inherit the Duke's title, yet he dared to call himself unusual, truly laughable. If this had happened while Chingsho was still racking his brains over the blueprints, he would surely have impatiently thrown the man out. But now that the drawings were done, he was in a good mood, and he was also curious what this man wanted. Let him wait for me in the courtyard pavilion. This was the first time Ho Yuanheng had ever been treated like this. He came to visit, yet no tea or water was served, no servants waited on him. They didn't even let him into the main hall, just made him wait in the outdoor pavilion. What kind of reception was this? Does your master always treat guests like this? With no place to vent his anger, Ho Yuanheng grabbed a passing servant boy and asked with a face full of rage. Step aside. The boy ignored him, turned away, and walked off, nearly driving Ho Yuanheng mad on the spot. Young Master Ho, how we receive guests depends on the person. Some people deserve to be received in the grand hall, and some. I'd consider it bad luck to let them into my duke's residence. Chingshio's slightly lazy voice came, and Ho Yuanheng quickly put away his anger. Forcing an awkward smile, he turned to Chingshio. Duke Qing, it's been a long time, I've missed you greatly. Chingshio looked at him with a half-smile. Do you miss me, or do you miss Sanchuan village that I bought? Ho Yuanheng's face twitched, then he laughed loudly. That wasn't very fair of you, Duke Qing. You knew there was an underground hot spring in Sanchuan village, but without telling me, you went ahead and bought the land. You really know how to do business in Chang'an. Young Master Ho, don't blame me for being blunt. Even if you knew about the hot spring, so what? Even if you wanted to develop it, you couldn't guarantee you'd bring the hot spring to the surface within several years, let alone with your terrible business sense. Chingsho's words were like a slap to the face. He didn't leave Ho Yuanheng any dignity at all. Ho Yuanheng's face turned red, then a shade like pig liver, furious but unable to speak out. His expression shifted between anger and forced smiles, making him look like a clown. Hee hee. Let's not talk about the past. Actually, I have a business deal that might help you develop the hot spring. Are you interested? Chingsho slowly sat down. Let's hear it, though I doubt it's reliable. Ho Yuanheng put on a solemn expression. I want to use the Duke of Lu's connections and resources to jointly develop the hot spring with you. With my father's status and network, we can make the hot spring resort famous in the shortest time. It will be a win-win for both of us. Chingsho sighed a little. Young Master Ho, don't be offended if I'm too straightforward. There's a reason your father looks down on you. Ho Yuanheng's anger broke through. What did you say? Aren't I also the son of a duke? Do you think my status is just for show? My father, the Duke of Lu, is a founding minister, respected in court for many years, and even His Majesty gives him special favor, and not because of trickery. After hearing this, Chingsho couldn't hold back his laughter. This fool really thought Ho Junji was second only to the emperor in the entire court. Young Master Ho, with your intelligence, I doubt you can understand me, and I don't want to waste time with you. You may leave. And remember, stop having absurd dreams. Don't cause trouble for your father, he'd be lucky enough just to be spared that. Ho Yuanheng could hardly believe his ears. In all his life, apart from his father, this was the first time someone had dared insult him to his face. Chingsho! You! Before he could finish, the household guards nearby all turned their sharp gazes on him. These men, brimming with killing intent, didn't even need to move, just standing there was enough to create an overwhelming pressure. And now several of those murderous stares focused on him at once. Ho Yuanheng instantly fell silent, almost unable to speak. See the guest out. At Chingsho's command, two towering guards stepped up to him, staring coldly without politeness. Please, young Master Ho. After being escorted out of the residence, Ho Yuanheng's anger flared to the extreme. That bastard. How dare you insult me like that? Who do you think you are? I came here to negotiate out of courtesy, and you think I'm letting you off the hook? Burning with rage, Ho Yuanheng swore to himself. No matter what means he had to use, he must seize the hot spring land in Sanchuan village. Otherwise, he would become the laughingstock of all Chang'an, and his dream of inheriting the title would be nothing but a distant fantasy. Just you wait, Chingsho. With a final resentful glance at the Grand Duke's residence, Ho Yuanheng left, full of hatred. After finishing the blueprints, the grace period Li Er gave to Chingsho had not yet ended. Naturally, he treated this time as his own vacation days, relaxing in comfort. From time to time, he would stroll to the not yet completed hot spring villa to give on-site instructions. Or he would fish by the lake to pass the time, then at night explore the origins and pleasures of life with his wife. By contrast, Li Er was so busy his feet could kick the back of his head, working day and night reviewing memorials and worrying about receiving various vassal princes. Compared to Chingsho, he was simply a pure workhorse. But these leisurely days passed quickly. After the Jiangnan shipbuilders finally arrived in Chang'an, having traveled a long and bumpy road, Li Er immediately sent someone to inform Chingsho and asked how he planned to proceed. When Li Er saw the several sweating household guards behind Chingsho, each carrying a bundle as tall as a small mountain, he looked at Chingsho with eager anticipation. Duke Qing, is this your preparation? Of course. Chingsho waved his hand, and the guards, as if pardoned, quickly put down their bundles. The shipbuilders didn't understand. What did these big bundles have to do with them? At Chingsho's order, the guards opened the packages, directly revealing the densely drawn blueprints inside. Li Er had thought the bundles would contain something exciting, but seeing them, he immediately felt a little disappointed. What use were these piles of stone-like things? But of course, there were people who recognized their value. As soon as the blueprints were revealed, the eldest of the shipwrights immediately came forward, carefully picking up one to examine. Duke Qing, these papers. These are the blueprints I drew during this time, for building warships. Hearing this, Li Er was puzzled. These shipbuilders all have their own methods for building ships, they don't need blueprints at all. Chingsho sneered. Ships built by them? Haven't you already seen the results, Your Majesty? In front of ocean waves, they're no better than paper. These words made the shipbuilders displeased. To them, it sounded like cursing their ancestors to their faces. Duke Qing, perhaps we can't match you in other matters, but shipbuilding is our ancestral craft, passed down for generations without ever failing. That's right. We're not bragging, but you could search the entire Tang Empire and not find shipbuilders with skills like ours. If we can't resist the sea winds, that's just the limit of human strength." Hearing their nonsense, Chingsho grew impatient. Casually, he said, "Gentlemen, I thought you'd be ashamed when you learned your ships were destroyed by waves. But your first reaction is to act as if it's only natural? You still think your inherited skills are perfect. If your ancestors had thought that way, Jiangnan would probably still be sailing in dugout canoes." This left the shipbuilders completely speechless. I understand. The old shipwright who had been studying the blueprint suddenly shouted excitedly, breaking the silence. "Amazing, truly amazing. So ships can be built this way." His hands trembled as he held the blueprint. Shuffling to Chingsho, before the latter could speak, he even bent his knees to kneel. "Don't do that." Chingsho reacted quickly, pulling him up before he could kneel. "Just speak. Why kneel?" The old man's eyes were moist with tears. "Duke Qing, did you draw this? How did you make it?" Lier was also curious. "Yes, Duke Qing, your eyes can't see. How did you draw these blueprints?" "Your Majesty, are you focusing on the wrong thing? Never mind other matters, just say, can these ships be built from the blueprints?" The old shipwright nodded quickly. "Yes, absolutely. I guarantee it with my life. If there's any flaw in the finished ship, you can take my head." Chingsho frowned. "No need for that. I don't want your head." "No, Duke Qing. The blueprints are so clear, the structure so precise, if I can't build it, I deserve death." Only then did Lier realize how stunning Chingsho's preparations were. "Let me introduce you. This is Yang Jui, Jiangnan's chief shipwright. In the previous dynasty, his ancestors built ships for the imperial court." At this, Yang Jui looked embarrassed. "My forebears once built those massive pleasure ships for Emperor Yang of Sui, which harmed the nation. I still feel ashamed, better not to mention it." "I see. No wonder such an experienced master could grasp the secrets in the blueprints. You brats, do you realize how disrespectful you were to Duke Qing just now? Was anything he said wrong? Relying on your inherited craft without ever thinking to change, you'll be eliminated sooner or later." Seeing their master so convinced by Chingsho's work, the others had nothing left to say. They finally realized Chingsho had the right to scold them. "Please forgive us, Duke Qing, we were rude." Chingsho didn't waste words. "Look at the blueprints first." The group immediately gathered around. Although the pile of blueprints was as tall as a small hill, none of the craftsmen minded. They busied themselves studying and analyzing each one, completely absorbed. Lier was curious and asked softly, "Duke Qing, you also understand shipbuilding?" Although Yang Jui seemed humble before Chingsho, in truth he was extremely proud and looked down on all his peers. For him to submit instantly showed how valuable these designs were. "I know a little, enough to build ships that can withstand the waves," Chingsho said vaguely. The whole structure he had drawn was exactly that of the later treasure ships built during Zheng He's voyages to the western seas. Before the steam age, they were the pinnacle of wooden shipbuilding. In 7 voyages, they endured fierce storms without damage, almost always returning with the entire crew intact. This showed their sturdiness. Crossing to Japan and conquering the Wa Kingdom would be effortless. The more the shipwrights studied the blueprints, the more their respect for Chingsho grew. Unlike their simple method of piling up materials for strength, these designs used precise interlocking structures, each part supporting the others. In limited space, every material bore its maximum load. With just a few pieces arranged in this way, the strength could be dozens of times greater than before. They couldn't help but sigh. After a lifetime of building ships, they had only now learned that ships could be made this way. Although Lier couldn't understand the blueprints, by carefully examining the words between the lines on some of them, he could vaguely grasp their meaning. After the hull is completed, it can hold more than 10 times the number of people compared to before? Is this real? Lier's face was full of shock. He truly could not imagine how sturdy a ship would have to be to hold so many people. You have to know, increasing the number of people isn't just about adding more passengers. The corresponding food, water, waste facilities, all would multiply accordingly, and in the end, that would be an unimaginably huge supporting system. If the population increases tenfold, the supporting facilities would have to increase by more than tenfold. This means the hull space expansion would also have to far exceed tenfold. "Once the hull is built, Your Majesty can see for yourself," Chingsho said with full confidence. He believed this treasure ship would definitely not disappoint him. "It can be done, Your Majesty." Yang Ji nodded firmly to Lier. "Duke Qing, we need to take these blueprints back to Jiangnan, since only there do we have the matching shipyards and the relatively lower-ranking shipbuilders." Chingsho didn't mind. "No problem. Just make sure not to lose the blueprints." Seeing Chingsho's confident expression and Yang Jui's eager face, Li Er immediately agreed. Start construction. No matter how much it costs, just report it to the court. Whatever difficulties you face, the court will solve them, don't worry. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thinking about building such a massive and tightly structured ship with his own hands, Yang Jui couldn't help but clench his fists in excitement. From now on, his name would be recorded in history alongside this giant ship. Silla, a port somewhere in the Far East. Li Ji sat in front of the repaired shipyard, gazing at the calm sea in the distance. One of his arms was wrapped in bandages and slung across his chest. Although he had multiple serious injuries, fortunately they were all treatable. However, after that shipwreck, Li Ji's once talkative nature had completely changed. Now, Li Ji spent his days in silence, most of the time staring blankly at the sea, and no one knew what he was thinking. General, an urgent decree from His Majesty in Chang'an has arrived. A captain came to Li Ji's side, carefully holding out a document. Li Ji nodded slightly, took it with one hand, and laboriously opened it to read. General, what is His Majesty's order? The captain asked nervously. Having lost before even fighting, and with so many expensive warships lost, he was deeply worried Li Ji would be severely punished. Don't worry. His Majesty did not blame me. He said the failure this time was not my fault, and told me to stay here in Silla for now. The campaign against Hua will still be led by me as commander. Li Ji's voice was dry. If Li Er had heavily blamed him, perhaps Li Ji's heart would have felt a little better. The captain breathed a sigh of relief. General, don't worry. Once we regroup, we will surely destroy Hua and use their emperor's blood to honor the brothers who died in the sea. How is the recovery of the brothers' bodies? The captain was immediately at a loss for words, stammering for a long time before answering. Only a small number of bodies were recovered. Most sank to the bottom of the sea. He didn't dare say that most of the recovered bodies had been horribly eaten by fish. Li Ji said nothing more, just let out a long sigh. If Hua is not destroyed, I will never return to the Tang, nor set foot on Tang soil again in my life. Li Ji had never so strongly wished to destroy a country, not for glory, but for the thousands of strong Tang soldiers who died beneath the waves. Unfortunately, when he had set out, Chingsho had reminded him again and again, but he had treated it as empty words. General, there is one more matter. Yesterday Hua sent an envoy to deliver a letter. He has already been detained by the brothers. Whether he is killed or not depends entirely on your word. The captain's face was filled with killing intent. Li Ji snorted coldly. Are those Hua dwarfs trying to use this opportunity to humiliate me? Without looking, he could guess that the letter would be full of arrogance and mockery. General, you may be mistaken. They sent the envoy to seek peace. This answer greatly surprised Li Ji. He stared at the captain. What did you say? The captain immediately handed over another letter. General, please see for yourself. Li Ji opened it in puzzlement. It was written in both Chinese characters and Hua language. The letter was full of praise for the might of the Tang heavenly soldiers, and humbly pleaded for the general's forgiveness. Along with the letter came some gold and silver as a thank you gift. They say if the general is willing to withdraw troops, they will give even more. Li Ji could not understand. Why had the Hua people suddenly become so humble? Separated by the sea, he couldn't touch them, so why were they acting like frightened mice? The captain chuckled. General, you may not know. A few days ago, right after the sea winds destroyed our warships, those Hua dwarfs mocked us from across the sea. Our brothers didn't tolerate it. They borrowed some small boats from the Silla people, and on calm, sunny days, they went out to target the Hua fishing and merchant ships. They even captured an official. This scared those fools half to death. Li Ji instantly understood. His men had turned into pirates, frightening the Hua people into submission. The Hua had thought that with Tang warships unable to come, they could rest easy. But they hadn't expected that even small raids could make their days miserable. Yet thinking about how the sea winds would eventually calm, Li Ji felt even more regret. If only he had listened to Chingsho's advice and chosen a calm, sunny day to avoid the sea winds when setting sail. Enough, wishful thinking is useless. Li Ji gathered his thoughts. Tell the brothers to do their best, kill as many Hua slaves as possible to accompany the brothers in the sea. For every Hua head brought back, I will personally reward them from my own pocket. The court's rewards are separate. The captain was overjoyed, not for the reward, but because Li Ji was no longer mired in the pain of defeat. He still had a strong desire for revenge. Rest assured, General. In the future, if we see a Hua ship at sea, not one of them will return alive. With Li Er's arrangements, the shipbuilding proceeded smoothly. But since the location was in Jiangnan, Chingsho could not follow all the time. He couldn't possibly move to Jiangnan just to supervise shipbuilding. Even if he wanted to, his wives would never agree. Anyway, shipbuilding was slow work, so Chingsho entrusted everything to Yang Jui, whom he judged to be reliable. If there's any problem, immediately send a fast rider to inform me. Just remember one thing. Every part of the ship's structure, even a single number, must be followed exactly as in the blueprints. Before leaving, Chingsho solemnly reminded Yang Jui. Yang Jui naturally gave his full assurance. He neither dared nor would ever make random changes. This man practically treated Chingsho's blueprints like sacred scripture bestowed by the gods, not daring to show the slightest bit of disrespect. The matter of the Wa conquest was set aside for now, but no one in the entire court had forgotten it. They were all eagerly waiting for Chingsho's great ship to be completed and sweep across to crush the Wa. Of course, during these days Chingsho had truly become completely free. He couldn't be bothered with the court's trivial affairs, and instead put all his energy into building the hot spring villa. He clearly remembered that before the end of the year, various vassal lords would enter the capital to present tribute. At that time, his hot spring villa could use the occasion for grand publicity. It would be an excellent opportunity to make a name. The year's end was approaching, and the deep winter had arrived. After several heavy snowfalls, the farmland was frozen, and the white snow covered all the hills stretching thousands of li inside the passes. Looking out, there was nothing but endless white, completely burying under the snow any trace of the epidemic that had raged before. The people had already forgotten the suffering brought by malaria, staying indoors, counting their still unfinished seed grain, hoping winter would end quickly. Merchants in Chang'an City came and went without pause, from all corners of the land, and even gradually some fair-haired, blue-eyed traders from the west. In their spare moments from trading, these merchants all happened to hear a widely spread piece of news. The hot spring villa built by Duke Qing was about to be completed. By now, the news of the hot spring vein in Sanchuan village was known to everyone in Chang'an. Many nobles, especially merchants from all over, were eagerly hoping for it to be finished quickly. They had lived this long and had only ever heard of hot springs. They had never had the chance to experience one for themselves. Many merchants even wanted to take this opportunity to discuss cooperation with Chingsho, hoping to get a share when the villa opened. Of course, that was pure wishful thinking. One day, Chingsho was in a quiet room of the villa, carefully mixing some pitch-black powder. At this critical moment, he dared not be distracted, not even by the sound of knocking on the door. The proportions should be fine. After filling the specially mixed gunpowder into a bamboo tube, he shook it gently for a moment, and only after the powder inside had fully set did he exhale. This time it should work. Whoever is outside, come in. The door did not open. Instead, a household guard's voice rang out from outside. Duke Qing, the final arrangements in the estate have been completed. Everything is as you expected, and the work finished 10 days ahead of schedule. At these words, Chingsho's brows lifted. Good. Take me to see it. He picked up his staff sword and strode quickly through the newly completed hot spring villa, inspecting everywhere. His pace was so quick the guards almost couldn't keep up. They hadn't expected Chingsho's mood to be so good. Although the blueprints for this villa had been entirely designed by Chingsho himself, the actual result was far better than he had imagined. After all, he had built it to the standard of a top tourist landmark, with decorations so luxurious they were nearly on par with the imperial palace. In many places, the planning and decoration far exceeded this era's norms, with a visual effect even more splendid than the palace itself. The hot springs were only one part of the estate, which also included accommodations, entertainment, artificial hills for viewing, and many scenic spots. It was truly a one-stop place for eating, drinking, playing, and enjoying. Although during construction people had vaguely known about the villa's features, seeing the entire plan realized left everyone marveling at Chingsho's brilliance. This kind of tourism site planning was far ahead of its time. It made them feel there was nothing Chingsho could not do. Duke Qing, everything is ready. When will we open for business? The old village chief, Lu Taima, looked at Chingsho with bright eyes. He couldn't wait to see the villa start earning money. Not to mention, many nobles in Chang'an were also eagerly waiting to soak in the hot springs, ready to spend plenty of silver. Chingsho thought for a moment. About 7 or 8 days from now. So long? At these words, the villagers could no longer hold back their impatience. Now that the entire village had been renovated, waiting another 7 or 8 days meant losing a lot of earnings. Everyone, the opening date has its own rules. If we rush to open now, yes, we'll make a few days' earnings early, but the effect will be greatly reduced. When the opening day comes, you'll understand why I chose that day. If any of you urgently need money, you can go to the accounts room to withdraw it at any time. You don't have to wait for the villa's business revenue. Chingsho didn't bother explaining further, it was still too early to discuss marketing strategy with these villagers. With him speaking to this extent, the villagers no longer insisted. Since Duke Qing said so, he naturally had his reasons, so they would follow his lead. After all the villagers had left, Chingsho stopped Lu Taima. "Village chief, there's something I need you to do." On the carriage heading to the hot spring villa, Chingsho's wives were full of anticipation. They hadn't expected the villa to be completed so soon. Thinking that they would be the first guests to be entertained there made them all the more excited. "Sister Pingting, I heard that hot springs are something only the royal family can enjoy. Have you ever experienced one before? Across the whole Tang, hot springs are very rare, and inside the passes this is the only discovered hot spring vein. This is also my first time." Even the well-traveled Changsun Pingting was extremely excited. Li Yuchan curiously asked, "Which sister knows medicine? I heard hot springs are even more nourishing to the body than medicinal baths. Is that true?" Lu Yunyan smiled slyly. "Sister, are you worried our husband has worn himself out in bed lately and want to see if the hot spring can restore him a bit? What nonsense! Last night you were serving him with me, you saw for yourself our husband's vigor. Where was he lacking in strength?" The sisters chatted and laughed all the way, until the carriage stopped and they saw the grand scale of the villa with their own eyes. Almost none of them could hide their shock. At such a scale, it could easily be mistaken for a palace. They had seen many noble estates in Chang'an, but compared to this villa, those could all be called dog kennels. "Ladies, after your long journey, come in quickly and have a good rest. The hot spring water has been prepared in advance, you are the very first guests to visit." Chingsho, leaning on his staff, stood at the villa gates, smiling as he waited for his wives. "Husband." The 6 women surrounded Chingsho like stars around the moon, chirping like a flock of little birds just freed from a cage. "Husband, you haven't been home for several days. It wasn't easy for me to get my turn last night. This time you must spend more days with Tingting, you ignored me for 2 nights, you have to make it up to me." "Hey! Why should you get 2 nights all to yourself?" Seeing the harem about to erupt, Chingsho coughed lightly. "I don't recall deciding which one of you I'd choose yet, do I?" At those words, the 6 women instantly fell silent, all looking at Chingsho with eyes full of longing, as if "choose me" were written across their faces. Especially Cui Yuyen, who quietly pressed the 2 full curves on her chest against Chingsho. "You, after spending so much time with Yunyang, seem to be learning more and more of her tricks, aren't you?" Chingsho casually squeezed Cui Yuyen's proud curves. She let out a soft, coquettish moan, her cheeks turning red. "Husband." That delicate voice was enough to make one's bones melt. Clearly, Cui Yuyen had been holding back her desire for some time. Of course, after his recent busyness, Chingsho had also accumulated quite a lot. Bringing his 6 wives to the hot spring villa was precisely to enjoy the legendary hot springs. As the first guests of the villa, the 6 wives were deeply impressed by its features and luxury. In the Tang dynasty, where the concept of travel meant little more than visiting scenic mountains and rivers, the hot spring villa completely overturned their idea of leisure. Li Yuchan even asserted that once the villa opened, its profits would far surpass all of Chingsho's industries in Chang'an. After the much-anticipated bath ended, the night sky was full of stars. While Chang'an was under curfew, the villa was brightly lit, the courtyard lights nearly outshining the stars and moon. Outside the villa, a few children still played under the village lights. Although it was no longer midsummer and the night air wasn't suited for strolling, the villagers didn't want to waste the villa's shining lights, some wandered and chatted, others wove tools. Inside, Changsun Pingting sat on an upper floor, humming a tune, swinging her smooth, flawless legs in the air. Beside her, Chingsho, now out of his bath towel, sat with her, enjoying the peaceful evening. Because of the curfew in Chang'an, Chingsho hadn't experienced such a brightly lit evening in a long time. As for the other wives, they were already engrossed in the strange games Chingsho had invented, things like 4 Kingdoms Kill, Wolf and Tiger Kill, and Great Rich Man, which had unusual appeal for them. "Husband. Look, there are Kongming lanterns, so many of them." Changsun Pingting suddenly hugged Chingsho in delight, gazing at the lanterns rising slowly from the villa, shining like stars. Her eyes sparkled with girlish joy and playfulness. "From now on, we'll release Kongming lanterns here every night, lighting the night like day. Chang'an has a curfew, but the hot spring villa will never have one." Chingsho smiled faintly. "Husband, you're truly thoughtful, but your eyes seem to be getting better, right? Can you faintly see some light now?" Thinking that Chingsho couldn't fully see this spectacle, Changsun Pingting felt a pang of loss. Of course. Though not perfectly clear, it's better than nothing. And soon, there'll be something even more beautiful to see. Chingsho suddenly clapped his hands. After a moment's silence, a series of loud booming sounds echoed through the villa. Ah! At first, Chang Sun Pingting was startled and clung to Chingsho. Then she saw streaks of sparkling light shoot into the night sky faster than the lanterns. With a pop, the fiery points burst, exploding into dazzling, multicolored fireworks that filled the heavens. It was as if the sky had been draped with a breathtaking painted curtain. The young woman stared in a daze at the fireworks. Even for someone of her high status, it was the most spectacular, beautiful sight she had ever seen. Husband, what is this? Only after the last firework faded did she reluctantly look away, her mind still flashing with the image. This is called fireworks. When the villa opens, they will surely become a luxury item sought after by every noble in the city. Chingsho laughed loudly. While Chingsho devoted much of his energy to exploring the origins of life with his wives, the vassal lords arrived in Chang'an one after another before the tribute date. As usual, the capital became lively and bustling. Every vassal lord entering the city had a grand entourage, beating drums and marching with fanfare, drawing crowds every day to gawk and feast their eyes again and again. In their spare time, the citizens debated which lord's display was grander, though most shut their doors to sigh over the extravagance. One day, Li Er finally finished some troublesome matters and truly didn't want to be buried under another mountain of documents. He decided to set everything aside and take a walk outside the Forbidden City. Not wanting to draw attention, he only took a few guards and ordered that the palace release no news of his outing. Reaching the city wall of the Forbidden City, the crisp, cold air hit his face. Li Er took a few deep breaths and finally felt more at ease. Come, let's go out and have a look. We'll go to Weiji residence and try some fresh dishes. Li Er was in a fine mood, but when he gave the order, the guards did not move. Instead, they looked at each other awkwardly. What are you waiting for? The guards looked troubled. Your Majesty, you told us not to draw attention and not to let anyone know you were leaving the palace. But right now, several vassal lords are entering the city, and the streets are being cleared for them. What? You mean to say I have to give way to those lords? Li Er was displeased. The guards quickly lowered their heads and said carefully, if you wish it so, Your Majesty, then we should announce your departure from the palace, otherwise, we'll have to make way for the vassal lords. Hearing this, Li Er understood their dilemma. Forget it, I won't leave the palace. I'll just wander inside the Forbidden City. Feeling deflated, he lost all interest in walking and merely glanced casually over Chang'an from the city wall, but then he frowned. Several vassal lords were passing through the streets with an ostentatious display, so noisy it was as if they wanted the entire city to know. Wherever the procession of that vassal lord passed, silk was laid out on the ground for the carriages and horses to trample. This scene left pedestrians and townsfolk dumbfounded. That silk could be directly used as currency for trade. It was even more wasteful than throwing money into water. The servants accompanying them seemed completely used to it and showed no hint of regret while laying it down. Even after being trampled by fine carriages and horses, the silk showed no damage. As soon as the vassal lord's procession passed over it, some poorer townsfolk hurried forward to gather the dust-covered silk and took it away with great care. That silk, wasted so casually on the ground, was something they probably could never afford even half of, no matter how hard they worked their whole lives. Which vassal lord is that? How can he be so extravagant and wasteful? Li Er frowned, his expression growing darker and darker. Even in the imperial palace, there had never been such terrifying waste. Even when building a heated pavilion, Li Er would calculate every expense carefully, let alone using silk as a road covering for carriages to crush. Your Majesty, that is Chenong, king of Lingan. He has always been like this, extravagant and wasteful, a guard replied. Hearing this, Li Er's expression became even gloomier. Lingnan was one of the poorest regions of the Tang Empire, covered in endless untouched jungle. Poisonous miasma lingered there year-round, and the little arable land available was far from fertile. The people who farmed there suffered from the climate year after year, and most of them had short lives. Yet Chenong wasted manpower and resources like this, completely ignoring the life and death of the people of Lingnan. Who knew how many lives could have been saved in Lingnan with the resources he squandered? Seeing this, Li Er lost all interest in his walk. Back to the palace. I must give this king of Lingnan a good reminder. How can he be so extravagant and wasteful? The king of Lingnan's procession, with its silk-covered route, reached the Forbidden City gates. The luxurious, awe-inspiring entourage arranged ceremonial implements to welcome him into the Forbidden City. The curtain of the carriage was slowly lifted, and a plump, middle-aged man stepped down. This was Feng Ang, king of Lingnan. His son, Feng Jidai, carefully supported his father down. From the sweat on his brow, it was clear helping such a heavy father was no easy task. Ah, what a pity the silk can't be laid into the Forbidden City. Feng shook his fat hand, signaling his attendants to lead the way, but was stopped by the city guards. Your Highness, vassal lords entering the capital may not bring too many attendants. More than half of your followers cannot enter, you must arrange for them yourself. Feng was displeased, but since this was Li Er's order, he dared not show it on his face. Let the senior attendants follow me into the city. The rest should find an inn outside. As you command. The attendants cheered. Not going into the city meant they would receive a generous stipend and could freely enjoy themselves there. Father, since you're just going to pay tribute, why don't I wait for you outside the city? Feng Jidai said with a grin. Feng glared at him. You rascal, do you think I don't know what you're up to? You've been holding it in all this way, a little longer won't hurt. Father, this is my first time in Chang'an. I've long heard you speak of how prosperous it is, can't you let me see for myself? Besides, with your veteran guards by your side, you don't need me. What if I, not knowing the rules, offend His Majesty and cause you trouble? Feng Jidai's wheedling left Feng helpless, and he impatiently waved him off to do as he pleased. Thank you, father. Feng Jidai nearly cheered. Without even waiting to see his father enter the forbidden city, he gathered his servants to go enjoy themselves. I've been holding back all this way. Let's have a good few days of pleasure. Young master, I've long heard that the food, drink, and entertainment of Chang'an are far beyond anything in our small places. Today we'll see for ourselves. Bah, no matter how big Chang'an is, it was still built by people. How much better could it be than Lingan City? No class. The group noisily and carelessly shouted, greatly annoying passers-by. If not for their identity as the king of Lingnan's entourage, people would likely have argued with them already. While the vassal lords from the farthest regions were arriving in the capital, the long-prepared hot spring villa was about to announce its opening. Even before the announcement, a large crowd of nobles and wealthy merchants had gathered outside the villa gates. They stood in groups, each more impatient than the last. They had waited far too long for this day. They were already bored with the brothels and pleasure districts, none of them had ever experienced an emperor-level hot spring. Even some vassal lords newly arrived in Chang'an rushed over when they heard the news. At first, they had planned to use their noble status to cut in line, but when they arrived, they found no one here was much lower than themselves. There was nothing to do but queue honestly. Near noon, Chingsho slowly came to the villa gates, and at his appearance, the crowd quieted considerably. Thank you all for your support. Today the hot spring villa officially opens. If you find it satisfactory, please help spread the word. Chingsho clapped his hands, and the next moment a series of ceremonial cannon blasts echoed from inside the villa. At first, the crowd was startled by the sudden noise, but then they saw colorful bursts blooming in the air, splendid fireworks. The dazzling explosions drew gasps and shining eyes from everyone. They had never seen such beautiful fireworks before. I'd only heard that Duke Qing could make gunpowder as powerful as thunder. I didn't expect it could be used like this. This is truly grand. If we could set off these fireworks during every holiday or birthday, that would be. Exclamations came one after another, clearly showing how deeply impressed they were by the fireworks Chingsho had specially created. Seeing the moment was right, Chingsho said, these are small things I happen to invent. Unlike the powerful gunpowder, they're better suited for celebration. If you like them, you can buy some when you leave the villa. But the quantity is limited, first come, first served. At those words, many in the crowd immediately resolved that they must buy some fireworks. If fireworks were set off during celebrations, they would absolutely draw huge attention and greatly boost prestige. Of course, for now I ask everyone to first enjoy the hot spring villa itself. Let's set aside the matter of fireworks so as not to spoil your leisure. At Chingsho's word, the crowd immediately streamed in one after another, eager to personally experience the hot spring bath. Village chief, I'm leaving this all to you. Chingsho had no desire to deal with so many people. Seeing all these nobles vying to enter, he knew his task here was complete. Rest assured, Duke Qing. Leave it to us, this is the golden rice bowl you built for us, and there's no way we'll let it break. Lu Taima was overjoyed. Leaving the noisy villa, Chingsho ordered the carriage to take him back to Chang'an. He hadn't forgotten that today Ling Yuqing and Lu Yunyan had arranged for him to accompany them on a street outing. It had also been a long time since he had strolled the streets to relax, so he went along with them. Chang'an City, West Straight Street. Ling Yuqing and Lu Yunyan were strolling the market with interest, accompanied only by 2 or 3 household guards for protection. If not for Su Xiaochun's insistence, they wouldn't have brought any guards at all. After all, in Chang'an, who didn't know they were the wives of Duke Qing, and who would dare offend them? Yunyan, shall we go to Tsuayu Pavilion on West Street for jewelry? I hear the proprietress just got in more ornaments from the western regions. I'm not interested. Western jewelry is heavy and cumbersome, and most of it is gaudy pure gold. I don't care for it. Don't say that, I still rather like their agate pieces. The two women chatted as they walked, while the two burly guards followed with stern faces, scanning every passerby. Something Ling Yuqing felt spoiled the mood. Hey, you two, go to Ruyue House and pick up the pastries we ordered, then meet us after. Ling Yuqing gave the order casually. But madam told us we must stay with you for your safety. It's fine. In broad daylight, what could happen to us? Just remember, after picking them up, come find us at Suayu Pavilion. Before the guards could answer, Ling Yuqing grabbed Lu Yunyan's hand and strode toward Suayu Pavilion. Helpless, the guards went to fetch the pastries. At that moment, a noisy group of men emerged from Yuhong House, each smelling of alcohol and looking very pleased. I have to say, the women here are far better than those plain, vulgar ones in Lingnan. If I could come here every day, it'd be like living in paradise. The young master's right, those waists, those hips, truly, ah. If only we could stay in Chang'an forever. These men were none other than Feng Jidai, son of the king of Lingnan, and his entourage. Seeing this loud, swaggering band of outsiders parading through the streets filled Lu Yunyan with disgust. These coarse-mannered half-savage men from Lingnan were impossible to find attractive, especially since they had just come out of a brothel. Feng Jidai glanced around idly, wondering where to have fun next, when suddenly his gaze fixed on Ling Yuqing and Lu Yunyan as they passed. He had thought the women he'd just been with in the brothel were unmatched beauties. But compared to these two, the difference was heaven and earth. He could hardly believe there could be women so perfect in looks and figure, and so outstanding in bearing. For a moment, Feng Jidai stood there stunned, unable to take his eyes off them. Truly, peerless. Even his attendants were staring at the two women in a daze. This, of course, only made Lu Yunyan and Ling Yuqing angrier. Stay away from us. Look again and I'll gouge your eyes out. If you've never seen women before, crawl back to the brothel and stop disgracing yourself in the street. Ling Yuqing snapped without politeness, but Feng Jidai actually looked as if he enjoyed it. Ah, even your voice is so pleasant. Even being scolded by you feels good. He nearly drooled as he added, two beauties, I happen to be free, why not let me take you around Chang'an? I'll buy you anything you like. Don't be shy, tonight, just let me enjoy your company. Leave now, or you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Lu Yunyan's face was cold, her voice laced with barely contained fury. Her hand was already on the jade vial in her sleeve containing poisonous goo worms. If this lecher dared provoke her again. Young master, wait. Look at the jade plaques at their waists, they seem to be of the rank of a duke's wives. One sharp-eyed attendant had noticed Lu Yunyan's rank insignia and cried out. They had almost provoked someone very important. Nonsense. Feng Jidai, his brain ruled by lust, cursed the man with wine on his breath. There's no woman I want that I can't have. So what if she's a duke's wife? Starting today, I'll have them both. Staggering forward with a lewd grin, he said, come on, beauties, let me walk with you. Lu Yunyan had reached her limit. She pushed Ling Yuqing aside and was about to hurl the jade vial in her hand when. Suddenly, a sharp gust struck, making her eyes water so she instinctively shielded her face with her sleeve and stepped back. The next instant came a piercing scream. Husband! Ling Yuqing cried out in joy. Lu Yunyan looked up to see Chingsho standing with his back to them, just in time. His expression was like ice, his staff planted on the ground. Feng Jidai lay on the street clutching a bloody, mangled arm, writhing in pain. Young master. His attendants rushed forward in panic. None of them had even seen when his arm had been broken. Didn't your father ever tell you to mind your words in the street? Or has lust eaten away all your brains? Chingsho's voice was cold, his anger rising. It had taken him only an instant to close the distance and break Feng Jidai's arm. To dare lay hands on his women, this fool had no idea how serious the consequences would be. If he let Feng Jidai walk out of Chang'an unscathed, it would disgrace his title of duke. Be bastard. You're just a duke, how dare you hit me? Feng Jidai was in agony, the pain from his broken arm nearly making him faint. He had been used to swaggering unchallenged in Lingnan, no one had ever dared teach him a lesson like this. Blinded by rage, he wished he could have Chingsho torn to pieces right then. I'll kill you, and make your two women serve me for life to atone. He pointed his good hand at Chingsho, gnashing his teeth. Lu Yunyan's face grew even darker at those words. What she could least tolerate was someone threatening and insulting Chingsho right in front of her. She was about to act, but Chingsho slowly stepped in front of her. With me here, there's no need for you to make a move. These few rotten fish and shrimp, how could they possibly threaten me? Chingsho gave a slight smile, and in that moment a chilling killing intent burst from his whole body. This Feng Jidai was truly something, he really deserved a special kind of reward. What are you standing around for? Kill him for me. Feng Jidai jumped up and cursed angrily, but his attendants only looked at each other and not one dared to move. They weren't fools. The man in front of them was of duke's rank. If they actually attacked, it would be a capital crime. Feng Jidai shouted in fury, do you think I'd abandon you? Even if you beat him to death today, I'll take the blame no matter what happens. Just get him. Whether or not he could really take the blame, the attendants knew very well that if they didn't act now, they'd be punished later. With Feng Eng's brutal temper, once he learned they had failed to protect his son and let him lose an arm, he would slaughter them all. Get him. A dozen attendants rolled up their sleeves, glaring as they advanced on Chingsho. Don't hold back. Beat him hard. Feng Jidai shouted, fanning the flames. One burly man raised his fist without mercy and swung it straight at Chingsho's face. But instead of being knocked down as expected, the man felt a stabbing pain in the top of his foot before his punch could land. At some point, Chingsho had driven his staff straight through the man's foot, even piercing the stone tiles below. Aha! The big man screamed in agony, trying with all his strength to pull the staff out, but since it was lodged in the stone it wouldn't budge at all. Let's stretch our fists and legs a bit. Chingsho ignored the staff, stepping forward and slamming a heavy punch into the face of another man rushing at him. Thud! The burly man dropped instantly, spitting out several broken teeth. Using the momentum from that punch, Chingsho spun and kicked backward, sending another man, who was swinging a long club at his head, flying. The man screamed and crashed into several others, knocking them all down. The attackers' formation fell apart. They had never imagined Chingsho could take down so many in just one move each. Once the encirclement broke, Chingsho moved like a coiled dragon, freely unleashing a ruthless beating. They couldn't even see him clearly before being struck. When he hit them, whether with fists or feet, it was like a mountain falling on them. A single blow left them unable to get back up. Good hit. That one on the left, he's still moving, husband, go give him a kick. And the one on the right, he just tried to sneak up on you, yes, just like that. Ling Yuqing and Lu Yunyan watched with delight, cheering him on, worried only that he might not hit hard enough. In just moments, all the burly men lay sprawled on the ground, unable even to groan. Chingsho turned his head slightly to the man whose foot was still pinned by the staff. He was too weak to shout anymore, clutching the staff in pain and trying in vain to pull it out. If you wanted it out, you could have just said so. I'll help you. Chingsho sneered, stepped forward, and yanked the staff free in one swift motion. The man screamed again, then was knocked unconscious by a heavy punch. Refreshing. As expected of my husband. Lu Yunyan beamed happily, her pent-up anger finally eased. The fierce street fight had already drawn a huge crowd of onlookers. Isn't that Duke Qing? Did he just beat someone up? I doubt Duke Qing started it. Who could provoke him enough to make him fight in the street? So you're saying they had it coming? The crowd packed the street, but no one dared step forward. Feng Jidai stared at his men, bullies who in Lingan could run wild unchecked, now lying on the ground groaning in agony, many with broken arms or legs. If not for two trembling attendants holding him up, he might not even be able to stand himself. You, what are you doing? Don't you know I'm the son of the king of Lingan? Even the emperor has to give my father some respect, and you. Before he could finish, Chingsho stepped forward and drove a savage kick into his chest, sending him flying. The crowd instinctively parted, and Feng Jidai crashed into a stone lion outside a shop with a sharp crack of breaking bones. The two attendants fled in panic. Chingsho strode through the crowd to stand over him like a man examining livestock. Feng Jidai didn't know how many bones were broken. The pain was so intense he could barely lift his head. I've heard about your king of Lingan, a wasteful, depraved tyrant who abuses his people. If the emperor gives him face, that's the emperor's business. Don't confuse it with mine. Chingsho stomped hard on his chest again, snapping several ribs. Feng Jidai coughed up blood, unable to even speak to beg for mercy. He could only stare up at Chingsho in terror, eyes full of pleading, but Chingsho ignored him. He had intended to kill Feng Jidai on the spot, but then thought of a punishment worse than death for a lecher like him. Gripping his staff, Chingsho suddenly drove it down hard into Feng Jidai's groin. His eyes bulged wide in agony, his whole body arching as the staff pinned him to the ground. That most precious part of him was now gone forever. Ugh! The men in the crowd instinctively clenched their legs, imagining the pain. That kid's never going to be a man again. Looks like he really angered Duke Qing. I heard someone say earlier he was harassing Duke Qing's wives. I thought it was a rumor, but seeing this. Most of the onlookers spoke with gloating satisfaction, thinking Feng Jidai still hadn't suffered enough. When the king of Lingan had entered the city, his extravagance was still fresh in everyone's minds. Naturally, they were happy to see such decadent nobles getting humiliated. especially since they had provoked Chingsho. Feng Jidai was in such pain he couldn't even scream. His body trembled violently, then his head lolled as he fainted, blood spurting straight from his crotch. Chingsho flicked the blood from his staff and frowned slightly, feeling the man's blood had dirted it. Make way, make way! The soldiers, arriving late after hearing the news, pushed through the crowd to find the scene littered with bodies. Duke Qing's martial skills are as terrifying as ever, so many men, and he laid them all out in just moments. Shut up! What are you standing here for? Get to work! The soldiers began checking the situation, while the captain approached cautiously. When he saw the unconscious Feng Jidai on the ground, he almost blacked out. Wasn't this the son of the king of Lingan? If he had brawled in the street with Chingsho, this matter was far beyond what the captain could interfere in. Duke Qing, what happened here? And why is he? The captain pointed to Feng Jidai, still unconscious, and asked carefully. This man let his lust control his brain, so I gave him a cure, Chingsho said flatly. The captain was confused, but when he looked and saw the blood-soaking Feng Jidai's crotch, a chill ran through his own. Upon closer inspection, it was worse. Feng Jidai's manhood had been destroyed, his limbs had multiple shattered bones, and not a single rib remained intact. He was hanging on to life by a thread. Even if he survived, the rest of his life would be spent bedridden. Better to be dead. Duke Qing, you do realize he is the son of the king of Lingan. This cannot be, absolutely cannot be. The captain's head throbbed, his words stumbling over themselves. If the emperor blamed him, 10 heads wouldn't be enough to save him. What's there to fear? You didn't do it. If the emperor asks, just say it was me, and let him come find me. Especially that king of Lingan, after I've educated his son, he should thank me. The captain was about to suggest Chingsho come with him to the palace to explain, but Chingsho simply waved his hand and strolled off with his 2 wives. Clearly, he didn't consider this any more serious than killing a stray dog in the street. Get him carried back, carefully, don't let him die. The captain could only give the order through gritted teeth, silently praying the man's life was tough enough to last until he could hand him over, anything but dying in his custody. On the way back to the duke's manor, Chingsho was chatting and laughing with his wives, not thinking about the incident at all. Husband, are all people from that barbaric Lingnan land so rude and unreasonable? That man's father, the king of Lingan, is a complete bastard too. Lu Yunyan still spoke with clear disdain. He got what he deserved. Judging from him, he's probably done plenty of bullying back in Lingnan. But still, husband, with the way you beat him, won't it be troublesome to deal with later? Li Yuqing asked, slightly worried. No problem. Even if I had killed the king of Lingnan in the street just now, I could still resolve it. Chingsho gestured for them not to worry. What bothers me more is that scum ruined your mood for strolling today. The 2 women smiled warmly at his words. Even now, Chingsho cared about their feelings, that truly meant he kept them in his heart. Don't worry, I'll make it up to you both later. Husband, no need to be so polite with us. They walked back to the manor laughing together. Of course, while Chingsho was at ease, the palace was in an uproar. The king of Lingnan had barely settled into his quarters when he was summoned outside. At first Feng Ang was annoyed, but when he saw his son Feng Jidai, barely breathing, manhood destroyed, he almost fainted on the spot. It took a long round of fussing from everyone before he recovered enough to speak. His first reaction was to curse with bloodshot eyes. Which blind fool dared to do this to my poor son? I'll have his life. I'll make his whole family pay. My poor son. He hugged the bloody Feng Jidai and wept, nearly suffocating him with his bulk until the imperial physician persuaded him to let his son be taken for treatment. Who did this? Feng Ang glared at the 2 attendants who had fled back, his voice harsh. They didn't dare hide anything and recounted everything that had happened. The more Feng Ang heard, the angrier he got. Chingsho, that bastard. They were just 2 of his concubines. Even if my son touched them, which he didn't, a bit of compensation would have been enough. To beat my son like this, his whole family couldn't pay enough. He cursed until the attendants' faces were sprayed with spit. Go request an audience for me. I'll tell His Majesty about this. Chingsho must pay in blood. Feng Ang was still rational enough to know he couldn't take revenge privately against a man of Chingsho's rank. Otherwise, he'd already have sent every fighter he had to storm his house. Meanwhile, Li Er was overwhelmed with matters when Feng Ang's complaint reached him. It's just a little jealousy spat, does it need me to get involved? At first he was irritated, but when he learned Chingsho was involved and heard how badly Feng Jidai had been beaten, his head began to ache. As expected, anything involving Chingsho was never a small matter. Still, he thought Feng Jidai deserved it, if he hadn't provoked the iron wall that was Chingsho, who knew how much chaos he'd cause in Chang'an. Summon Duke Qing to the palace tomorrow. Sure enough, by evening the summons arrived. Li Er wasn't in a rush, he merely sent word for Chingsho to prepare to come the next day. From that, Chingsho guessed even Li Er couldn't stand the Lingan father and son. Also, young Master Ho came again and asked Xiaoran to pass you a message. Is he sick? Chingsho blurted. Ignoring him only seemed to make Ho Jingheng act even more like a monkey, doing anything to get his attention. Even Erguzi found it laughable, this kid clearly had never been taught a harsh lesson by society. Tell Ho Yuanheng I'm happy to talk with him. Have him come to the hot spring villa himself tomorrow evening, and don't tell anyone else. A cold glint flashed across Chingsho's face. Seeing this, Erguzi had a vague guess of what was coming. Do you need me to bring some men with you? You think I need help to deal with him? Yes. Knowing his place, Erguzi quickly withdrew. Not long after he left, the door was knocked again. It was Li Yuqing and Lu Yunyan, both coming in with flushed faces. What's this about? Chingsho was puzzled. He remembered that tonight was supposed to be Chang Sunpingting's turn. Husband, we were frightened so much today. No matter what, you should comfort us properly, Li Yuqing said with a blush and a hint of playful reproach, sitting beside him. Tonight, nothing else matters, just the three of us. As she spoke, her voice grew a little urgent, filled with temptation. No need to ask, clearly, they had come to an agreement with Chang Sunpingting. All right. Chingsho didn't mind who it was. He told Lu Yunyan to put out the lights and devoted himself to soothing the two women after the day's fright. Of course, that comforting kept them busy most of the night, until the two women were exhausted before they finally went to sleep. Morning court. Li Er's expression was dark, and he said nothing. All the ministers on the court floor also stayed silent. Everyone knew today would bring sharp confrontations, and no one wanted to get caught in it. Except the one at the center of it all, the king of Lingnan. Your Majesty. Court has been in session this long, yet Chingsho still hasn't come. He clearly does not put you in his eyes. Perhaps he knows disaster is coming today, and is gathering his belongings to run. Why not send men to the Duke of Qing's manor to seize him now, lest he escape? What did you say? Li Er suddenly looked at Feng Ang, his expression gloomy. Cold sweat instantly ran down Feng Ang's back as he realized he had spoken carelessly. This was Chang'an, not the barbarian land of Lingnan where he ruled like a petty emperor. In Lingnan, he could do whatever he pleased, and Li Er might not interfere, but here, to act like the master of the city in front of the emperor was another matter entirely. Your Majesty, I misspoke. Feng Ang wiped his brow nervously. Even the ministers watching felt disgusted. This fat fool had clearly grown far too comfortable lording over Lingnan. Li Er said flatly, today we speak only of Duke Qing injuring your son. Nothing else. Keep your hands in check and don't overreach. Feng Ang could never have imagined that Chingsho being late to morning court was practically routine. Sometimes he wouldn't come at all without notice. But Your Majesty, what if Chingsho really ran? Run? Why would I run? A lazy, casual voice came from outside the palace gates. Everyone turned to see Chingsho walking in. You actually dare to come? The moment Feng Ang saw him, his eyes turned red and he ground his teeth in rage. Thinking of his son's miserable state, he wanted nothing more than to tear Chingsho to pieces. Nonsense! I haven't done anything shameful. In fact, yesterday I rid the people of a scourge. I didn't even get a reward, and now I'm not allowed in court? Chingsho strolled in as if nothing was wrong, ignoring him completely. Rid the people of a scourge? Even Li Er was puzzled. Chingsho's half-smile turned toward Feng Ang. Feng Jidai has made a habit of bullying men and women. He dared to come to Chang'an and act wildly toward a duke's household. I crippled him. Who knows how many people I saved from future humiliation? How is that not ridding the people of a scourge? Hearing this, several ministers almost burst out laughing and had to cover their mouths. Even Li Er struggled to keep a straight face. But Feng Ang's composure shattered. Nonsense! My son is of noble birth, he will one day inherit my title. So what if he disciplines a few commoners? Even if he teased your concubines, so what? They were dressed up in bright makeup in broad daylight, seducing my son. Compensation would have been enough, but you dare strike him. What did you just say? Chingsho's voice went cold, a wave of killing intent slamming into Feng Ang. It felt like being prey locked on by a deadly predator. His whole body trembled, hands and feet icy. In that moment, he truly feared Chingsho. Even battle-hardened generals might not withstand Chingsho's killing aura, let alone a pampered man like Feng Ang. He couldn't get a word out. His attendants, seeing him shake, hurried to support him, only to find his sleeves soaked through with sweat. Dare to touch my women, letting him live was already great mercy. Chingsho could never tolerate anyone laying hands on his women, especially so lightly and without shame. Looking at Feng Ang now, he felt the man almost seemed to be asking for death. Your Majesty, please pass judgment. Ordinary people suffer such bullying and are punished severely, how much more when it is the son of a king? Feng Ang, regaining his senses, quickly appealed to Li Er. But Li Er only looked at him with disdain. He himself thought Feng Jidai had gotten what he deserved. This trivial matter, and he wanted him to punish Chingsho? Even Li Er, hearing Feng Ang's words, wanted to beat him. Duke Qing, you were too harsh. Feng Jidai is barely alive, could you not have shown some restraint? Now that it's come to this, I can't protect you. This matter must be handled properly today, don't blame me for ignoring our past ties. Li Er put on a show of anger, but Chingsho looked indifferent. Your Majesty, whatever punishment you wish, I accept. I'll just give up that, rid the people of a scourge, reward then. This caught Li Er and the court off guard. I am guilty for beating Feng Jidai, but Feng Jidai, for harassing my wives and concubines and years of bullying men and women, is also guilty. Let's call it even, he's getting off cheap. Feng Ang, no matter how afraid, couldn't hold back. He stomped his foot and shouted, that's not the same thing. Those were in the past. Chingsho shot back, how is it not the same? If past crimes can be ignored, then it was yesterday's me who beat Feng Jidai, why should you judge today's me? You. Feng Ang hadn't expected Chingsho to be so sharp-tongued. He stomped furiously, nearly choking on his own breath. Even the ministers were deeply impressed by this round of conceptual exchanges and rhetoric. No wonder it's Chingsho, he's never lost in a war of words. Wei Zheng lowered his head, thinking, if only he had a tongue like Chingsho's, perhaps most of the time he could persuade Li Er more easily. Your Highness. Your Highness. Anger hurts the body, and you still have a heart condition, you absolutely must not lose your temper. The guards, seeing that this man was so angry he might swallow his breath in one gulp, hurried forward to comfort and calm him. King of Lingan, you'd better restrain yourself. If you accidentally get so mad you die, won't I have another crime added to my record? Chingsho said indifferently. Your Majesty, this man has been making outrageous statements in court, clearly not respecting you at all. He should be judged. Please pronounce the punishment. Feng Ang no longer wanted to spar with Chingsho and turned directly to Li Er. Since you say so, I must act according to the law. Li Er suppressed his smile and looked at Chingsho with a serious face. Although the Duke of Qing struck and injured Feng Jidai, there was a reason, but he hit too hard. How about this? Feng Jidai's medical expenses in Chang'an City will be paid by the Duke of Qing, as a form of apology. After speaking, Li Er glanced at Feng Ang, who was still looking eagerly at him, waiting for more punishment to be announced. Do you have anything else to say? Your Majesty, is that it? Feng Ang looked utterly shocked, but Li Er nodded firmly. After all, this matter was also Feng Jidai's fault first. He is of noble status, but the Duke of Qing is also of noble status. In this world, how can anyone harass and insult the wife or concubines of a duke without punishment? In the end, you are both pillars of the state. If the situation were reversed and the Duke of Qing was injured by Feng Jidai, I would also find it difficult to pass judgment. Li Er pretended to look troubled, but in truth, he loathed Feng Ang. In Chang'an, he loved the people as his own children, lived frugally, but this scoundrel in Lingnan oppressed the people and committed all sorts of crimes. If not for Feng Ang's deep roots in Lingnan, Li Er would have punished him severely upon his arrival in the capital. Chingsho's incident was just the perfect chance to cut down Feng Ang's arrogance. Feng Ang never expected the judgment to be this result, it was clearly Li Er favoring Chingsho. Your Majesty, I don't want any compensation from Chingsho, only one thing, let him suffer the same pain as my son. My son had his manhood ruined by him, what crime did he deserve for that? The more Feng Ang spoke, the more agitated he became, and he even began wailing loudly in court. His piercing cries made everyone cover their ears. For someone his age, his voice is still that loud. Du Ruhui, who had just recovered from a serious illness, frowned. Such noise was too much for a convalescent. Fang Xianling whispered beside him, even if court ends today, this will have endless after-effects. No need to say more, everyone knew the king of Lingnan was not one to swallow a loss. Minister. Are you trying to make things difficult for me? Li Er's face darkened, he no longer wished to mediate. This matter had to end today, if the king of Lingnan kept pushing. Your Majesty, I can accept. Chingsho agreed casually. As far as I know, the king of Lingnan will leave in 3 days at most. Based on the most expensive medical clinic in Chang'an, 3 days of treatment, 20 taels of silver is enough. In Chingsho's view, the king of Lingnan's son, the future heir, was worth no more than 20 taels of silver. This was an unbearable humiliation for Feng Ang. Your Majesty, do you really want to decide like this? I've guarded Lingnan for many years. Without me, it would have fallen into chaos long ago. Doing this to me today is really, sigh. Feng cried and blew his nose while trying to paint himself as a hero, making everyone feel disgusted. If not for the early Tang still being unstable, Li Er would never have tolerated him as a local tyrant in Lingan. My judgment today is the most impartial. If you have doubts, you can submit a memorial later to discuss it in detail. Of course, even if he did submit one, Li Er wouldn't bother to read it. King of Lingan, later you can send someone to my residence for the money. I'll give you 25 taels, and the extra is for nutritional costs. No need to thank me. Chingsho said casually. Changsun Wuji chimed in, the Duke of Qing has no objection to His Majesty's punishment, which already shows consideration for your dignity. Please accept it. Feng suddenly calmed down. He realized Li Er was determined to help Chingsho. The truth was, Chingsho would never receive any real punishment. Thank you, Your Majesty, for upholding justice. As for that money, the Duke of Qing should keep it. After all, you can't see, use it to buy medicine if you trip and get hurt. Feng gave Chingsho a venomous look. He had never hated anyone so much. It wasn't just his son, his own dignity, the dignity of a king, had been utterly crushed in court. King of Lingan, you're too polite. Although I can't see, my heart and mind are clear, unlike some people, whose eyes are sharp but only bring trouble to themselves. Chingsho's sarcasm was obvious. Court dismissed. The timely announcement marked the official end of the matter, at least on the surface. But anyone with sense could tell, it wasn't over. After court dispersed, Li Er deliberately kept Chingsho to go with him to the palace. Duke of Qing, that Feng is vindictive, he won't accept today's result quietly. Be careful. Li Er warned earnestly, he's not like foreign envoys I can easily handle, he is the king of Lingan. Thank you for the warning, Your Majesty. But here in Chang'an, with his useless underlings, he can't do anything to me. Rather, Your Majesty should be careful, when he returns to Lingan, he might make a move. Make a move? Ha, Duke of Qing, you're overthinking. He wouldn't dare. Li Er dismissed the idea completely. Historically, Lingnan's native kings always knew they couldn't match the Central Plains. Whenever the court was in chaos, they would quickly sever ties with the old dynasty and declare themselves rulers. But once the empire stabilized, they immediately submitted, never courting disaster. Li Er didn't believe a pampered man like Feng would dare rebel. Chingsho smiled. Your Majesty, that's a bit biased, or rather, you're giving him too much credit. Too much credit? Li Er was puzzled. That man is a complete fool. He inherited the throne and may not have the same clear understanding of the power gap between the Central Plains and Lingnan as the last king of Lingnan. Chingsho's words hit the mark. For a moment, Li Er was actually stunned by Chingsho's words. But he quickly shook his head in denial. Duke of Qing, although that Feng is a useless drunkard, he still has at least that much self-awareness. Still, I will carefully consider your opinion. At the very least, I'll keep him under close watch, and if there's any abnormal behavior, I'll never let it go. Chingsho shook his head slightly. Your Majesty, you always overestimate others, but never mind. You'll soon know whether I'm right or wrong. In any case, you must stay alert. If necessary, I can send some men to help you. Chingsho rolled his eyes at Li Er. They both knew this was just polite talk. With his own skills, would he need Li Er to send protection? Not to mention, Feng had no way of threatening him at all. Your Majesty should keep your men for yourself, I don't need them for now. Hee. Duke of Qing, what are you saying? Oh, by the way, I heard recently that you've built a hot spring villa, and it seems to have quite a good reputation. If I have time, I'd really like to take a look. No problem. I can reserve the most luxurious room for Your Majesty, but don't forget to pay the deposit in advance. Otherwise, if you come and there are no rooms available, that would be bad. Li Er's face darkened. Chingsho wouldn't even treat him to one free soak in the hot springs. After court, Feng returned to the residence arranged by the Ministry of Rites with a dark face. On the way, his attendants didn't dare say a word, afraid they might become the targets of his anger. When Feng sat down and saw the return gift from the emperor still on the table, he roared and smashed it to the ground. The valuable custom-made imperial porcelain shattered into pieces, making his subordinates tremble in fear. Your Highness, calm down. This is Chang'an City. If the Ministry of Rites hears that you smashed the emperor's gift, my heavens. Yes, if you have something to say, wait until we get back. Be careful, walls have ears here. The emperor is obviously in league with Chingsho. If you give them any excuse now, we might not make it out of Chang'an alive. Feng understood their reasoning, but he simply couldn't swallow this anger. Too much. This is too much. The emperor is clearly favoring Chingsho, and that bastard even dared to compensate me with 25 taels of silver to humiliate me. How has that man lived until today? If I get the chance, I'll kill him with my own hands. Feng was furious, stomping on the already broken porcelain until it was crushed to powder, yet even that didn't ease his rage. Just then, a servant rushed in to report that Feng Jidai had woken up. Still fuming, Feng got up. How is he? Take me to see him immediately. Although he was mentally prepared, seeing Feng Jidai wrapped up like a rice dumpling on the bed still made his chest tighten. Father, is that Chingsho dead? I want to make his skull into a chamber pot. Feng Jidai's face was pale as death, his eyes full of venom. And his wives and concubines, all of them must, cough. Thinking of how he had become a eunuch and would spend the rest of his life bedridden as a cripple, he wished he could swallow Chingsho alive. My son, Chingsho has deep roots in Chang'an. I didn't expect even the emperor to favor him. But don't worry, I will never let you suffer for nothing. One day, Chingsho will be in a state far worse than yours. Feng swore firmly. But in Feng Jidai's eyes there was only desolation. He knew that in his current state, he could never inherit the title of king of Lingan. Feng had more than 10 sons. If he was crippled, there would always be other candidates. No matter how much Feng loved him, he would never pass the throne to someone like him. It would ruin the Lingnan foundation built over decades. Feng thought for a moment, then called a subordinate and whispered a few instructions. The man's face changed immediately. Your Highness, I'm not confident. Chingsho's martial skills are strong, our dozens of brothers can't even get close to him. Nonsense! Do you have to confront him directly? Can't you think of some underhanded method? Feng glared at him. Whether it's poison or fire, as long as you do it, I'll make you lord of a city when we return. But remember, you can only act after we're back in Lingnan. If it involves me, you'll regret it. The reward was tempting, but Gaoji didn't seem excited. This task was visibly difficult, he might not even survive it. Yes, Your Highness, Gaoji sighed helplessly. Soon, it was time to leave. After packing, Feng's group left the imperial city to return to Lingnan. On the way out, they deliberately passed by the Duke of Qing's residence in a showy manner. When they reached it, they stopped. The attendants gripped the hilts of their swords, looking as if they might storm in at any moment. But the 2 gate guards ignored them like clowns, standing at their posts without even drawing their blades, utter contempt. Has your Duke of Qing returned? Today he humiliated me greatly. Feng lifted the carriage curtain and mocked. Tell him to come out and see me. The guard sneered. If you want to enter the Duke's residence, you need to apply 3 days in advance. If you have an invitation, you can go in directly. But judging by your looks, your relationship with the Duke of Qing isn't good, so I doubt he'd send you an invitation. Like master, like servants, everyone in the Duke of Qing's household is the same. Feng was furious, but in Chang'an he couldn't act recklessly. At that moment, the gates opened and a servant came out smiling. My lord heard that the king of Lingnan was passing by. Are you here to collect the medical expenses? But my lord is not keen to receive you. If you want the silver, let your men come in and get it. Hearing silver again immediately brought back Feng's humiliation in court that day. Tell your master, within 3 months, I'll make him regret what he did today for the rest of his life. Throwing down these words, Feng ordered his carriage forward. Watching the king of Lingnan leave, one guard spat in disdain. Are all the people from that barbaric Lingnan so rude? Even their king has no manners. No wonder his son was crippled by the Duke of Qing. At dusk, Hou Yuanhing was preparing to leave the residence alone. Of course, just as Chingsho had requested, he brought no attendants, only himself. Before departure, his old personal servant was still uneasy. Why don't I go with you, young master? It's better than you going alone. No need. I promise Chingsho, and if I break my word, that brat will find fault with me. Then who knows how long it'll be before we can discuss cooperation again. Hou Yuanhing refused without even thinking. Of course, with his greedy, foolish, and ruthless nature, he wasn't just thinking about cooperation. He was already imagining a future where he squeezed Chingsho out and took sole control of the hot spring villa. If I pull this off, father might look at me differently, maybe even make me heir. Right now, his head was full of good dreams. All right, you can go. I'll head out shortly. And remember, don't tell anyone about this. The servant had just gone out when another knock sounded at the door, making Hou Yuanhing impatient. Didn't I just tell you to leave? Why are you back again? He cursed impatiently, but before he could finish, the door was pushed open without his permission. Did I say you could come in? Get you. Hou Yuanhing's words stopped halfway, his eyes widening suddenly. It wasn't his old servant at the door, but a young man with handsome features, holding a cane sword, eyes covered with a black silk band. Good evening, young Master Hou. Chingsho smiled faintly, closed the door behind him, and slid the bolt. Chingsho, how did you get in? Hou Yuanhing couldn't believe it. The Duke of Lu's residence was guarded inside and out by hundreds of family guards. How could even a fly get in, let alone Chingsho? How did you get past them? Young Master Ho, those hundreds of useless wine sacks your family keeps are nothing to me. Even if there were 10 or 100 times more, I could still come and go as I please. Though Chingsho's face carried a smile, all the warmth in his demeanor was gone, replaced by a killing intent that made people tremble. Calm down. This is the Duke of Lu's residence. If you lay a hand on me here, you'll never get out alive. Ho Yuanhing's legs shook involuntarily as he tried to sound threatening. But retreating in panic, he tripped and fell to the ground. Nonsense. Even if killing you did alert them. Chingsho pointed his cane sword at Ho Yuanhing, the gesture nearly scaring him into wetting himself. Even if they all came rushing in, I wouldn't leave a single one alive. Don't forget, I'm the Duke of Lu's son. And between the Duke of Lu and the King of Lingan, whose status is higher? Seeing Chingsho's complete indifference, Ho Yuanhing was overwhelmed by fear. He thought desperately of what had happened in court earlier. Chingsho had crippled Feng Jidai, and yet only had to pay a pitiful sum of silver. I have no grudge with you. Why did you? If you hadn't been jumping around like a clown, I wouldn't have bothered with you. Chingsho stepped toward him, his smile cold. Today I'll give you a small lesson, learn to tuck your tail between your legs in the future. The next morning, the old servant knocked on Ho Yuanhing's door to invite him to morning tea. But after knocking for a long time, there was no response. He noticed the door was locked from the inside. Come quickly. Something's wrong with the young master, break the door. Panicking, he called the family guards, who smashed the door open. Inside, there was nothing unusual. Ho Yuanhing was lying neatly in bed, eyes closed, as if sleeping. Normally by now the young master is up, why is he still in bed? The old servant stepped closer and saw Ho Yuanhing's face pale, with blood at the corner of his mouth. He lifted the quilt, and found the bed soaked in blood. Both legs were nothing but mangled flesh, with shattered bone piercing the skin. It's over. The old servant collapsed to the ground in terror, his mind blank. He had always cared for Ho Yuanhing's daily life. If such a disaster had happened, how could he survive it? The second young master is still breathing. He's not dead. Get a doctor now. The guards reacted quickly, sending for a physician. Within 2 days, word of Ho Yuanhing's sudden crippling spread through all of Chang'an. No one knew why his legs had been destroyed at home. Even when Ho Junji questioned him repeatedly, he could only force out, I fell by accident. No one believed it, but they couldn't get anything more out of him. Pressed too hard, and he simply fell silent. The once notorious playboy of Chang'an had now become a cripple, silent and dejected, confined to a chair. That evening, just before the court's rest day, many nobles rushed to the hot spring villa to relax. Within half an hour of opening, there were almost no rooms left, leaving latecomers sighing in frustration. Chingsho wasn't used to the noise. He ordered his guards to bring gunpowder and accompany him to an open area in the village to continue mixing fireworks. With the first day of the new year approaching, he wanted to perfect the display. While he was deep in thought over the mixtures, a few guards moving supplies chatted idly nearby. That's real skill. He took down that many men alone. Exactly. Who would have thought that such a young fellow, not even trained in martial arts, just relying on strength? If he joined the army, he'd achieve great things. Just then Chingsho called, bring me the saltpeter. All right. They placed a large basket of saltpeter in front of him. Chingsho asked casually, what were you talking about? Something about a man taking on 7 or 8 at once. Oh, it's nothing big, you probably haven't heard. A few days ago, a young man from another place came to the northern village, maybe 18 or 19 years old, alone and trying to make a living doing odd jobs. But as you know, someone alone is easily bullied. A few days ago, he clashed with the village bully. And guess what? The bully rounded up 9 men to attack him. Chingsho's interest was piqued. And then? He beat all 9 by himself? Heh, you heard right, it sounds unbelievable, but that's the truth. The guard's eyes lit up as he described the scene in detail, like a storyteller. Of course, such tales from the people were always exaggerated, and Chingsho didn't take them seriously at all. They said that a single young man had knocked down 7 or 8 strong men and came out unscathed, but in reality it was probably only 2 or 3. Where is that young man now? If he injured people, surely there would be a lawsuit. That I don't know. Anyway, after the fight, all the savings he had managed to scrape together were taken for compensation. Then he was driven out of the village and not allowed to make a living there. Who knows where he is now? I think it's 8 or 9 out of 10 he joined the army. A strong fellow like that, it's a pity if he doesn't serve the country. While everyone was chatting and laughing, without realizing it, another heavy snowfall began to fall from the sky. The big snowflakes drifted down slowly, and everyone suddenly felt the chill and instinctively pulled their clothes tighter. Duke of Qing, we should head back. If the gunpowder gets damp, it'll be useless. The guards shouldered the sulfur and saltpeter, and seeing Chingsho still not getting up, they urged him. Just a moment. Chingsho smiled faintly, struck his fire striker, and lit the fuse of the firecrackers he had just prepared. You've never seen fireworks in a snowstorm, have you? Before the guards could react to his words, the rows of firecrackers were already ignited. Bang bang. With a series of explosions, sparks shot into the swirling snow and then burst apart, becoming a shower of scattered fireworks. The seven-colored smoke of the fireworks intertwined and merged with the white snow in the sky, creating a completely different scene. The guards suddenly noticed, the fireworks this time were seven-colored. Compared to the three-colored fireworks from the villa's opening, these were even more dazzling. Duke of Qing, how did you mix this? This is amazing. 3 colors was already surprising, but 7. If the people of Chang'an saw this, they'd be rushing to buy them again. Chingsho was completely unconcerned. Of course, he would sell these fireworks, and at a high price. But their first appearance in public had to be on New Year's Eve at the Duke of Qing's residence. The next morning, while the nobles at the villa were still asleep after a night of revelry, a slightly thin young man arrived at the gates, looking curiously at the grand and luxurious building. This place is really impressive. Though his clothes were ragged, his face was fairly clean and neat, just marked with a few scars. He carried a pitifully small cloth bundle on his back and seemed to be sizing up the villa's gate, as if making plans. Just then, the villa's gate opened, and a yawning waiter pushed it wide. Hey, with such a big villa, you must make a lot of money, right? The waiter looked at the young man, puzzled by the sudden question. What are you getting at? Well, if you make a lot of money, people will be jealous. Sooner or later, someone will come to extort you. You need people to keep you safe, right? The young man came closer with a grin. Why not take me in as a guard? I may look thin, but I can really fight. Pay me whatever you want, just feed me. The waiter snorted. He had been a farmer in Sanchuan village, big and sturdy. This young man, aside from a decent height, was so thin he looked like he couldn't even lift a hoe. Be a guard? Are you joking? This is the Duke of Qing's property. Who would dare cause trouble here? Besides, you look like you can't even plow a field, and you want to be a fighter. Don't look down on me. I can take on 8 or 9 men by myself, all bigger than you. If you don't believe me, let's fight right now. The young man immediately dropped his bundle and moved to start a fight. Go cool off somewhere else, I don't have time for you. I think you just don't dare fight me. I don't waste my time on little brats. Their arguing quickly drew the attention of Chingsho's guards, who thought there was trouble and came running. When they saw it was just a teenage boy, they couldn't help but laugh. Kid, this isn't the place for you to act wild. Get out of here, we won't hold it against you this time. One guard scolded him, but the young man's eyes lit up when he saw the man's sturdy build, uniform, and sword at his waist. You're a guard here, right? How about we fight? If I lose, I'll leave immediately and take a beating for free. If I win, you give me your uniform and sword, and let me replace you as a guard here. Deal? The guard didn't bother to answer and turned to leave. But the young man, thinking he was backing down, stepped forward, grabbed the guard's arm with one hand, and yanked hard. Caught completely off guard, the guard was pulled off balance and fell flat on his back. Ha ha ha. You're too weak. Laughing boldly under the shocked stares of the guards, the young man said, You lost, now hand over your clothes. Bullshit. Even though he had been thrown down easily, the guard thought it was only because he hadn't been ready. Furious, he lunged at the young man. Wait, I haven't eaten since yesterday noon. How about, since I just knocked you down, you give me something to eat before we fight again? If you can knock me down, I'll give you a month's pay and let you eat until you burst. Less than half a stick of incense later, the guard was on the ground clutching his arm, sucking in cold air, glaring at the young man who was toying with his sword. I don't want your month's pay, this sword's mine now. Looks pretty nice. The young man raised an eyebrow. He saw the waiter had already called over 4 or 5 villa guards with clubs, surrounding him. You brat, are you blind? You dare make trouble here? Don't hold back, he's here to cause trouble. With a shout, they swung their clubs at him. But the young man didn't even draw his sword. He dodged one blow, grabbed the club, and shoved it back, knocking one guard to the ground. Then he seized the club and swung it, brawling with the rest. This kid, how can someone so young fight so well? The defeated guard, watching from the side, was astonished to see the young man holding his own against 4 men at once. He had no martial training, no technique, just raw, astonishing strength and quick reactions. Thud. When the last villa guard was knocked down, the young man tossed away his long staff and grimaced, rubbing his arm. During the chaotic fight, his back had taken several blows. If he weren't tough enough, he would have been the one lying on the ground now. Good skills, good strength. Several voices of praise came, and the young man turned toward them. He saw a handsome man with an extraordinary bearing, dressed elegantly, watching him with a faint smile. Are you also a guard here? The young man looked at him suspiciously. For some reason, though he was used to throwing punches whenever words didn't work, when he faced this seemingly harmless, gentle-as-jade man, he strangely had no urge to attack. Some instinct told him, if he fought this man, he would lose badly. He had never met anyone who gave him such a feeling of pressure. Duke of Qing. At some point, Chingsho had arrived. The guards lying on the ground quickly scrambled to their feet, faces full of shame. A group of them couldn't even beat a single boy, and they were all bruised and swollen. It was truly humiliating. Duke of Qing, this young man is unusual. One guard came forward, feels like he could be molded into something. Chingsho nodded slightly. He had been watching from the side for a while. It's only natural you couldn't beat him. This boy clearly has natural strength. Without any training, he could still knock you over. Go get some silver from the account room for medical expenses. He gestured for the villa guards to step aside, then slowly walked toward the young man. What are you doing? The boy, who hadn't flinched even when facing dozens of attackers, now inexplicably backed away step by step, nervous as Chingsho approached. With skills like yours, you only want to be a guard to get a meal? What a waste. What's your name? The boy answered without thinking, my name is Gue. Why do you care? I can't even get a meal. What else is there to talk about? How rude. This lord is the Duke of Qing. How dare you be so disrespectful, a guard barked. The Duke of Qing? The boy looked at Chingsho in disbelief. At once, he understood why his own gaze kept flickering, so this was the legendary Duke of Qing who couldn't see. Be bowing to Duke of Qing. He immediately knelt and saluted, his tone respectful and a bit flustered. Since leaving home, he had traveled to many villages, meeting all kinds of people. Most of them would gossip behind others' backs, mocking their flaws. But only when Chingsho's name came up did everyone's eyes shine with admiration, and without fail, they spoke in praise. It wasn't just polite words, they genuinely respected and adored him from the heart. Although the boy was impulsive and loved to fight, he still had a basic sense of right and wrong. You just said, your name is Gue? Chingsho's expression grew a bit playful as he studied the thin, ragged-looking boy. That name was one of great renown in the histories of the Tang. Whether on the battlefields of Goguryeo or in the famed 3 arrows fixing Tianshan of the northwest, it was recorded for all time. After the founding generals of the Tang had gradually passed, this man alone would hold up the latter half of the dynasty's glory. Yet now, it was hard to connect this scrawny boy with that future figure, until Chingsho thought of the raw, unmatched strength he'd just seen. Then it all made sense. No need to bow, I hate it when people kneel to me. I heard that a few days ago, a young man in the northern village fought and knocked down 8 or 9 strong men. That was you. Yes, but I hadn't eaten that day, so I lost a bit of an edge in the fight. Gue pointed embarrassedly at the scars on his face. Since then, no village would take me in. I've been working odd jobs to eat, but it's hard to get by. I heard there was a big hot spring villa here, so I came to see if I could work as a guard. Chingsho almost wanted to laugh aloud, especially at the thought of taking in this future famed general as just a guard. You pick fights everywhere you go, it's no wonder no one takes you in, a guard said unhappily. Bah! It's because they saw me take their jobs and wanted to drive me off, so I fought them. None of those bastards are good people. Gue said angrily. You want a place to eat? As it happens, I need some guards here. You can stay for now. Before Gue could rejoice, Chingsho cut him down with another line. The first month, no pay, just room and board. In your free time, learn the rules. If you offend a guest, you'll work to pay for it. You should know, the guests here spend outrageous amounts. If you scare off one of them, and they never return. Duke of Qing, how much does one guest spend here? Chingsho casually made a hand gesture. Understand? Got it. Gue swallowed hard, he couldn't even dream of earning that much in his lifetime. Alright, if you want to stay, stop talking and come back to the villa to change clothes. You start work tomorrow. And the medical expenses for the guards you injured just now will be deducted from your pay. Gue could only agree through gritted teeth. It was rare to find anyone willing to take him in, especially someone like the Duke of Qing. At least they'll feed me, he told himself. But Chingsho underestimated his appetite. He had promised Gue a full meal first, but the boy sat down and devoured 7 big buns without pausing, urging them to bring more. Duke of Qing, you're truly a great man. I've been looking for meals everywhere lately, and no one has ever let me eat this well. Shui Rengui gulped down a big mouthful of porridge, face full of satisfaction, then stuffed in another bun. You've had it so rough outside, you never thought of going home? At least you wouldn't be sleeping in the open. Shui Rengui shook his head, speaking through a mouthful of bun. I have no home. When I was 13, my whole village caught the plague. My family all died, and I was the only one who escaped. I ended up wandering here to Guangzhou. As long as I can get a meal each day, I'll manage. These days, even eating is hard. Chingsho thought for a moment. You never thought about joining the army? I'm too young, they wouldn't take me. That much was true. Since the empire had been unified, the court's military focus was on defending against external enemies. The criteria had shifted from numbers to quality, too old or too young, they didn't take. It was no longer like the chaotic days of the Central Plains, when anyone could be grabbed and sent to the army. For someone like Shui Rengui, who wasn't even 20 yet, instead of calling them up for military service, the court actually preferred that they marry quickly and have children to increase the population. That's enough for now. Chingsho waved his hand. The guards beside him immediately understood and cleared away all the food from the table until it was completely bare. Hey, I'm only 60% full. Why are you taking it away? Shui Rengui reached for another bun, but Chingsho caught his wrist with his chopsticks. That light, almost casual pinch instantly made Shui Rengui's whole arm go numb, leaving him unable to use any strength at all. If you want a full meal, work first. You've already eaten 3 people's share for breakfast, but you haven't even earned back the medical expenses yet. Chingsho set down his chopsticks and said calmly. Fine. As long as lunch is included. Shui Rengui stood up and tightened his belt. No matter what work it is, just tell me, whether it's splitting firewood, feeding horses, or heavy labor, I can do the work of 7 or 8 men alone. Good. You said it yourself. Chingsho laughed loudly, then threw a glance at the guards beside him. Kid, come with me, there's something good waiting for you to do. Shui Rengui eagerly followed behind him, looking curiously around the hot spring villa as they went. Before he realized it, they had arrived at a wide training ground. Shui Rengui's eyes lit up when he saw the weapon rack nearby, full of all kinds of arms. He rushed forward, grabbed a heavy padao from the rack, and swung it a few times in the air. This knife is great. When I'm on guard duty, can I use this? It feels just right. When he turned around, he found himself surrounded by 6 burly, muscle-bound men who had appeared from who knows where. They were all smiling at him with ill intent, and Shui Rengui had a faint sense of unease. What, you plan to beat me up? Just you few? Shui Rengui wasn't afraid. In fact, he tightened his grip on the padao and challenged them. The Duke of Qing told us, you may be strong, but you have no martial training. If you only rely on brute force, there's no future for you. So we're here to teach you some skills. That way you'll be able to handle real work in the future. Otherwise, the Duke of Qing won't keep someone who just eats for free. Shui Rengui sneered. Alright then, I'd like to see who's teaching who. Even if all 5 or 6 of you come at once, I've beaten 9 men before. Of course, he didn't know that each of these strong men was a household guard of the Duke of Qing, any one of whom could slaughter enemies on the battlefield, nothing like the villagers he had fought before. Come on then. With a roar, Shui Rengui charged forward without any technique, taking on all 6 at once. Naturally, within less than half a stick of incense, he was down on the ground, grimacing in pain. Again. Before sunset today, unless you knock all 6 of us down, you're not stopping. No lunch either? I'm afraid you won't even have the strength for dinner by then. Brothers, go! Chingsho sat leisurely by the stream next to the training ground, humming a tune while fishing, though the occasional screams from Shui Rengui behind him were somewhat noisy. Unknowingly, after sending off wave after wave of visiting vassal kings, the first day of the new year was drawing near. With the year almost over, the court was busier than ever, calculating taxes and expenses. Everyone knew, if they didn't finish before the year's end, they'd be working overtime on New Year's Day. For Li Er, of course, this was also one of the rare times he could rest, and he didn't want to carry unfinished matters into the new year. On the last morning court session before the festival, after dealing with the vassal king's affairs, Li Er ordered the Ministry of Revenue to read out this year's financial income. The officials already had a rough idea, but when they heard the string of unexpected figures, almost every one of them was stunned. In just 1 year, the Tang's revenue and national strength had increased so much compared to previous years. This is the result of all of you working together with me. Everyone here has a share of the credit. Of course, if we talk about the greatest credit, Duke of Qing stands above all. Li Er's gaze, full of warmth, fell on Chingsho, without hiding his praise. Naturally, no one envied Chingsho, everyone knew he had reached this point purely by extraordinary ability. In fact, Li Er was being modest. Chingsho didn't just stand above all, he held the vast majority of the credit, more than everyone else combined. Your Majesty overpraises me. I've only done what is my duty, Chingsho said calmly. With the year's end approaching, if any of you ministers have finished your work, you may return home after court. Although Li Er said so, the ministers could only smile bitterly. None of them were close to finished. Especially Li Jing, having just pacified the northern Turks this year, the scattered tribes still needed to be reorganized, and even coming to Chang'an for court was a rare chance. If he went home on holiday, the entire northern steppe would fall into chaos. Distribute them. Li Er waved his hand, and several eunuchs carried large jade trays down, carefully distributing gifts to the ministers. Recently, envoys came from the western trade routes. They claim to be from a great nation in the west, whose territory is no smaller than the Tangs. These are the tribute they brought. I found them rather novel, take them. In their country, these are valuable crafts. The gifts varied, and the closer a minister sat to the front, the more valuable the gift. Chingsho received a gold object shaped like a date, about half the size of a palm, inlaid with various gemstones. It looked lifelike, exquisitely made, and had a distinctly foreign style. But the shape of this date was quite strange, very different from dates grown in the Central Plains. And the style of the gem inlay gave Chingsho an odd impression. It seemed to carry a faint, exotic cumin-like flavor. Dates from the palm tree, Chingsho blurted out. This was a specialty of Arabia. Duke of Qing, you recognize this? Li Er was drawn by his words. I thought this was just something they carved randomly, but it turns out it's actually one of their specialties. Chingsho said thoughtfully, Your Majesty, the envoys who brought this must be from the Great Food Nation, right? The so-called Great Food Nation was the Arab Empire, coexisting with the Tang, equally strong, and eventually declining at the same time. If Chingsho remembered correctly, at this time the Arab Empire should be the Abbasid Caliphate, the most powerful dynasty in ancient Arab history. When the Tang dynasty was at its peak, the Abbasid Caliphate was likewise a massive empire spanning Europe, Asia, and Africa. Although the two empires had little direct contact, their cultural and commercial exchanges were astonishingly frequent, and each was deeply influenced by the other civilization. You guessed right, it is indeed the Great Food Nation. Their clothing is quite interesting. Every man has a huge turban on his head, and they don't drink alcohol. Li Er vividly described the envoys from the Great Food Nation. But he didn't know that, down below, Chingsho was thinking about something else entirely. At this time, the Abbasid Caliphate should have been newly established. If they were already sending envoys along the Silk Road, the western trade route, to the Tang, that meant they had already pacified their strongest surrounding enemies and were beginning to use trade to enrich their country. This could be a huge business opportunity. Chingsho muttered to himself, already faintly planning to take over the entire Eurasian market. If he seized the chance, he might be able to flood the Great Food Nation, and even farther, still chaotic Europe in its dark ages, with his goods and influence. Of course, Li Er had no idea what Chingsho was plotting. After announcing the end of court, Li Er specially ordered Sun Wuji, Chingsho, and others to enter the palace later. Li Er had bought some exotic local products from these great food merchants and wanted them to take them home to enjoy. But as soon as Chingsho entered the palace, he saw Li Er and Xiao Yu sitting face to face, scratching their heads. Standing nearby, Chang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and the rest were all watching intently, no one speaking to break the silence. Got it. Li Er suddenly became excited, moving his hands over the table as if demonstrating something. A moment later, Chingsho heard Xiao Yu sigh in regret. I shouldn't have made that move just now. Your Majesty wins. Haha. Sure one, you have to give me back all the winnings from before. Let's play again. Let's do it. The two rolled up their sleeves, eager to start, looking nothing like the solemn ruler and minister they had been in court earlier, more like two old men playing in the street. What are you two? Chingsho stepped closer and saw they were playing Chinese checkers. Yes, the same Chinese checkers Chingsho had invented and put in the hot spring villa for entertainment. Duke of Qing is here? Sit for a while, let us finish this round. Li Er moved a piece and said with a grin, some days ago, Sherwin went to the hot spring villa, found this Chinese checkers interesting, and brought it back. When I tried it, I got hooked, haha. Xiao Yu noticed Chingsho's gaze and looked a bit embarrassed. I spent some silver to buy it from those people, nothing else, I just thought it was fun. Of course. This isn't the only thing I invented, there's also Ghost and God Kill, For Nations Kill, big landlord, and so on. They're even more fun than this. If you want to buy one, just ask at the counter, only 4 yen a set. What? Xiao Yu nearly jumped up. I thought you didn't allow these to be taken out, so I gave that attendant 10 taels of silver as hush money to get this set. Everyone almost burst out laughing, especially Li Er, who pretended to stroke his beard in thought just to hide his smile. Du Ruhui chuckled. Lord Xiao, next time you might as well just ask the Duke of Qing directly. Xiao Yu sighed. I thought these things were like the Duke of Qing's secret recipes, not shared with outsiders. Who knew? Ah. He didn't care about the money, only that he had been made a fool of. Little did he know, Chingsho's purpose in creating these board games was precisely to spread them throughout Chang'an. The more players there were, the higher the popularity, creating a cycle that would make them fashionable across the Tang. Duke of Qing, you said you invented this? Li Er asked with interest. Do you have anything more fun than Chinese checkers? I'm already a master at it, haven't even been playing for half a day, and look, I've won quite a few chips. Following his pointing finger, Chingsho realized that these chips were actually stacks of memorials on the table. One could only imagine how the officials would feel if they knew their memorials were being used as game tokens. As they spoke, Xiao Yu lost another game to Li Er, completely losing confidence. It wasn't that he was holding back because of their ruler-minister relationship, he was genuinely terrible at it. Your Majesty, since there are enough people here, why don't we play a round of Ghost and God Kill? Good. I've got half a day free today, let's relax a bit. Li Er, in high spirits from winning, said, My dear ministers, let's play a game together. Of course. If your Majesty is interested, we'd like to try it too. I've only heard of Ghost and God Kill, never played. Please teach us, your Majesty. Chingsho looked at them with some surprise. These men usually hated wasting even a single word, always focused on efficiency. To finish all the documents in the morning is rare. The next batch won't arrive until the afternoon. Duke of Qing, since you've got nothing else after collecting the gifts, why not join us for 2 rounds? Since Li Er had said it, Chingsho also felt a strange itch to play. Alright. Ghost and God Kill was a game Chingsho had adapted from the later game Werewolf, adjusting the rules to suit the era. The fun hadn't diminished, in fact, with his tweaks, it had increased. When the villa had first opened, there had been a few young masters who usually spent all day in the brothels, but because of Ghost and God Kill, they stayed at the villa for 4 straight days, making people think they'd hit a sage phase. Of course, with Chingsho himself, the rulemaker, playing, no matter how cunning the others were, they couldn't beat him. My son-in-law, you'd better watch out. I heard that lately Sherwin has been playing Ghost and God Kill at home with his servants and wins more than he loses. Chang Sun Wuji whispered a warning to Chingsho. Coincidentally, I've never lost at this game. Chingsho smiled faintly. Looked like today, he'd be teaching Xiao Yu a lesson in life. Sure enough, halfway through the very first game, Chingsho, relying entirely on his precise control of the rules and his deep understanding of them, completely took the initiative in the match. Especially Xiao Yu, from his initial full confidence to, in the end, being forced by Chingsho step by step until he nearly blurted out even his own bank's secret orders. In 3 straight games, Chingsho won with no suspense at all, while Li Er and the others were drenched in sweat, without any real sense of fun from the game. Why is this game so hard? Li Er wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Clearly unwilling to accept it, he said, again. Your Majesty, are you sure? Chingsho looked at him meaningfully. I don't mind winning a few more times, I'm just afraid if you lose too much, you won't be able to sleep tonight. Impossible. I've already figured out your style. Next round, you're definitely going to lose. Li Er called out, and after a moment of hesitation, everyone agreed to keep playing. They had just received local specialties from the great food nation from Li Er, only to lose them all in such a short time. Naturally they were unwilling to let it end like this. Come on. Just as they were about to start the next round, a eunuch stepped forward to report that Ho Junji had urgent military matters to present. Military matters? Li Er, who had just been eager for another match, immediately lost his composure at these words. As his expression turned serious, Chang Sun Wuji tactfully gathered the playing cards off the table, and everyone sat up straight. Let Ho Junji enter. A moment later, Ho Junji strode in quickly, holding a top-secret military memorial in his hands. Your Majesty, please review. Li Er's expression showed slight displeasure. News like this at this time probably meant that some small border tribes or kingdoms were trying to take advantage of the Tang's new year, when border defenses might relax, to send troops raiding for supplies. But the situation in the report was completely unexpected. It said that a recent tribute mission from Shache, Yarkand, had been attacked on its return journey, just after leaving Tang territory. They were followed and ambushed by Tuyuhan forces from the Heshi corridor, who robbed them of all the rewards they had received, and nearly killed the entire group. If not for one man escaping in the chaos to alert the Tang border troops in time, they might all have died there, turning into mummified corpses with no one knowing. By the time Tang troops set out to rescue them, they found only a field of corpses. The Tuyuhan had long since fled. Li Er set down the memorial, his face turning extremely dark. Although those killed were not Tang citizens, they were still an official tribute mission. And Shache had always been loyal to the Tang. Even at the founding of the dynasty, they had immediately pledged allegiance, without a trace of disloyalty. Killing them meant slapping the Tang in the face. If this was not handled properly, the states of the western regions would inevitably, under Tuyuhan's intimidation, hesitate to maintain close ties with the Tang. In the long run, they might grow disloyal. Duke of Lu, have the local garrisons find an opportunity in the coming days to raid the Tuyuhan, and send all the severed heads to Shache. Li Er threw down the memorial with instructions. Before Ho Junji could answer, Chingsho casually picked up the document and, ahead of him, said, "Your Majesty, such a rare opportunity, you're going to waste it just like that?" At these words, both Li Er and Ho Junji were stunned. But as soldiers, they quickly understood what Chingsho meant by opportunity. "Duke of Lu, please fetch me a map." A young eunuch hurried to clear the table, and soon a map was spread across it. Everyone shifted their mindset from playing games back into that of the Tang's top strategists. Tuyuhan lies beyond the Tang's northwest frontier. To the south, they can threaten the Hwang region. To the north, they can press into the Heshi corridor. In other words, they can cut off our link to the western regions at any time. Now that the Tang's borders are stable, the 16 states of the western regions, and even the distant Great Food Nation, are also relatively stable internally. For at least the next 30 years, the Heshi corridor will surely remain a triple artery of trade. Chingsho circled these key points on the map, then looked at Li Er. No further words were needed. Such an important trade route could not be left under threat from a volatile, hostile Tuyuhan. For the Tang, this was absolutely unacceptable. The best, indeed the only, option was to wipe Tuyuhan completely off the map. The territory they occupied was not some barren, worthless land. Beyond the critical Heshi corridor, it was also part of the Yellow River Basin, with arable land capable of producing crops suitable for relocating farmers there for long-term control. Even without the Tuyuhan threat, any land on Tang's periphery whose output could offset the cost of occupying it was worth taking. An empire in its rising phase must seize every piece of reachable land, to prolong its growth period as much as possible. Li Er understood this well. "I've disliked the Tuyuhan for a long time." Li Er casually picked up a game piece and placed it on the Tuyuhan's position on the map. That small movement made his meaning clear without another word. "Your Majesty, Tuyuhan pretends loyalty but continually commits petty raids, never reforming. I believe the Duke of Qing is absolutely right. Yes, even just for the sake of securing Tang's borders, they must be eradicated. And Tuyuhan also has an important salt production site. Although their green salt isn't as fine as Tang's refined salt, taking it would deny surrounding enemies access to it, further strengthening our monopoly." The discussion flowed, each man speaking with animation. But they didn't need to say much more. From the moment Chingsho made his suggestion, Li Er had already made up his mind. The destruction of Tuyuhan must be considered carefully. It cannot be rushed, but it must be done. Li Er nodded. "I had been thinking about next year's moves. At first I considered starting in the northeast. But now, it seems we should first secure the areas around the capital before considering more distant plans." His meaning was already clear. Next year, preparations would begin to destroy Tuyuhan. "Your Majesty has great foresight. In my view, to shield Chang'an, we must first pacify the Hwang and Heshi corridor regions. And to secure those two areas, we must control the entire situation in the 16 states of the western regions, cutting off all contact between them and the surrounding tribes. That way, the Tang can remain secure for the long term." In just a few words, Chingsho had once again widened Li Er's strategic vision. Li Er was once again struck by Chingsho's foresight. If this plan could be fully completed, the Tang dynasty would have vast buffer zones around its borders, and any potential threats would be reduced to small forces, incapable of posing a major danger. Only then could the empire truly rest easy. Excellent foresight. Li Er laughed heartily, then rolled up the map. "Everyone may withdraw for now. Let me think this over carefully. After the Lantern Festival, I will personally write a border pacification strategy for you all to see." Just moments ago, Li Er had been thinking about resting, but Chingsho's beautiful vision had completely reignited his interest. It seemed this night would be another sleepless one for him. After leaving the palace, Chingsho had not gone far when he suddenly heard someone calling him from behind. Duke of Qing, wait! Haha, why leave in such a hurry? Turning around, he saw it was Ho Junji, smiling broadly as he hurried over. From his expression, it seemed he had no idea that the matter of Ho Yuanhing was connected to Chingsho. That boy had clearly kept his mouth shut tight. Does the Duke of Lu have business with me? Since the last time you came to my residence to buy land, we haven't had the chance to talk much. Could I have the honor of inviting you to my home later for a drink? Since there's no court tomorrow, even if the Duke of Qing honors me with a few cups, I won't mind. Thinking of Ho Yuanhing, Chingsho couldn't help but feel disgust. Better not. I still have matters to deal with later and won't have time. But Ho Junji's smile didn't fade. No rush. Whenever you have time, we can meet. If the Duke of Lu has something to say, you might as well say it directly. If it's something I can't do, then you won't need to waste your time arranging a banquet. Chingsho's directness caught Ho Junji slightly off guard. In that case, since you're a straightforward man, I'll speak plainly. Ho Junji lowered his voice and leaned in. You also saw just now, His Majesty has made up his mind to campaign against the Tuyuhan. If they can be subdued, it will be a great merit in court. Last time, when the Turks were destroyed, the enormous rewards given to Li Jing and Chingsho had been seen by all. Everyone had envied them greatly. Opportunities for such monumental achievements were rare, and Tuyuhan was now such an opportunity. If the Duke of Qing could put in a good word for me so I might receive this campaign, I would be extremely grateful, and I would be sure to credit you with the greater part of the achievement. Chingsho thought to himself, so that's what he was here for. It seemed he had guessed right. This time, Li Er's first choice to lead would likely still be Li Jing, who was fully capable of the task. As for Ho Junji? It wasn't that Chingsho doubted his ability. If he commanded the campaign against Tuyuhan, victory was almost certain. But Li Jing's daughter, Li Qieying, was bound to marry Chingsho sooner or later. With that connection, helping him win the command was understandable. And Ho Junji's connection to him? If one had to force a link, it was only through Ho Yuanhing. Ho Junji kept smiling. You don't have to answer right away. This is something you can take your time to consider. We'll speak of it later. Good. And in the future, if you ever need help with something, just say the word. If I can do it, I will. Ho Junji left cheerfully, and Chingsho simply pushed the matter from his mind. As he left the forbidden city, a cold wind blew in his face. He instinctively raised his sleeve to block it. But the wind was not as bitter as he expected, it was tolerable. He suddenly realized, this winter didn't seem very cold. It hadn't snowed much, and the snow that had fallen just a few days ago had already melted quickly. It didn't feel like winter at all. On the streets, some of the poorer commoners weren't even wearing padded clothes, just a few thin layers as they walked about. This isn't a good sign. Chingsho frowned as he thought about it, slowly walking toward his carriage to return home. Soon came the last night of the year, New Year's Eve. After working hard all year, both the common people and the court finally had one last night to rest. It was one of the rare nights when the curfew in Chang'an was lifted. Every household hung large red lanterns at their doors, celebrating through the night. Shops stayed open without pause, bustling with customers. Children who usually went to bed early were now all on the streets, carrying lanterns and playing noisily. Even the foreign residents of Chang'an joined in the festivities. And within the Duke of Qing's mansion, the celebrations were even livelier. Dozens of banquet tables where the household guards and servants drank heartily, some even singing loudly. Shuiren Gue was focused solely on eating, praising the mansion's cooks for being even better than those at the hot spring villa. While the courtyard banquet was filled with noise, Chingsho was in the back garden with his wives, enjoying wine under the moonlight in peace. Sisters, I'm with child now, so I can't drink, I'll toast you with tea instead. Husband works hard outside. You must all help me take good care of him at home, and also, at night, be careful not to overdo it. Though Su Xiaochun said this seriously, her words made the other wives blush. Don't worry, elder sister, there's no way we could tire him out. If anything, he's the one who nearly drains us all dry, Liu Chan laughed softly. That may be, but before you were with child, you didn't hold back more than we do. Elder sister you, tell us more. Yes, I want to hear too. They all spoke at once, making Su Xiaochun's cheeks flush as she cast a reproachful glance at Chingsho, her eyes seeming to say, it's all your fault. Heaven knows, what does this have to do with me? Chingsho thought to himself. I'm getting blamed for nothing. All right, my ladies, it's almost midnight. Chingsho cut into their laughter. On this rare New Year's Eve, I have something nice to share with you all, watch closely. He clapped his hands, and the servants who had been waiting in the garden lit the fuses of fireworks that had been prepared in advance. Fireworks. Hearing the familiar crackling, Chang Sun Pingting clapped happily. I knew my husband would have prepared plenty of fireworks for tonight. That's true, but these aren't the usual kind. Just watch. Chingsho looked toward the sky, the rising firework shells reflecting bright sparks in his eyes. Whoosh! Pop! The crisp explosions of fireworks rang out, accompanied by blazing lights shooting into the night sky. At that moment, whether it was the household guards drinking and chatting in the courtyard, the residents strolling the streets of Chang'an, or even Li Er in the imperial palace dining with Empress Changsun and the princes, all eyes turned toward the fireworks rising into the sky, about to burst. Crackle, bang! The fireworks exploded, but this time, they didn't just scatter into random sparkling dots. Instead, in the instant they burst, the flames formed clearly visible, orderly patterns in the sky, recognizable characters. Peace and prosperity for the nation. Li Er instantly saw the four-colored characters formed in the air, his eyes widening in shock. Fireworks that could form words in the sky, and those words struck straight at his heart. Though the characters quickly faded, the sense of shock and joy they brought him lingered. Then came many other auspicious phrases: peace and joy, may all go well, a bountiful harvest, and more. The people on the streets stared at the sky. After their initial astonishment, they broke into thunderous applause and cheers. Duke Qing is a genius, he can even make fireworks form words in the sky. Such a lavish gift for the new year, Duke Qing must have spent a fortune. Word fireworks. Word fireworks. I want to set some off too. Too bad I can't afford them, otherwise I'd put on a display like this for my family. It's amazing. This is the true New Year's spirit. Duke Qing made this year's celebration perfect. The fireworks continued for the time it takes an incense stick to burn, but even after they ended, the crowd was reluctant to take their eyes from the sky. That New Year's Eve, everyone felt deep gratitude toward Chingsho, from the commoners to Li Er in the palace. He had given them a completely different kind of New Year. Even if they saw fireworks every year after, none could compare to the wonder of this night. Just after the start of the first lunar month, while people across the Tang Empire were still celebrating, the entourage of the Prince of Lingan, after a long, bumpy, day-and-night journey, finally returned to its capital, Honghe City. As soon as they entered the city, Feng Ang rushed the palace physicians to treat Feng Jidai. The young man had been barely clinging to life to begin with, and the rough travel had left him with only a single breath. When Feng Jidai saw the familiar palace, he nearly wept with emotion. He had left here in high spirits, accompanying his father to the capital for tribute, whole in body, no, proud and arrogant in all 5 limbs. Now he returned broken, neither fully human nor ghost, his life hanging by a thread. Father! You must avenge me! I want that Chingsho to spend the rest of his life lying in bed like me, worse than me. Tears streaming, Feng Jidai turned his head toward his father. Don't worry. Even without you saying it, I will make Chingsho pay. What are you all staring at? Wipe my son's tears. Feng Ang's other sons came rushing to greet him. When they learned Feng Jidai was crippled, they were inwardly overjoyed. This was their chance. But they all put on mournful faces, pretending to weep loudly. Elder brother. How could you be beaten like this? That bastard who did this will die a horrible death. He will be struck by heaven's wrath, even lightning would be too kind. Don't be too sad, brother. Even if you can't move your limbs, you can still lead Lingan to grow strong with your mind and wisdom. Brother, why did this happen, Wu? Feng Jidai watched their fake sobbing without expression. Of course he knew they were acting. But what could he do? Feng Ang, on the other hand, was deeply provoked by their wailing, and he too began sobbing loudly, ignoring attempts to calm him. That damn Chingsho! If I can't kill him to avenge my son, won't the Prince of Lingan become a laughingstock among all the other lords? And the court is so corrupt, my poor son was beaten like this, and they haven't even apologized. Feng Ang brushed away his tears and roared, summon all the ministers of the realm to my palace. Within 2 hours. My lord, isn't that too hasty? It's not yet the 15th of the month, and the ministers are still at home resting. If we summon them suddenly, they may not make it in time. Some ministers don't even live in the capital, they won't make it in 2 hours. Their protests died under Feng Ang's murderous glare. We understand. Feng Ang added furiously, if they can't make it in 2 hours, they'll be demoted 3 ranks and fined half a year's salary. My son is wounded like this, and I've been rushing back since the first day of the year, and they think they can still rest? Everyone present was stunned. They were used to Feng Ang's occasional outbursts, but causing such a scene in the New Year's season showed how deeply he'd been provoked. Woo! Father is so wronged. The princes all cried louder, this time deliberately flattering their father. Feng Ang's eyes filled again. Good children, woo. In the palace, the hastily gathered ministers sat patiently, listening to Feng rant and rave. All of them cursed him in their hearts. What was this nonsense in the middle of the new year? Couldn't it wait until after the holiday? Of course, no one dared say it aloud, they only feigned deep grief and agreed with him. After venting, Feng calmed slightly. You may think I'm irrational, but in all my life, I have never been more rational and clear-headed than I am today. The court is unjust to Lingan, even despises us. So why should Lingan remain loyal and bow to them? These words shocked the drowsy ministers wide awake. They stared at the enraged prince of Lingan, hardly believing their ears. My lord, you can't say such things recklessly. If there's a problem, we can discuss it slowly, don't act on impulse. Yes, this is the Tang court. Even if the verdict was unjust, you can still petition His Majesty for a retrial. Feng had expected these useless words. He didn't listen to a single one. My mind is made up. Any who oppose me will be stripped of office and made commoners. Starting today, you need not come to the palace again.
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.